classic film Airplane. What was the name of the autopilot? We are going to go to Brian and see if he knows. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Good morning. You rock.
Thank you, Brian. We appreciate that. All right, the autopilot's name was?
Otto.
Autopilot. You got it. Hang on, Brian. Going to give you a pair of tickets in the suite to join Brent Porsche as NASCAR returns to Dover Motor Speedway May 1st with the Duramax Dryden 400, and you can get tickets at doverspeedway.com. Let's start with the Johnny Depp stuff. Johnny Depp admitted in court yesterday that he believed in 2014 that Amber Heard was having an affair with her Adderall Diaries co-star James Franco. Heard's lawyers also accused the 58-year-old actor of him being in a, quote, blackout for portions of a private jet flight from Boston to L.A. that the couple fought over when they fought over Franco.
Wait, who was blacked out?
He.
Okay.
He has, in fact, they brought that video back, Preston, of him in the kitchen freaking out. Yeah.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, so that's got to be, what, 2-3 years old?
Oh, at least.
Yeah, at least.
More, yeah.
So that was a big part of the court proceedings yesterday.
I was talking to my cousin, and she goes, I just want you to know I've made it my job. She goes, I am following this every step of the way. She's like, if you need any details, let me know. I'm watching it all.
Well, then who is she sort of siding with and following on this one?
Well, I don't. We were just laughing because of the feces in the bed. She's like, she blanked in the bed. Like, I don't know if she's picked a side case.
Other highlights of Thursday's testimony include the infamous text with Paul Bettany.
Yeah.
That had detailed Depp's plan for, quote, burning, drowning, and having sex with the burnt corpse of Heard. I think he was, just...
So his attorney presented that, right?
Right, yes. He's probably not doing it.
See, he didn't do it.
The jury also heard footage of the alleged drunk Pirates of the Caribbean star cursing, Steve. That's what you're referring to.
Puffs.
Slamming the cupboards around, breaking other objects before he appears to throw Heard's phone.
They make the milk like chocolate milk.
For illegally recording him. But yeah, he was doing that. He was walking around slamming things. Now, it was also early in the morning. Remember, he's pouring a big bottle of wine.
Huge bottle of wine. He's dressed as some half-assed cowboy.
Yeah.
What was the cereal?
Yeah. So anyhow, that continues, and we'll have more for you. All right. Other courtroom news. Kris Jenner testified Thursday that Blac Chyna once threatened to kill Kylie Jenner.
Woo.
According to an account of her testimony published by Page Six, the momager was alarmed years ago when Kylie and then boyfriend Tyga told her about the threat.
And when you heard this, did this make you upset?
That's the lawyer?
Yeah. Caitlin's the lawyer.
Kris added that Tyga claimed on multiple occasions that Chyna tried to physically harm him with a knife. Chyna dated Tyga from 2011 to 2014. He then dated Kylie from 2014 to 17, while Chyna began a relationship with Rob Kardashian in 2016. It was so incestual. Oh, my God.
Unbelievable. Like, they never leave their own block.
According to Chyna's previous testimony, she was still in a relationship with Tyga when he started dating Kylie in 2014. It was also revealed Thursday that Chyna hadn't paid her taxes in years. The reality star...
John, I'd like to take a brief recess. My balls are itching.
The reality star admitted on the stand that she hasn't filed taxes since 2018 or 19 and doesn't even have a personal bank account. She also testified she made about $2 million in 2020, 19, and 2018, with the majority of her income coming from OnlyFans.
So the IRS is going to be interested in hearing this. So all of this stuff, how do you sit in a courtroom and look at all of the stuff, especially since we found out she pulled a gun on him?
Yeah.
And all of the stuff that she's done. There's also the footage of her freaking out at the amusement park. Do you remember that, Preston?
No, I don't remember
She had one of the kids in the stroller or something like that and went nuts.
How do these people get the whole not paying taxes thing? They're going to get you.
Eventually.
Eventually, they're going to get you.
Who was the Survivor winner?
Richard Hatch.
Richard Hatch. Year one. Basically, the world watched him win.
Yes.
And he never declared the winnings.
Crazy. All right, well, that keeps on going. There is congratulations to be had. Nicolas Cage and his wife, Riko Shibata, are expecting a baby girl. 58-year-old actor announced the big news on the Kelly Clarkson show on Thursday.
Wow.
He told the American Idol alum her name is going to be Lennon Augie. Augie, after my father, and he was referring to his late father, August Coppola, who died.
By the way, I love when you do Karaoke.
in 2009. Cage added that they'll call her Lenny for short. I assume Lennon is after John Lennon.
I would have to imagine.
That's a great idea for a name. I love that.
And it doesn't hurt that it ties in with the movie release.
What? The announcement?
Yeah.
The couple initially announced their pregnancy in January. Lenny will be the third child for Cage, who already has, who's already a father of two sons, 16-year-old Kal-El, of course, that's the Superman name, and 31-year-old Weston.
Yeah.
That's right.
Weston.
Is that the
his
vampire?
Other child. Yes.
Daddy, can we go for ice cream?
He is kind of
You're talking in an interesting way. Your delivery's a little interesting. When I hear you talk, I hear something weird. Do you want two? I want 2 scoops, Daddy. All right, I was going to ask.
Weston.
Do you want Jimmy's on that?
All right, this is strange news, and then again, maybe not. Production on Aziz Ansari's directorial film debut called Being Mortal has reportedly been suspended due to an alleged complaint regarding its star, Bill Murray. According to Deadline, the alleged complaint is for inappropriate behavior and was made last week. Production had already been halted for 3 days after the initial complaint. The decision to fully suspend production was shared with the cast and crew on Wednesday night in a letter. That letter said, late last week, we were made aware of a complaint and we immediately looked into it. After reviewing the circumstances, it has been decided the production cannot continue at this time. We're truly grateful to all of you for everything that you've put into this project. Our hope is to resume production and are working with Aziz and Yuri to figure out the timing. Yuri Henley is producing the film. Being Mortal is based on surgeon Atul Gawande's 2014 book called Being Mortal: Medicine and What Matters in the End, as well as directing Ansari, who helms his own Netflix show Master of None, has written and will star in the film alongside Seth Rogen. The film was set for a 2023 release. However, Deadline states that it is now unclear if the film will meet this date thanks to the suspension.
So how prominent is, I guess, Bill Murray's role would have to be fairly prominent if they're suspending the production.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. He's got to be a main character. In 2021, Lucy Liu had opened up about the alleged dispute that she had with Murray while filming the 2000 movie Charlie's Angels, and she had said that she wouldn't get into the specifics, but there was a moment where she had to stand up to Murray while on set. And he's known to be difficult at times, or a real sweetheart, but he can turn, from what I've heard.
That's the word, yeah.
So, speaking of turning, Mike Tyson turned around and smacked the crap out of some guy behind him on a plane. I mean, punched him in the face several times. He was caught on video. They were waiting for a flight to depart from San Francisco International Airport on Wednesday. Tyson appears to hit the man seated behind him on the JetBlue flight several times as someone calls out for him to stop. Do we have audio?
We do.
Of that?
So what's happening is that there is a guy, there's these 2 guys on board the flight who are apparently both were inebriated. Mm-hmm. The one guy
You
sitting...
can tell in the picture of the one guy. I didn't even read the story yet. I looked at his picture. I'm like, oh, he's bombed.
Right. So he was behind Mike Tyson. Don't even know if it was his seat behind Mike Tyson. But Tyson had been pretty cool and taking pictures with some people getting on the flight and was just sitting there. Yeah. And the guy kept, Mike, I can't let you go, Mike.
It's like pestering.
Right.
Yeah.
And it kept going on, and you can hear his buddy is doing the color commentary of his friend pestering Mike Tyson.
Here we go.
This is George talking to Mike Tyson, bro. This crazy, bro. Mike Tyson. Yo, done got lit, man. He'll be here rapping with Tyson. You don't know how to act. Tyson looking out, man. This crazy.
All right, and then do they show? I only saw the video of Mike punching him. Do they show him turning around?
I have not seen video of that, so I'm sure that exists.
Mike is rapid fire.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 like right in the face. Mike now he's not doing full on
No.
hardcore punches.
He's doing plain boxing.
Yeah. So here's the audio.
Wait,
of
but
that.
supposedly the guy threw a water bottle at him.
We heard that too.
Really?
Yeah, and then
Okay.
that's why
Right.
he got up and started punching.
All right, here we go.
Hey, Mike, come on. Let's go stop back.
Mike reportedly walked off the plane a few minutes afterward. The last segment of the shitty...
Sorry.
last segment of the video shows... I was trying to say video and shows.
They were in a city together.
I put the SH on the beginning of vid. And
good.
I haven't done that in a long time.
But that was a good one, too, because it was a clean curse. Like,
Oh, my
it
God.
sometimes it'll sound like, but that was right on the money.
Had to dump out on that, gang. All right, so the last segment of the video shows the same passenger sitting in a seat with a bloody forehead.
Yeah.
The police said officers with the airport bureau were called to a domestic terminal around 10 p.m. The statement said officers arrived, detained 2 suspects that were believed to be involved in the incident. One subject was treated at the scene for non-life-threatening injuries. That subject provided minimal details of the incident and refused to cooperate further with the police investigation. Nothing's going to happen.
I don't think so because they know that they. First off, they seem to be drunk. Why were they let on the flight?
Yeah, and they were in the wrong, especially if they threw something at him.
Sure.
So the police said the video has been forwarded to the San Francisco County Sheriff's Office, and they are going to see if there's an investigation that needs to be done or not. But this idiot,
Mike Tyson, that's who you're going to piss off?
Seriously, come on.
come on.
Wait, and I'm watching the video here. I guess I didn't watch it closely yesterday. Mike doesn't even like go into the aisle. He just kind of leans over his seat to the back, to behind him.
And this mook, this total moron. Look at him. Oh my God. That's what he sounds like he would say, for sure.
When I heard the story, though, I went, "Oh, Mike was doing so good.
He
Not
was.
punching people."
Listen, there was an incident a couple weeks ago. He was in a comedy club. A dude pulls a gun.
He de-escalated.
He de-escalated the situation.
Yeah.
So,
Ended up hugging the guy.
yeah. All right, what else I have here for you? Zendaya will not be attending the 2022 Met Gala.
The one goddamn year we're going.
The Euphoria star.
We're going?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
This is what I'm wearing.
And Nick, you can actually wear your mothball-eaten tuxedo, and it'll be fashion forward.
I'm going to bring that back.
Seriously.
So she said Thursday that she will have to miss the May 2nd event because she'll be working. She said, "Your girl's got to work, make some movies. So I wish everyone the best. I will be playing tennis." She is currently filming Challengers. So that is.
She is so good and so likable in the most recent Spider-Man movie. She's just perfect for it.
Yep, I agree. Let's see here. Alec Baldwin was overheard Wednesday night telling entertainment journalist Tom Murrow that his 7th child will have a, quote, all-American name. Page Six reports that one of their spies heard the 30 Rock alum joking that the newborn will be named Babe Ruth or Chase Manhattan. Baldwin and his wife, Hilaria, traditionally have chosen Spanish or Italian names for their children, including Carmen, Maria Lucia, Raphael, Leonardo, Romeo, and Eduardo, and Donatello.
Right. And what was the rat name?
Splinter.
Splinter.
Yeah.
Shredder over here.
Right.
And now the Transformers. So has she sort of gingerly slid back into I'm Spanish mode, or?
Dude, I'd let that go. I have no idea. The VMAs are headed back to New Jersey. MTV announced Thursday that the 2022 Video Music Awards will air live on Sunday, August 28th at New Jersey's Prudential Center.
God, I could. Right? Does anybody care?
I don't care.
No.
Yeah. We don't care. I know that. So the 6th episode, that's the wrong story.
That's a big award show.
It'll be August 28th, and the award show was last broadcast from the Garden State in 2019. All right, so the 6th episode thing I misread.
Yeah.
HBO announced Thursday that the 6-episode series of The Time Traveler's Wife will debut Sunday, May 15th. Drama tells the story of Claire Abshire, played by Rose Leslie. Let's see. Henry D. Tambali, portrayed by Theo James.
Theo!
And a marriage with a problem. Time travel. So
Theo, you travel through time?
Yeah.
Did anyone read that book? My wife read it and loved it. And then they made a movie of it.
Was that good?
Apparently it's okay.
I didn't see it. But
You know, they apparently have made a remake, Preston, of The Man Who Fell to Earth.
Oh, really?
The David Bowie film.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay,
Excellent.
so she is actually the wife of a time traveler.
Yes.
Okay. I thought it was like metaphor for something, so I never, ever gave it.
It's like this new movie that's coming out, Thanos' Dry Cleaner.
Right. I'm happy that Rose Leslie is in something, though. I love her to death, so that'll be cool. Hey, did you see this? F. Murray Abraham is leaving Mythic Quest.
What?
After 2 seasons, at Apple TV+. The reason is unknown. Lionsgate said F. Murray Abraham will not be returning to season 3 of Mythic Quest. Beyond that, we do not comment on matters concerning personnel.
It sounds like it was a warm departure.
Right? He played video game Arthur C.W. Longbottom alongside Rob McElhenney, of course, and the cast. And the comedy created by McElhenney and Charlie Day and Megan Gans shows video game developers engaging in hard-fought battles in the workplace.
He's the voice of Khonshu in Moon Knight, too, right now. F. Murray. Yeah. It's that really
bird-looking.
Deep, but the really great resonant voice. And I had to watch the credits, Casey. I was like, I think I recognize that. And it was F. Murray Abraham.
By the way, speaking of Rob, he and Caitlin will be in town next week.
They're being honored by Cora, which is obviously a wonderful organization. And they're going to be at the Kimmel Center on Thursday.
And we will be there for it. It's at the Kimmel Center?
It's somewhere down there.
The Constitution Center.
That's what I meant.
There you go. Yeah,
It's
so
near the Kimmel Center.
We're looking center.
it's a bit of a walk to the Kimmel Center.
It's at the
but-
hearing center, Preston.
I mean,
in
you
City
could,
Lake.
same city.
All right, and then Steve forwarded me this story. It's a little offbeat, but I wanted to mention this, and I'll put it in music news again later. A woman named Cynthia Alberton, Alberton, a.k.a. Cynthia Plastercaster, the legendary artist and recovering groupie renowned for the plaster casts as she took of many top musicians' penises and other body parts, has passed away after a long illness. Oh, yeah, she was legendary.
Wow.
She was 74 years old.
I remember when I guess she had a book that came out, and she was, touring in support of it. And she has quite a had quite a collection.
Yeah. In fact, she had a collection that included Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah.
Wayne Kramer of MC5, Pete Shelley from the Buzzcocks, Jello Biafra of the Dead Kennedys, as well as female breasts from the likes of Letitia Sadier of Stereolab, Sally Timms of the Meekins, Peaches, Karen O of the Yeah Yeah Yeahs, and many others. She later expanded her subjects to include filmmakers and other artists, and eventually amassed a collection of over 50 plaster phalluses. Kiss. Gene Simmons even wrote a song about her. Oh. I had Marissa grab the audio. Plaster Caster. I used to love that.
Made a mold of it.
Now that I would have understood. If he would have been, Gene would have been a little more.
Just to clarify, this song I did dip my penis in plaster for this woman.
She began her plaster casting rock career while living in Chicago in 1968, and after meeting Frank Zappa, who found her art concept both humorous and creative, although he did not participate. Alberton, found in something of a patron, and he moved her to Los Angeles, a gold mine for her line of art, where she found multiple willing assistants to help prepare their subjects for her work. Like, she wouldn't do it. She would have other girls come in and kind of get them aroused, and then she would prepare all the plaster and make the cast.
It was a wonderful experience.
In 1971, after her apartment was robbed, Zappa and Albritton decided that the cast should be preserved for a future exhibition, and he entrusted them to Zappa's business and legal partner, Herb Cohen. And so she had this. She had stopped making casts
after Michael Bublé
for a long time. And her career was immortalized in the 2001 documentary Plaster Caster, and she participated in the 2005 BBC documentary My Penis and I, created by filmmaker Lawrence Barraclough, about his anxiety over the size of his penis.
So, plaster's not the most resilient material, right?
I don't know.
So
so you make the cast out of plaster,
right?
And then you make the mold out of like a plastic. Or
something a little bit more durable.
Or, I'm sorry, that's the mold, and then you fill the mold with something else,
Jello,
to make the actual what
cast.
Yeah, well, no, the cat. Well,
Sculpture.
I guess so.
I don't know.
So anyhow, it's like when they do someone's face,
right?
You know, they'll do plaster first, then they take that off, and then they pour in
the reverse, and then they pour in the stuff. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so, but she was a bit of a legend in the world of rock, and she passed away at the age of 74. All right, new movies are opening. It's a Friday. Here we go.
hell?
Someone threw their movie list
All right,
away?
so no. I threw the plaster caster story in the trash can, and I wanted to save it for news later on. And it sat right here at the top, and I reached in to grab it. And as I reached in to grab it, it kept going deeper and deeper and deeper
like
in the trash can. It was like quicksand. And I finally had it. And I'm sorry, I had a bit of a fit there for a moment.
That's okay.
You had to have been in the studio to see it.
It was great.
It was all physical. Okay, movies opening today. The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent, an action comedy starring Nicolas Cage, Pedro Pascal, and Tiffany Haddish. The plot is creatively unfulfilled and facing financial ruin. A fictionalized version of Nicolas Cage must accept a $1 million offer to attend the birthday of a dangerous superfan. Things take a wildly unexpected turn when Cage is recruited by a CIA operative and forced to live up to his own legend, channeling his most iconic and beloved on-screen characters in order to save himself and his loved ones. Hour and 46 minutes long. It's rated R, wide theater release today. Rotten Tomatoes gives it a good thumbs up with an 89% score.
Nice.
The Northman, action-adventure starring Alexander Skarsgård, Nicole Kidman, and Anya Taylor-Joy. Prince Amleth is on the verge of becoming a man when his father is brutally murdered by his uncle, who kidnaps the boy's mother. 2 decades later, Amleth is now a Viking who's on a mission to save his mother, kill his uncle, and avenge his father.
That's a long afternoon.
2 hours and 17 minutes long. Rated R, wide theater release. Gives it the same score as the Nicolas Cage movie at 89%.
Very cool.
I normally, these types of movies aren't my thing, but this one, he's a great actor. And when I watched the trailer for this, I was like, okay, I think I'm on board for this one.
It looks like it's not, entirely rooted in, it's more lore than history.
All right, and then finally, The Bad Guys opens. It's an animated adventure comedy. Stars Sam Rockwell, Mark Maron, and Zazie Beetz. A carjacker criminal crew of animal outlaws are about to attempt their most challenging con yet, and that's becoming model citizens. Never have there been 5 friends as infamous as the Bad Guys. Dashing pickpocket Mr. Wolf, seen it all safecracker Mr. Snake, chill master of disguise Mr. Shark. But when, after years of countless heists and being the world's most wanted villains, the gang is finally caught, Mr. Wolf brokers a deal to save them all from prison. Hour and 40 minutes long, rated PG, wide theater release, and that also gets a good score from Rotten Tomatoes with an 84%. Now we're on to the clips. While filming Polar Bear, co-director Jeff Wilson observed countless bears in their Arctic habitat. And in this clip, he recalls a particular instance when he and the crew saw something that really, we good? Blew them away. There we go.
In that particular moment, 20 bears coming together, having just feasted on a whale and having a great play together was something that I'd never witnessed before. Very few of our guides had witnessed before, but also just that social behavior, that kind of playing together, because bears, for the most of their lives, are solitary.
Polar Bear can be streamed on Disney+.
I want to see this. I saw the trailer for it last night.
Next clip. Los Angeles broker and reality star Christine Quinn serves many fashionable looks in the show Selling Sunset. And in this clip, she explains the truth behind her day-to-day outfits.
I wouldn't say it's realistic that I'm wearing 6-inch heels every single day and pulling looks and serving hair like that. I mean, obviously, that's for the show, and we had a lot of fun with it. But usually, I wear jeans and flats when I'm with my clients.
Shut the f*** up!
Pulling looks.
I'm glad we have that. I'm glad that was out there and released, and we passed it on.
Season 5 of Selling Sunset can now be streamed on Netflix.
Look at these. We're looking at a video. Look at these robotic women.
I know.
Plastic.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Is it just rich real estate? Is that what it is?
That's what it is. Yeah.
There you go.
Pulling looks, though.
Pulling looks all the time. All right, and that's it in the entertainment report. We have a lot to get to, so I want to move right along. We have several guests, a few of them in the studio. We have comedian Steve Trevino, who's going to be here. We have Cindy Williams, Shirley Feeney of Laverne and Shirley.
Love her.
She's going to be stopping in. She's got a show at the Bucks County Playhouse. We also are going to have a Zoom interview. Gary Sinise will be on the show.
Oh, my
today.
God.
Really, really cool. Yes. We have concert cash. We have a special guest for a special announcement that we'll get to close to 8 o'clock around Bizarre File time. I think you may want to make plans for this special announcement that we have and more. We'll come back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
And, you know, we had a story the other day about a home coloring procedure that you can do for hair.
Yeah.
And we're going to try it out today. We're going to give this a shot. Should I reveal what
by all
it is?
means.
Apparently, you can color your hair with Nutella. You know, the dip, the chocolatey hazelnut dip.
I love it. It's one of my absolute favorite things to eat. And so you've always had an issue with...
I used to dye my beard because I have a gray beard and I have darker brown hair, little tufts of gray.
Yes,
but
distinguished.
But anyhow, and so it's a stark contrast between the two. And I used to dye it, and then I found out that I'm allergic to the hair dye.
Yeah.
And I mean, like
burning.
Burns on my face. I should have shaved today. Damn it, I didn't do it. I have a little bit of...
Well, what do you...
No, that's
if
okay.
you
I feel
shave...
like you need it. I want it longer.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Anyway.
I'm the stylist in this, by the way.
Okay, yeah, Kathy is going to be a stylist. So we're going to try dyeing my beard with Nutella today.
So Kathy's going to nut all over your face.
She's going to nut on my face.
Well, there's this. It looks like in the video anyway, if this even works, is that there's some condensed milk. So yeah, I might
lick your face, dude. I might be licking your face.
You want to start with that? It'll look like you.
I know.
Kathy's nutting all
totally glazed me. Anyhow, so we're going to try this out today, and we'll see if it works or not. Ooh, Kathy is putting on rubber gloves.
Oh.
Ooh.
What are we doing here?
I think we're getting a rectal surge.
Call Dr. Mike.
Sir, what are we going to do here today?
Oh, okay. We're doing
we did the
role
full
play.
treatment. Yeah.
Role play.
All right,
Well,
you're a border guard.
I wanted to darken up my beard a little bit. You know, it's kind of salt and pepper, but I'm allergic to chemicals, so I need something a little more natural.
Oh, I know what we can do. I have Nutella and something that looks like man juice.
I love that stuff. Man juice and Nutella. Let's give it a try. All right, hang on.
And Kathy came with all the professional equipment, a garbage bag, which has a hole punctured in it that she's putting over Preston's head.
We don't want you to get dirty.
It's a nice little smock. It barely covers your shoulders.
So I'm going to have to leave my headphones off, right? Yeah, because you're going to get up here.
Yeah, come on, man. What are you, a professional? What?
Do you have a brush?
So we're just going to have you tilt your head back a little bit.
Ooh. Okay.
All right, now lean in a little more to the microphone, Kathy. You're going to have to rub your breasts on Preston's face.
No, it's as far as...
All right, so we have a mixture. Is it a mixture of Nutella and half and half?
Well, no, so it's Nutella, and then you just take the condensed milk and you kind of sprinkle it on his face afterwards. That's what the video does. So that's
this is like a bad gay porn movie.
All right, I got in a little closer now.
This is really bad.
Can I get a scalp massage too while you're back there?
Listen, we don't do that here.
No, that's
shocking.
That's the hair equivalent of a handy.
Okay,
I thought you were going to be.
It's just a hand.
Using like a brush, I got a brush.
She's using a spoon.
We got to put it on.
All right, so she's now ladling the Nutella, which is thick, man.
Yeah, how do you not just want to
Oh my God,
eat it right
this
away?
looks like a sequel to Two Girls in a Cup.
Awesome.
All right, so she's spreading it on his beard. He's eating the Nutella. It's disgusting. Oh my God,
Casey.
All right, so the Nutella is being.
Preston, you got a little.
It looks like someone crapped on your chin.
Now listen.
Oh my God, Chuck Berry would be all over this.
Yeah.
He does patches, so I'm gonna do.
Save that to the hard drive.
And then I'm gonna rub it in.
All right, so he's got dollops of what appear to be crap on his beard. It's Nutella, though. Are you putting that in his nose?
Oh my God.
Don't you want your mustache done?
It's
God, what a soothing voice.
Of a dog turd.
She's got a can of condensed milk. How are you going to pour that on his beard?
What they did in the video.
You got to pour it lightly because it's a full, wide open can.
Oh my God. Oh my God. What are you doing?
She's.
What are you doing?
What?
It's hot.
Dude.
Oh my God.
You're dying
Oh
alive.
my God. She poured like an 8-9 ounces. It's going down his neck.
Rub it in together.
That is a filthy mess.
Okay, now she's rubbing it in. Okay.
This
Because he had a giant glob.
What do they call this? This swirl, this frothy swirl that occurs after backdoor stuff?
I don't know.
They don't call it it.
Is that felching? No, that's with the straw.
Schmegma.
No.
Oh my God, this looks disgusting.
The condensed milk is making the Nutella like
yummy,
gross looking. And
No, this is not yummy. This is weird.
Oh, well, there we go.
Yeah, it's coming in together nicely.
Get up on the sideburns there, Kathy.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do sideburns.
All right.
I mean, yeah, I mean, because it's right now, it really does look like someone took a full-blown dump on your face. It really does. But this is, okay, so when you're done nutting on his face, let us know when you need to. How long does it need to sit for?
That's the mystery. I don't know. Kathy?
Like 2 hours.
That's it.
Is this just a practical joke from the Nutella world?
Seriously, I think it might be because this condensed milk is really making the consistency of the Nutella disgusting.
Well, I always wanted a pearl necklace, and now I have one. I'm breaking out my camera. I'm going to put it in.
This is part of the one DJ in a dumpster.
No, you know who I look like? Oh. Yukon Cornelius, man.
Yes.
Nothing.
If this turns out to be an elaborate practical joke, it's a good one.
It is a good one.
Because we fell for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like there's a bad ending to this.
Right.
You look like this looks like the last scene in the most horrific gay porn ever made.
Yeah, I'm a mess.
It's called Taco Tuesday.
You've got.
Did I get some on my headphones?
You did.
Damn it.
I know. It's
I didn't. I tried. Oh, yeah.
no, Preston did it. It wasn't.
You're
not
right.
you, Kath.
He's licking them off.
I'm just trying to see if
How long?
if there is a if it says how long. So let me just check here.
So this is a beauty hack. If this works, you might have something here, Preston. I would do it. I would not do it this way. So we're going to do a post Nutella reveal.
I'm wearing a Michael Jackson mask.
And by the way,
he brought me into the bathroom when I was wiping off the Nutella from my beard, which we were trying to use as hair dye in case you were just tuning in.
This looks all right. So if you didn't hear that, he's wearing a Michael Jackson mask currently because we're going to get a reveal on air. He had Nutella in his beard as a dyeing agent, and we're going to find out if it works. I will tell you what? You look better with that Michael Jackson mask than Michael Jackson ever looked.
It's white Michael Jackson, by the way.
Okay, so you guys ready?
Yeah.
All right,
So before we before we reveal, you took a peek. Any feelings before you reveal to us?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to let you guys take a look. I don't want to tip the hand.
All right. So we can get a drum roll, case.
Yeah, here we go.
All right, Michael. Reveal.
And here we go.
So the exact same.
Not a damn thing.
Well, your skin is a little dyed on the cheeks.
It's nothing.
Nothing.
It's nothing.
Literally
anything.
nothing. It is a complete lie.
Damn it.
Jack Nicholson has been enjoying a much quieter life since his last significant acting role in 2010, which was How Do You Know?
Which he shot here.
That's correct. But now his longtime friend and Easy Rider co-star Peter Fonda says that the legendary actor is retired.
Like retired?
At the age of...
I beg your pardon?
He's retired at the age of 79. Fonda said, I think he is basically retired. I don't want to speak for him, but he has done a lot of work, and he's done very well as a person financially.
What kind of project do you think would get him out of retirement and acting again? And I have something in mind. Monster Trucks 2.
Oh, really?
Wait a second. There's an actual monster in the... Oh, that's perfect.
No, I think Connery's up for that role, Steve.
Yeah, this thing just puked in the glove compartment. It's all right. It's just a monster. It's very benign and benevolent. Kind of reminds you of like a whale or something. But it's got tentacles. I don't know what the hell it is. It's a disgrace.
So it's a buddy movie.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, Connery...
I can't even put my drink in the cup holder because the monster's tentacle is blocking it. Calm down, you old idiot.
But Connery, he retired a few years back as well. And I think it's just Jack's time to do the same thing. You know,
God,
they both have a huge body of work, and
you can't say Jack Nicholson hasn't lived.
Oh. So there is controversy in the offices of WMMR. I've heard. I've heard. Chuck's cereal bowl has gone missing.
What? The second one.
Again. Yes. Chuck's first cereal bowl went missing a few months ago. Now, the thing about this bowl, there was nothing special about it.
It wasn't handed down from grandparents.
Well, no. I mean, in its appearance, it was just a plastic, yellowish,
faded yellow
bowl.
Well, you might even walk past it on a shelf.
But when I say nothing special in appearance, does not mean that it was not special to him. Because Chuck, this was a cereal bowl from your childhood.
I didn't know we were doing this today.
Sorry, but
are you emotionally prepared for this?
The first one that went missing, I've probably been eating cereal out of that bowl since I was 6.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Why would you bring that to work, though?
Because I love that bowl.
All right.
And I eat my cereal.
So you had the first bowl goes missing. How does that happen? Take us through that.
It wasn't there.
Yeah.
How do you know? Where did you leave it? Where was it?
Probably in the kitchen.
It was probably on top of the microwave.
I probably do that once a week for the past 150 years.
What you've done what once a week?
Left it in the kitchen, or I grab it the next day.
I've seen it on top of the microwave.
Yeah,
Chuck, son, it's not your fault.
It's not. I know it's not my fault.
It's not your fault.
I know, and I'm going to burn this place down.
I don't blame it, Kat. I totally do not subscribe to this, Kathy.
Do not leave it out there.
opinion.
If it's your things and you want to keep an eye on it, you don't want somebody to take it, don't leave it out in a community area.
Listen, I'm
here at MMR where we're all family, I mean, come on.
We're all family.
No.
Somebody's using it. Someone else is using it.
Kathy.
Someone else is using the family bowl.
Kathy.
Yeah.
I agree. You see a sweet bowl like that,
You want to get your hands
you're
on
gonna
it.
take it.
gotta be mine.
I don't care who owns it.
All right.
I don't care if it's the CEO of Beasley. I'm grabbing a sweet bowl like that.
Well, here's the deal.
Somebody did, right?
Here's the deal. I don't think anybody took the bowl.
You don't.
Oh,
No.
Casey has a theory on this, by the way.
I think somebody
and it begins in Mesopotamia.
Well, and the word was, the way Casey set it up to me, he's like, I know what happened, and it's BS.
It is BS.
Well, and I think I know too.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think I know who it is.
Yeah, no, I know who it is. So here's the deal. Chuck, before, I thought somebody took your bowl. But today, I think your first bowl was thrown away. I think your second bowl was thrown away as well.
Because it was left.
Because it was left in the sink. Now, here's where I have the problem, right? Because I understand you're going to leave stuff in the common area. And for some reason, that irks people, right? And their irkitude supersedes your need to have this bowl, so they throw it away. So here's what happened on Monday, on Martin Luther King Day, when nobody was in the office except for us.
A day of service, traditionally.
And nobody was in the office except for us, the morning show. And Bill
Which will be
Weston.
on the Preston and Steve side stage. And we had mentioned that we're going to have this band, Sidearm, who is going to essentially be your backing band as a lead singer. We have 10 different slots for people to audition for, and this is what I'm getting to here, is to tell you how you can audition and be at the MMR BBQ. Here's what you do. We have a list of songs, like 50 songs. These guys play everything.
They're ready to go. This is what they do.
And you can pick one of those songs and then just have a video of you performing this song, post it on social media using a hashtag MMRBQ. We'll find it, we'll look at them, and we're going to pick the 10 ones that we like most. Everybody who wins, who are our finalists, will get 4 tickets to the MMRBQ. And then they'll get up on stage and sing a song with the band in front of the audience. So
it's very cool.
It's going to be fun. We're very much looking forward to this. So here's what you do. Go to WMMR.com and should have a link that'll be right there for you to check out and the list of songs for you to choose from. And it's everything from Journey to Black Crowes, Foo Fighters, Green Day, Led Zeppelin, The Doors, The Beatles. There's just tons of stuff on here. So you'll find something, I think, that you'll be able to perform. And then you sing it, make the video, and hashtag it MMRBQ, and we'll see if you end up on them.
Also, it's like singing for your tickets. Yeah, right?
Yeah, exactly. And your friends will get to see you on stage.
There you
got
go.
A 4-pack of tickets, which is really cool. Speaking of 4-packs, the 420 deal is happening. So you can get 4 tickets, $20 each. It's an $80 charge for 4 tickets, plus the Ticketmaster fees on top of that. And that's available through May 2nd at 10 p.m. while supplies last. And all the details available at WMMR.com. Before we get into anything, can I do a quick shout out?
Absolutely.
This is for my son, Parker, found out that somebody he works with is a big fan of the show. I think it's his boss. He had mentioned, so I want to give a shout out. Thank you to listening, Alex Monteith, and also the whole crew at Lightspeed. where my son Parker works. He's a Amazon delivery driver.
Yes,
so
working his ass off, right?
So thanks for taking care of my boy.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, and thank you for listening. Yeah, he digs it working there.
You're not on his route, are you?
No, he does not deliver in our area. You might find him in the Pottstown area.
All right.
So
okay.
Very cool.
Yep, look for that really handsome, long-haired driver. That's my son. All right, you know what? Since we have so many guests on, I think that we need to clean out the junk drawer right now, or we will never get to it.
Wait.
And I do have some stories I think you guys will dig.
I'm sorry, my accent fart wasn't working there. All right.
Okay.
There we go.
There it is. All right. So this... Oh, wait a minute. Let me
What's happening?
dig into the drawer and
It's
find
like you're
something.
rooting through a drawer there.
It's kind of like that.
Yeah.
So I mentioned this story before, but I just want to remind you that it's happening this weekend in the skies above California. Two cousins are going to accomplish a never-before-seen air stunt. Luke Akins and Andy Farrington, longtime pilots, skydivers, and members of the Red Bull Air Force aviation crew, will attempt the first plane swap where they will fly their planes close together, put them into a nosedive, and then skydive into each other's aircraft before making a safe landing. So that's happening on Sunday.
So I wonder, and as far as the story goes, have they gotten FAA approval for this?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a planned stunt, and this is through Red Bull. It's all going to be
good.
Hulu. Yeah, they're not doing this guerrilla style.
Right.
They will if they got gorillas to do that.
Oh, that'd be so cool.
Wow.
But it's getting a harness that fits because they're so top heavy.
So it'll be live streamed on Hulu on Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And it includes multiple parts that have been planned out between Akins and Farrington and their team of engineers. They will take off.
That's a gorilla.
I did not know we got a gorilla sound effect. Jesus.
Geronimo!
The pair will take off in their own Cessna 182 single-seat aircrafts and fly at elevation 14,000 feet. They'll pitch their planes into a synchronized nosedive, stop their engines, use a custom air brake that will hold the planes in a controlled descent as they exit their own aircraft. They will free fly skydive towards each other's planes, catch up to the aircrafts, enter the cockpits, disengage the air brake system, restart the engines, and take control of the
That's
planes.
amazing.
And then land
Could
them
they
safely.
Put on the parking brakes? Wouldn't that stop the plane dead
totally.
still? Yeah,
100%. So I can't
It's amazing.
wait to see that. That's pretty damn cool.
That's right up there with you. So remember the one, I don't know if it's for Red Bull, Preston, but it was the guy who dove out of a plane without a parachute onto a massive net.
Yeah. That was through Red Bull.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he
Jesus.
dove with no parachute into a net. All right. Let me see what else we got here. Thank God I found this one. Nick had given me this. So the Phillies are bringing fanny packs back after banning them at the start of the season. I didn't know this was happening, and it was. They're also bringing it along with clear or solid tote bags and slightly larger purses that were previously not allowed. So the reversal appears to be due to complaints from fans.
Fanny packs are a big thing?
Steve, it's so confusing and so weird, and Preston will explain.
Well, essentially, they banned a whole lot of things you couldn't bring in. And it was tote bags, backpacks, drawstring bags, camera bags, fanny packs, handbags, duffel bags, and binocular cases.
Oh, come on.
Wait, so what are you allowed to bring in?
You were allowed to bring in
your dignity.
Diaper bags, small purses, medical bags, and convenience store
Yeah, but
plastic
a fanny
bags.
pack is a small bag.
Kathy, it's insane. And so it's started at the beginning of the pandemic, and then, letting fans back in. They changed a lot of the rules. They did at the Wells Fargo Center. I know that the link has had some issues over the years with like clear bags versus ones that you can't see through.
No. Sorry, we had a spill.
Well, Nick, it goes back. It goes back to at the link when they make you check your. Like my wife's pocketbook when we saw the stones.
And some of that has to do with the size of the bag, Steve.
Yes.
But Kathy, to the inconsistencies. So my girlfriend and I went to a Flyers game earlier this year, and she brought in a handbag. The handbag was too big, so they turned us around at security, and she had to take it back out and put it in the car. Which, listen, it's a minor inconvenience or whatever, but
it still sucks.
It's annoying, right? However, if she were a mother and she had been carrying a diaper,
giant diaper bag, it would have been fine.
Or even a diaper in that purse, in her hand purse, it would have been totally fine.
So always have a diaper.
What I would say is have a faux baby with you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because we have that. I have that real-looking baby doll.
You can carry that, and I'll carry the diapers.
Kathy, where we're going, and he's so fussy.
Yeah.
She's sleeping.
So I
please.
don't know if the Wells Fargo Center is going to change their policy like the Phils have, but a lot of people were pushing back. And I saw several people at Flyers games and Sixers games actually this year being turned around and the Phils, I think appropriately have responded.
Come on.
Oh, look, no, the fanny pack is approved by the Phillies.
Well, just now.
This is the new one. This is the new one.
They just changed it.
But I
Got
mean,
it,
honestly,
okay.
if you had a diaper in your bag but no child with you, does that still?
Here's what you can do, Casey. I swear to God. People said, I'm meeting my family here. My husband already brought in my son, you know, and he's at the seats or whatever. So there were these weird workarounds.
What about adult diapers?
Adult diapers, you have to wear them.
Yeah, on the outside.
You can say this is for
on
me.
the outside.
Yes. Yeah, but it's bizarre and like it's kind of like mask rules. Like there just seems to be no consistency with it, and I think that's what a lot of people have the problems with.
This makes me think of other sort of workarounds, and maybe this is a topic for another time. But you know, people would oftentimes, Steve, in like California, for the high occupancy lanes, would put like mannequins in their car.
So you're saying drive into the actual facility with a dummy?
No, just
well, that's not a workaround. That's flat out illegal. They will pull you over and give you a ticket.
It's illegal, but it's also a lie, and so is putting a diaper in your bag, even if you don't have a child.
Well, this is now going to alleviate some of this because it's just insane that you got to have something to carry stuff in when you go to a game.
Most people are guessing it's like a money grab because you can't. Listen, concessions are incredibly expensive.
That's true.
And if you bring in snacks and so on, it's cutting that off. So,
well, I brought in my Showtime rotisserie grill.
There are workarounds with that too, Preston. If you bring in a plastic Wawa bag with a hoagie, you're fine. But if you brought in a plastic Wawa bag with
diaper,
a cooler. And it had to be like a soft cooler.
Right.
If you brought in a hard cooler, that wasn't allowed. But if you brought in a soft cooler, like one of those Dunkin' bags that we get, then you could put in a hoagie in there. Like they're so weird when it comes to the enforcement of these rules.
That's crazy.
Wait, and Kathy, you'll get this because there was a lot of confusion with the older guards that were checking. So like crossbody bags that are small.
That was okay?
No, they weren't because people were calling them fanny packs, and because fanny packs are
because why? Why?
Because they just didn't understand.
But why no fanny packs? What is it that why you can't carry
because
a fanny
they look
pack?
stupid.
But on opening day, I had a total Casey moment, and I thought about it because I had a coat because it was still a little chilly, and I thought if I make a purse out of a coat, if I make a coat into a purse, it'd be fine. I could make a coat and put anything I wanted in it and carry it as a coat.
Like in the pockets?
And that could be fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's too arbitrary, and as you were saying, Nick, that's what pisses people off. It's like, come on.
So somebody texted in that the Wells Fargo Center has just allowed fanny packs back in last weekend. So I guess the Wells Fargo Center is also adjusting the rules.
I want to talk to like an executive and be like, what is it with the fanny pack? Because to me, all that is a small bag. Why would you not be able to carry that?
Yeah, that my girlfriend had the exact same question.
They're also giving away fanny packs in a few months.
By the way, it was like Casey at a fish show one time got asked to get rid of a bag. He's like, I bought it here inside the venue.
No,
I bought this here. It's merch.
It is a reusable, fish donut bag. It's like one of those shopping bags.
Right.
I bought it at the show. So it was a Friday, Saturday, Sunday concert down at the beach in Atlantic City, and I bought this on Friday night, and then on Saturday, I brought it with me. And she's like, oh, you can't bring that in there. I go,
did they eventually acquiesce? Or
No.
insane.
So what I ended up doing is
you brought in some diapers.
Well, so when you buy this thing, it folds up into like a little tiny little pillow.
Right.
And so I did that. I folded it up, and the lady watched me do it. Yeah. And then I was with my buddy. I go, dude, this chick's watching me. I'm like, can you just put this in your pocket and bring it in? Yeah. And sure enough, when I went to go in, she goes, she had a security guard. Check that guy. I think he's got a bag on him.
Oh my God!
Come on. Wow, makes you feel like a criminal.
Well, anyhow, they've backpedaled on this, and you should be good to bring in some of those items. All right, let me go in. I got other things, folks.
Come on,
before we get into the weekend. I love this story. Snickers is shutting down social media rumors that it has smoothed out the chocolate topping of the candy bar to eliminate what some have characterized as a penis vein.
Oh, come on.
Knock it off.
No, they didn't do it.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
All right.
No, there were rumors.
Okay.
I love that. That's to me, that's sort of an iconic swirl.
You love the penis veins.
I love penis veins. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Somebody had gotten on social media and said that, this is cancel culture, and they were spouting that BS. That Snickers had removed it because people were offended by it.
Did they remove the vein?
No, they didn't. It's
Oh.
fake.
Oh.
It's face. It's fake. So the Mars own brand this week declared in a tweet that, quote, contrary to what's trending on Twitter, the veins remain.
All right.
I never thought of them as veins. I thought of them the way you like on the
Yeah.
icing on the top of a cake.
Yeah, some people think it looks like a vein in a penis.
Well, then just do a full penis design on it.
So
now.
Snopes.com traced the source of the rumors to a photograph circulating on social media that showed an unusually smooth Snickers bar, along with claims that it had taken out the vein because of the X-rated imagery. Snopes concluded that the smooth bar could have been a one-off or possibly due to a manufacturing error, but the site shot down that rumor. They wrote, Mars has not removed the vein from candy bars after being pressured by the, quote, woke mob. In fact, we find no calls for this vein to be removed at all. And they're actually, Snickers is having fun with it. So not only did Snickers tweet about it, but so did others Mars-owned brands, including Twix, which tweeted, close call, prompting Snickers to reply, waiting for the day you show yours off. So the candy bars are kind of going back and forth in their
Mars owns M&Ms as well?
Yeah, it's that same company, M&M
Okay.
Mars, yeah.
Yeah. So, that's not true, but I thought that was a lot of fun. So, all right, let me see what else we can find in here.
Oh, yeah, sorry. There you go.
A recent study to the American College of Cardiology concludes that living next to train tracks, airports, and noisy highways is more than a mere annoyance. It could also cause a heart attack, specifically in New Jersey.
Oh, wait.
Why? Why in New Jersey in particular?
Well, that's where they did the study.
All right.
So the study presented to the American College of Cardiology's 71st annual scientific session looked at heart attack rates among nearly 16,000 New Jersey residents hospitalized for a heart attack in 2018. Researchers use a database that records all cardiovascular hospitalizations in the state, as well as data from the Bureau of Transportation Statistics to calculate noise levels.
The cardio division.
And patients were divided into two groups, those who experienced noise levels of 65 decibels or higher, or those with low noise exposure. And the heart attack rate was 72% higher in places with high levels of noise pollution.
Well,
and they think there's some sort of a correlation.
I can see that on some level, but I'll tell you this. I used to, the first apartment that my wife and I lived in was right adjacent to elevated train tracks, and I found that sound soothing.
That's good.
Yeah, I found the sound of the train soothing. So I guess, but obviously if you're living next to a super active airport, that might agitate you a bit.
It's funny, Steve, because I agree with you. I find train sounds soothing.
Yeah.
But I live relatively close to a highway, and I really love where I live. But the one thing that bothers me about it is the highway
really?
noise.
Right.
And that's the only reason
When they hit the speed.
Well, no, it's just trucks and
Right,
cars
yeah.
going up and down the highway.
Motorcycles, right?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
listen, like it's the when you live near a highway, you're gonna have to deal with that, and I can accept that. But if I live near train tracks, I think it'd be fine with it.
Yeah.
You know?
So listen, researchers later concluded that high noise exposure was responsible for about 1 in 20 heart attacks in New Jersey.
1 in 20.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty high.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
So quiet down out there.
Yeah, I get startled in my house quite a bit because in my bedroom, like and all the bedroom doors on my second floor, I put those automatic hinges on,
right?
Because dogs are going in and making
Never coming
messes
out
and stuff. No, but in my bedroom, I swear to God, when I'm going to sleep, everybody comes into my room like Kramer and Seinfeld. I swear to God. And so yesterday, I was doing some stuff by the door. My wife walked in, and I kind of like jumped a little bit. And she's like, "What were you doing?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" And she's like, "You just like, it looked like you were doing something. You were trying to hide what you were doing." I'm
was
like,
spanking
"No,
it."
no, I was standing up." I go,
Right.
"No." I go, "You walked in like Kramer, like you scared the hell out of me when you walked in the door." And every single time, like I'm trying to fall asleep. People walk in.
Do you think that will eventually result in you having a heart attack?
Maybe, Steve, because it gets my heart racing. Like it really does startle me every single time. Like somebody walks into my bedroom door.
Have you asked them not to?
Yesterday I did. I finally came to the point where I was like, "Can you please stop?"
Listen, I recommend you ask them not to do that.
Hey, going back to the noise thing, does anybody? My wife and I now have a joke. If we're in the car together and we're listening to music kind of loud, and you're trying to like see if traffic is coming or something like that. You have to turn the radio down so you can see better.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
yes. No,
All right.
Oh God, wait, yes. When
Turn
do
that down. I
do
can't see.
I do it for parking.
Parking. I was just, parking.
Yeah, especially in the city.
Yeah.
If I'm driving and I need to parallel park or pull into a spot, I have to turn the radio down so I can concentrate.
Or if you're getting close to your destination, but you're not quite sure where it is, you have to turn the radio off.
Totally.
Yeah.
Well, I think that makes perfect sense because you're not distracted, right?
Yeah.
I mean, how many times you caught up in a song and you drive past an exit or something?
Oh,
like
yeah.
that? It happens all the time.
Hey, any questions that we have about heart attacks and noise and kids coming into Casey's room?
Yeah.
Can be answered by the good doctor.
Hey!
Yesterday's birthday boy, Dr. Mike Sirigliano of Fox 29 and Penn Medicine. Hey, man.
I loved yesterday you all texted me. It's so sweet. You are the most beautiful people. I'm telling you, it's just so nice.
Well, we love you.
Just get hate mail. But you're just so sweet. Anyway, very important. This is not the first study to show this. When you live near areas like airports or areas where there's trucks and things like that, the noise has two effects. One, it causes stress in the body, which releases catecholamines, which are these hormones that can make your blood pressure go up, make your cholesterol go up, and it's been associated with inflammation. So it's a real deal. It's not crazy. It's real.
But I have also found that, and we were talking about living near train tracks, I found bizarrely soothing, that sound. So I guess things you might associate with being disruptive can also be pleasant and work the other way. Would you say that, or am I not long for this world?
Well, no, I prefer rain.
Yeah.
Rather than a diesel train.
I guess it depends on the decibel level of it, how close you are to the sound as well, Mike.
Exactly. The louder the noise. It's called noise pollution, and it's everywhere. And not only is there the problem of that, but if you're in or live near a highway, these especially diesel engines emit these little tiny microparticles, and they end up getting into the body, into the bloodstream.
And it makes you impotent.
Tell me more.
Well, I don't know about that. Nothing makes you impotent, man. You're like a dynasty. Anyway, so we were talking about Bill Westin. He's another dynasty, man. He's the man. Anyway, the bottom line is when it comes to these microparticles, they can come in and they get absorbed into the body, and they cause damage to the vessels. And that's another reason that being near highways and areas where there's a lot of pollution is not helpful.
All right, it makes sense.
If you find yourself in that situation, you find yourself in that noisy situation, you can't get out of it. What's your best option? I mean, wearing earplugs or something?
Earplugs, and people who do shift work, kind of like you guys, sometimes you need to wear coverings over your eyes. It's very, very important.
So this is just at night then? Like, what about if it's the middle of the day and a plane goes by or a train goes by?
Right. I mean, the noise is not good for you because it does increase the level of inflammation and stress. But if you're trying to sleep, as we were talking about, it's really important that you get a good night's sleep. And so you need to wear something that protects your ears so that you don't get woken up by the noise, and make sure that your eyes are covered. There was a study showing that even if you have your eyes closed, blue light emitted from computers and things, about 10% of that light still gets through into your retina, and so even with your eyes closed. So it's very important for people that do shift work or people that critically need sleep, and we all do, and we're all sleep deprived.
So my crazy my crazy brother actually he knows what he's doing when he covers all of the lights in his, like he'll cover the lights on the TV, on the, like anything that's in the room.
Does he put his phone in?
Phone is upside down. Like he can't sleep if there's like one tiny bit of light coming into the room. So Dr. Mike, actually, I'll let him know he's going to be healthy.
You tell him he's doing it right.
He's doing it right.
Absolutely right.
Thank you,
I love
Dr.
you
Mike.
guys.
We love you. Have a great weekend. Mike Sirigliano.
That might make you reconsider purchasing that home next to the missile testing site.
Hey, I wasn't going to say anything, but since we're talking about loud noises, I want to point out just a complete dick move that I experienced a couple of weeks ago. It was in Skippack, and there's a great little outside restaurant called Basta Pasta. You can sit outside when the weather's nice and eat dinner and everything. And it was
al fresco. It
was like on a Friday or Saturday. It was busy, and a lot of people out there. And Skippack is this little village, and from time to time, groups of motorcycles will come through because they're cruising. They're doing whatever. They're going from town to town. And man, these two guys, it was just two guys riding together, and they clearly did this on purpose. As they were going by, they see all these people outside. I mean, they gunned it. And so, with the tinnitus, and my ears it's like a raw nerve in your tooth exposed to loud noise. And they went by and they hit it hard on purpose just to do that.
Yeah, it's a joke.
I'm like, what's wrong with you?
Yeah. You wanted to go push them off.
I'm like, you're a bully.
Yeah.
You're just a bully. You're just a dick, and you got nothing out.
Yes.
I was really, really angry about that.
I hate when you do that.
I hate people.
That's why when you go to Basta Pasta next time, have one of those speed strips that you can lay out.
Spike strips.
Yeah.
Throw those out there.
Press, you would have been so pissed at this. Last summer, down the shore, there were these kids that were walking on the sidewalk, and these people drove by them in a pickup truck. And this lady who kind of looked a lot like Mama June Shannon hung out the passenger side window and blew an air horn at these kids.
Oh my God!
She was a freaking adult, not like a young adult. Like she was probably at least.
Was it in fact Mama June Shannon?
No, but she was a fat ass, is what she was, and I was like, why would you do something like that? I mean, like she was.
You're just a bully.
Yeah,
you're a bully, and something went wrong in your life, but don't keep throwing that on everyone else.
So I agree with you both 100%. Are they seeking attention? Is it like and to pay attention to them and then get angry about it? Like, is that what they're actually seeking in the first place? Like, I don't know how to respond to it.
I think this was more than just look at me. It was like, let's really piss them off. Because it was painfully loud.
Yeah.
Well,
painfully loud,
especially for you.
Yeah.
And now, if you have an electric vehicle, you can rev that all you want.
All right. Well, anyhow, let me move on to something else. I just wanted to talk for a moment. Something decidedly lighter. Oreos. Let's talk about those for just a moment. Scientists have taken a closer look at the flow and fracture of the cookies.
And the penis vein?
MIT researchers say that the cream is officially mushy and tends to stick to one side of the cookie in terms of rheology, which study co-author Crystal Owens explains can be used to measure the texture of food depending on the failure, stresses, and strains. They actually created a device that would pull apart the wafers equally.
With equal pulling pressure.
Yes, to try and perfectly find it and split it. And they found that actually the reason that it sticks to one side is because the way the cookies are manufactured, they squirt the cream on one wafer first, and then they put the other one on top of it. So the one that it's squirted on first has just a tiny little bit more stick to it.
We were talking the other day about particular ways of eating things like M&Ms and different types of candy, and nobody brought up Oreos. And I was kind of surprised afterwards. I was thinking about, we all sort of have our way of eating an Oreo, whether you screw it apart or eat it all at the same time or dunk it in milk, whatever
I'm a
version you have.
I just eat it as the cookie.
You're not a dunker?
I don't know. No. And I've had all different types. I have the... I'll drink milk with it, certainly.
Okay. Yeah.
It's like the time I accidentally ordered 1,500 boxes of Oreo.
Wait,
the thin ones.
Yes.
They are good.
I misread the allotment per box, and so I got very good at it. That is a big thing, but it does make sense. The cream isn't going to react. It's going to. There's an adhesion, I guess, that takes place.
Yeah.
And it'll favor one side. Did it say statistically? were they able to pull off the perfect split in the cream? Or
No. You're going to get a little bit on there no matter what. And they created this very sophisticated device to do it.
Next, cancer.
Write this down. We need to talk about this at a different time, but things that you ordered and you didn't know the quantity you were ordering.
Oh, yeah.
I could bring in Post-it notes for the whole office.
Oh, yeah. We'll bring that up. I have a couple of those. Just take a look at my medicine cabinet.
We're going to have to wrap because we gotta stay on time. We have the Contra Cash coming up. We've got a special announcement coming up in the next break, along with the bizarre file. And then we have a whole list of guests that are going to be on the show. So we're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Don't go too far because you will not want to miss the information that we have to pass along when we return.
Bill Westin, known as the man about town, the silver pony, quick with a comment and a quip, always a smile on his face, cigar smoker, a family man. But there's a deep secret.
Despiser of clutter.
Well, and here's the thing. I've had conversations with him specifically about the kitchen, the sink, and the items that are left in the sink.
Wow, I'd love to hang out for your conversation.
That's why I was going to say I think it's Bill. I think Bill takes whatever's left in the sink, if it's left there for more than one day, and he throws it out.
So
that ain't cool.
Here is the BS part of it, okay?
All right.
On Monday morning, Bill was in a Bill mood and decided that he did not like the clutter that was left in the sink, Steve.
A Bill mood is easily identifiable. He's usually singing Katrina and the Waves.
Right. Let me see if I have that, by the way.
He's walking on sunshine.
Whoa! I don't have it.
And whose bowl is this?
Yeah, it stops right there.
God damn this!
He's whistling his little tune in.
Here I am walking on sunshine, and I see this clutter. I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around Bill.
All right, well, here's
throwing away what is
because if it's left there and it's dirty, we're not going to go in there and clean it.
No, it wasn't dirty.
It wasn't in the sink. It wasn't dirty in the sink.
And Chuck,
okay, because that's usually
don't just put dirty dishes in the sink.
But that's usually what Bill has a problem with are the things that are left in the sink.
Now, if I had left it on the counter or on the microwave, somebody may have put it back in the sink. And water got in it, made it look dirty. But I don't just put my dirty dishes in the sink.
Here is the BS nature of what happened on Monday. So Bill was in his Bill Westin mood. He was walking on sunshine. He's not walking on sunshine anymore because there are 3 dishes in the sink.
3 dishes in the sink.
What I discovered is actually one of those dishes was mine. I didn't realize that there was a measuring cup left in the sink after the crock pot cook-off.
Well, Mr. Foster, you said there were 3 dishes in the sink, and now all of a sudden there's a measuring cup.
Yeah.
Which one
is it?
But hold on. I just want to point out it was the Wednesday prior. This is now Monday.
It's now Monday.
So Bill has probably been looking in that sink, and it's been annoying him.
Right. And so I didn't realize my measuring cup was in there because I didn't actually wash the dishes after crock-pot cook-off. So I didn't. So I grabbed my measuring cup, and now there are 2 dishes left in the sink. It is a plate and a bowl.
Okay.
Was it your bowl?
Here is the BS nature of it. Bill Westin then
walking on sunshine.
He was walking on sunshine, not anymore, Steve.
He did not feel good.
No. Bill Westin leaves a sign, hangs up a sign after he got done walking on sunshine.
We need like a record scratch.
He puts up a sign, an ultimatum. Take these dishes out of the sink.
Death to America.
By 10 a.m. or I'm going to throw them away.
Whoa. Now, wait. You actually saw the sign?
Oh, yeah.
On Monday when no one was here?
When nobody was here!
You can't do that.
All right.
So that means
do that!
But here's the thing. That means he thinks it's us.
Please. This changes everything.
Yes.
This is like a Toyota-thon.
How is it like Toyota?
It changes everything.
It changes everything.
All right.
There you have.
Yes.
You have intent. You have a declaration that would mimic the act stated earlier.
Yes.
I rescind my earlier comment, and now I am fully on board with this theory.
We now have motive.
We now have motive. We have opportunity.
Yes.
We have silver hair. And
I submit the silver hair fibers that were found.
Silver, yes, look at this.
Yes.
Silver hair.
Well, not that she's biased, but Emma Watson, who was offered the lead role in the live-action adaptation of Cinderella but turned it down, says that she was happy to take on the role of Belle in Beauty and the Beast. She tells Total Film there's this kind of outsider quality that Belle had, and the fact that she had this really empowering defiance of what was expected of her.
She was also offered the role of Xander Cage, and then Vin Diesel came back.
In a strange way, she challenges the status quo of the place that she lives in, and I found that really inspiring. She manages to keep her integrity and have a completely independent point of view.
Who's playing the Angela Lansbury character? The pitcher or whatever.
I don't know.
I don't know who's voicing
That's sort of a critical character, is it not?
Yeah.
She was the clock or the...
There's Luminaire.
I thought it was a pitcher.
She's a pitcher, okay.
She's a catcher.
Emma Thompson.
That's a good choice, yeah.
Most stuff.
And who's playing...
Lumiere?
Yeah.
Is Ewan McGregor.
Nice.
Luke Evans, I don't know him. He's Gaston. Stanley Tucci is Cadenza. Josh Gad is in it. I mean,
who's playing the gravy boat?
Ian McKellen plays Cogsworth. Kevin Kline plays Maurice.
I'm only too happy to hold your gravy, and I promise to keep it warm before you place it upon your mashed potatoes.
He takes it very seriously.
I am the vessel by which you will pour your gravy upon your various meatloafs and mashed potatoes. And I do not take this task lightly.
Okay.
Well, he's a professional, man. He's not going to take a role that's cheesy. You know, I understand
If it is 1 degree colder, I have failed as a gravy boat, and I shall hurl myself off of the bureau.
Should I see the animated movie before I see that?
I don't know. Maybe that's not the way to go because apparently they're saying is pretty close to a live action rendering of the animated movie. It's so weird because this stuff now starts to cave in on itself, you know?
Yeah, the story has existed for a long time before the animated movie.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see live action Cinderella?
I did. I enjoyed it.
No, I didn't.
Did you see animated Cinderella?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
When I was a kid.
Yeah, I mean, Steve's right. It's all the same story over and over again, so it doesn't really matter if you've seen it or not.
Are they working on a live action Pinocchio now?
Yes.
Are they?
Yeah, with Vin Diesel.
Oh, well. Tale as old as time. I do know the song.
Beauty and
the Beast, and not one drop of gravy spilled.
Will you let it go?
He can't. He can't.
You know who's directing live action Pinocchio?
No.
Guillermo del Toro.
No way. Wow, well, that might be interesting then.
He is a visionary. He's a visionary.
Bitch. Wow. Is the name of that song. Makes me think of Freddy Krueger, too.
I drive a Range Rover, bitch. Get in the Range Rover, bitch. Did you bring a water bottle? It's a long drive, bitch.
9:32.
Where's the Easy Pass, bitch?
Friday morning with the Preston and Steve.
What do you call a female dog, bitch?
I actually like that.
Thank you.
Let's get a look at traffic. What's going on, Kathy? Bitch.
Give me some traffic, bitch.
Do you think like Springfield Mall has numbered days eventually? Like these because it's similar in size and everything.
Well, Springfield Mall did the right thing and they put a Target as one of their anchor stores. So that brings in a lot of traffic. It's always packed now.
Sears and Boscov's have kind of.
What are the plans for those? Are they going to remain in the area? Because I know they're putting in apartments. Are they not in condos?
You know what? I don't know.
It's going to be a town center, and there's going to be residences there as well.
I don't know. Are they going to keep those stores, though?
Oh, those stores? I think so. That's why they're not down.
Although Sears is closing a lot of their stores.
But
We've got great plans for the area, bitch.
Freddy Krueger, town planner.
There's going to be a lovely promenade right over here, bitch. And bicycle racks for everyone, bitch.
Town planner.
Yeah. Just a place, community center, bitch. A place where other bitches can hang out and say hi to other bitches. Bitch. Lovely day in the park, bands can play in the gazebo, bitch.
What about things for the kids?
Things for the kids, face painting, all that stuff, bitch.
It's become cordial.
He's pointing with his razor gloves to all the areas around.
Kind of a pond, or like a large koi pond, or something for the ducks, bitch. All green, though, bitch.
All green.
Environmentally friendly?
Yeah.
I would love to see Freddy Krueger as a realtor.
Great schools in the area, bitch. And here's a nice cupboard for, your little knickknacks, bitch. And this is electric heat, bitch, so I just want to let you know, bitch.
Oh, wow. All right. Freddy Krueger, real estate manager.
Bitch. His bus stop bench sign says, "Call me, bitch." He's the
His
Tom,
face.
Tom Skippington of the underworld.
Right.
Of the other realm. But with the mustache.
And the claws. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Oh, my back hurts.
I love it. All right.
He's slashing prices.
Yeah, somebody texted in, is he slashing prices, bitch? Brent Selleck, 31 years old today. And then it's my birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Preston. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, Kathy. I like Nick's version. He's eating a hamburger or something.
He's actually eating loose leaf paper. He's like a goat.
What? You chose to eat instead of sing happy birthday?
I took that opportunity, yeah.
That's why
sang
sometimes
along.
we have to put something heavy over the garbage can.
I'm like a bear.
Are you at all into wine?
Nah. I will. If I go out to dinner and we're drinking, I'll do cocktails beforehand.
And a little blow.
And a little cocaine. No, I'll do cocktails beforehand, but when the meal comes, there are times where I'll get a glass of wine.
Oh, you will?
Yeah, I think it pairs better with...
So will you pair, do you like a red, or do you just pair with whatever you're eating?
Whatever
kind of mood you're in tonight.
Yeah, exactly. A little red, a little white. I'll stick with the standard, red meat, red wine,
okay.
Poultry and fish, maybe a white wine. But it's okay to mix it up from what I understand. That rule is not hard and fast any longer. But I will have something. I think it's easier to eat with a meal as opposed to, a Jack and Coke or something like that.
Or a wine and Coke.
But I'm not a...
Which is disgusting.
Well, have you ever tried it?
Yes, I have.
Did you put Pepsi in my wine?
Of course I have.
A wine and Coke?
Was this in the early days?
Yeah. It was When
It's
you put anything in Coke.
Yeah. Gin and root beer.
Yeah.
It's like, whatever.
We
What
did,
can we mix with this?
Cranberry juice and rum, and we called it crumb. That's not good.
All right.
But like a white wine spritzer, that's,
Oh, I've been doing that lately.
Have you?
Yeah, you know what? I just...
Have you really?
Yes, I've been doing white wine
that's
spritzers
awesome.
in the evening. It just helps with the hangover when you have to get up before I am.
And I've been making bracelets with my name on it.
Anyway, but I do drink wine, but I'm in no way, shape, or form do I have any room to speak on it.
My wife is definitely, she's into wine, and is this volcanic thing actually piqued her interest.
Okay.
Casey, though, with the white wine spritzer, seriously, I won't take, it has to be a certain grade wine. Like, I'm not going to take something that's, mid to higher level and add, a spritz, spritz it up.
Yeah. If it's called piss wine from the Piss Valley,
I'll spritz that.
Yeah.
So you do like a Ernest and Julio Gallo or whatever.
Right.
I'll have a glass of piss from the Piss Valley, please. It's not going to taste good.
This is a 78.
But tasting a white wine from Santorini, Greece, Zabo described the wine as...
I am Zabo.
As salty, saline, and crunchy.
Everybody, Zabo's here. Zabo. I am Zabo.
Crunchy wine.
Crunchy.
Do they can they grow grapes hydroponically?
Sure.
And would that make a...
They could do anything.
Yeah, right?
They made RoboCop.
Yeah.
The movie.
They did. He's not wrong.
No, technically he's not wrong.
No.
We do the concert cash keyword. Let's do this. To remind you, it is indeed Friday, my friend. BBQ.
MMR's Concert Cash. Now, here's your Concert Cash keyword.
You can win tickets to the MMR BBQ along with $500 if you enter the word SLAM. You'll be in the running for it. So the word is SLAM, S-L-A-M. And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that. There are 3 ways for you to do it. You can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. Or if you'd like to be entered for the $10,000 grand prize, enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. And one random entry wins $500 in our company-wide contest. And all MMR winners receive 2 free tickets to the MMR BBQ. Winners will get a call from Beasley, our company, so make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com, and it is sponsored by AAA Distributor. So the word again is SLAM, S-L-A-M, and good luck to you, friend.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it's brought to you this morning by Natural Lawn of America. Safer for your lawn, kids, and pets. You can schedule their full-service program and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Let's start with this. Here's a fun one. In Washington State, firefighters came to the rescue of a woman who fell and got stuck in a vault toilet after attempting to retrieve her cell phone.
Jesus. Man.
This occurred at the top of Mount Walker. Rescuers said the woman in her 40s was using the toilet when she dropped the phone inside. The woman reportedly tried to dismantle the toilet by taking off the seat and housing to get to her phone. She used her dog's leashes to help support her while trying to fish the phone out.
Yeah.
But they failed, and she fell into the toilet head first.
Okay, is it one of those toilets, like you said on the top of Mount Walker, one of those toilets where it's just a hole? Do you know what I mean, Nick? You do a lot of
an outhouse toilet?
Yeah.
I don't know. I know what you're talking about, but I don't know what this is like.
It said she took off the seat and housing to get to her phone. So it has a housing and a seat.
Yeah, but underneath that seat, it's not like plumbing.
Sometimes no, it's a vault toilet.
Okay.
You're just dumping into the ground, from what I understand. So she then used her cell phone to call 911 after about 20 minutes in an attempt to climb out.
She actually used the phone, huh?
Firefighters found her inside, assessed the situation, and then made a tall makeshift cribbing platform, which was passed down, helping her to
It's
stand
okay,
on.
just let me die.
Then they pulled her out to safety. So I don't know how long she was in there. She waited 20 minutes before she even called them.
Right.
Oh, my
and then it had to take them a while to get there. The woman told rescuers she was not injured and did not want to be taken to the hospital. Firefighters said that she was washed down and given a Tyvek suit to wear, and then was strongly encouraged to pursue medical attention after being exposed to human waste.
On the plus side, while she was down there, she won concert cash, Preston.
Oh.
Yeah.
However, they said that she just wanted to leave and travel back to California. Rescuers said the woman was extremely fortunate not to be overcome by toxic gases or sustain an injury while she was down there. Some people die from asphyxiation.
Remember there was something like that with manure or something, and 2 brothers died?
Yeah.
They were in a pit over it? Yeah, it can kill you
It's
quickly.
happened a few times, yeah. A Florida bride barely got a chance to enjoy her nuptials after being arrested for allegedly lacing her own wedding food with marijuana and serving it to unsuspecting guests.
You can't do that.
Dana Glennie and her caterer, Jocelyn Brandt, were charged with tampering, culpable negligence, and delivery of marijuana.
It's gonna be great.
Deputies responded to a wedding ceremony after multiple guests reported feeling weird. One guest told officials that he felt like he had, quote, drugs inside him after eating food and drinking wine.
I feel like I'm at a seahorse party.
Other guests were vomiting and complaining of stomach pains as first responders arrived on the scene, and some were taken to the hospital.
Seahorses forever.
And by the way, dude, so today's marijuana, today's pot.
Right.
If you are not a smoker, if you don't dabble and you have some, it can F you up.
So, yes, friends of ours who have been users for over the course of many years say that, and you're not prepared for the potency.
You got to take baby steps at first.
My friend runs a wedding venue, and she had a bride and groom who wanted to give out pot brownies as their favor as they were leaving the wedding. And she was like, you can't do that.
Right.
She's like, we're actually not going to allow you to give pot brownies to your guests.
Well, at our wedding, we had at every table, every plate had a hypodermic with heroin in it.
Oh.
Yeah. As a little gift. Yeah.
Miranda Katie, a guest, said, I thought I was having a heart attack. My heart was racing, and before I went to bed that night, I actually slept in my car on site. Detectives took food items from the wedding, including chocolate-covered strawberries, pudding, shot desserts, and lasagna to have them tested. 2 months later, Bryant and Glennie were arrested.
That's crazy.
A North Charleston man told police that he thought a gun that injured a zombie performer at a Myrtle Beach haunted house over the weekend was a prop. Listen to how this played out. Keel Brown and his family were walking through the haunted house portion of the Hollywood Wax Museum when several relatives were frightened by an employee performing as a zombie. One person in the group fell to the ground, and during the scramble, a gun slid across the floor and allegedly struck Brown in the foot. Brown told investigators he thought the gun was a prop. It was part of the haunted house experience.
Oh, man.
When he picked it up, and then he fired twice, striking the costume employee once in the shoulder. He thought it was just like part of a game.
That blood looks real.
Yeah. Brown.
Well done.
Brown is accused of giving the gun to his 15-year-old son as they left the popular tourist attraction. Brown later fled to the Charleston area and was taken into custody. Now, it didn't help that he ran.
I shot a zombie.
With help from the U.S. Marshal Task Force, they returned him to Myrtle Beach.
He's freaking out.
The source of the gun came... where the source of the gun was remains under investigation. The employee was treated and released from a local hospital. Brown has been charged with contributing to the delinquency of a minor in connection with his son getting the gun. Wow. All right, and then finally we'll do one more quick story. Some shoppers in Indiana were in for a slithery surprise during their recent trip to Walmart. They ran into a ball python who was hanging out on one of the store's shelves.
What the
Animal Control took the snake to a shelter where they named him Wolverine.
Hey, Mom, they sell snakes now.
And now he's looking for a forever home because he is still stressed and getting used to being handled. Officials say Wolverine would do best with an experienced snake owner. So they just happened to find him right there on the shelves at Walmart.
Oh, they sell live bait.
All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the Bizarre File. A reminder... You've got about 7 minutes or so to enter the word that we have for you, which for Concert Cash, which is SLAM, S-L-A-M. And we're going to give you until 15 after the hour to do it. So good luck. Make sure that you enter. All right, we have an announcement to make and a guest who is here in conjunction with that announcement. So before I mention our guest, that's going to give it all away.
Absolutely.
So I think I'll make the announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, Friday, May 27th, a live broadcast of the Preston and Steve show will be taking place at Keenan's in North Wildwood. It is the official opening of the Jersey Shore, my friends, with Coors Light as our sponsor, and we are psyched to welcome our good friend back to the studio, Mr. Scott Keenan.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me again.
Good to see you, Scott.
After a 2-year hiatus.
Yes.
And by the way, we pasted everything we could to get through those 2 years and kind of did something last year that was sort of went over well, but this is the real deal. We're coming back.
Yep, we will return, like I said, on Friday, May 27th. And actually, we have something kind of cool that's going on.
Fantastic.
To participate in it. First of all, how have you been?
Doing well.
Excellent, man.
Everyone's doing well.
Excellent. And I'm telling you, so I now have we have a home in Wildwood Crest. So I'm down that way from time to time, and we'll ride my bike by Keenan's, and you guys seem to be, back in the old swing of things.
Yeah, we are. As my father used to say a couple years ago, we're breaking even, but everybody seems to be enjoying themselves.
Well, let me ask you, is it still called Wildwood, or is it just Keenan's now because of the expansions?
Yeah. Oh, right? Please, don't start that stuff. It's still North Wildwood.
Yeah. Well, that's cool. And obviously you've done a whole bunch of improvements and stuff that were really cool. Had to take a little break. But there are people who maybe have never been, who have heard about the legendary live broadcast. Well, if you've been hearing about it and wanting to go, you can do it now. And it's just weeks away.
Yeah. Well, realistically, you have kids that turn 21 that missed a whole year.
Yeah, yeah.
So last year, they were combined 2 years into
we
one.
need to corrupt you. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, last year, so we, we did sort of a hybrid. We sent Brent Porsche down there, and he did his thing. And then I went down later on in the afternoon, and I stopped by probably around 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening.
And it looked like people were having a great time and just really relishing in the fact that they were able to, be able to hang out on premises on site. And they've shut the street down. Is that going to be the case for...
Is that permanent?
Permanent?
Wow. That is permanent. Last year they did it because of COVID.
Yeah.
And what they did, they allowed us to extend our property or our pavements.
Right.
So now the city of North Wildwood, who was excellent, when they gave us lemons, they made lemonade out of it, North Wildwood.
Well, that's
Wait,
excellent,
so what's
man.
shut down?
The street right in front of Keenan.
Yeah, right.
the
You know
whole
where
strip.
people stand in line right in front there? They
That's
have
not a
there are
street now.
barricades,
No.
and you can't drive on there. You can ride your bike through there if you want to, or something like that. But yeah, and so there's people hanging out outside quite a bit.
Yeah, the cross streets are still open, but the main thoroughfair, that's called Old New Jersey Avenue, that's closed now.
That's terrific.
It's permanently closed.
Yeah.
They went to the state and they got that approved to be permanently closed.
Well, good for them because you got to make up for some lost time.
We can do some stuff.
We can do stuff.
Yes, we can.
If we
Which will make
No, you can't.
You just can't shoot anybody in the butt like we did the one time.
Yes, no guns. We won't bring the firearms.
No.
It's all
Everything
good.
will look real.
No.
Alcohol is just not permitted in the street.
Okay.
But on the sidewalk it is.
All right, so
But we could, because we're now like, okay, what are some things that we can do? Because we tend to have these little games that we play when we go to Keenan.
Much to Scott's chagrin.
Yep.
I literally texted Scott a few weeks ago. I was like, hey, man, you know anybody with a helicopter? We're trying to think, because maybe we could do something with a helicopter.
Well,
it's so much fun. It's like, and I told you this off air, but every day we're getting texts. Hey, you doing Keenan's again this year?
Oh,
we get
constantly.
emails. People and people have made it a part of their routine for opening up the summer, for going down the Jersey Shore. And so to be able to make this announcement and tell people, yes, we are in fact going back. I know people have been chomping at the bit to come down and see you guys again.
Yeah, some 15, 16, I think it's 16 years now. I think we've been doing Eggs with Peg. We tried to establish an event.
Yeah.
And now we definitely established the event in North Wildwood and also for the whole Jersey Shore area.
It is the definitive party. It is the kickoff point. I mean, it has to happen, and people feel unfulfilled. It's just not the proper lead into the summer if you're not at Keenan's. And so we're incredibly psyched, and we're going to try to working on things that'll make this extra special this return.
And I do have a helicopter for you, but just can't
Thank
look
you.
like the Scarface episode.
Yes.
We're going to do that. Push
Appreciate
Murray
it.
Abraham out of the air.
Oh my God! So now listen. From time to time, you guys expand the club, you change the inside of it, or you do something, and then we have to go. Oh man, we can't do that anymore because the room used to be laid out this way.
Yeah, what do we
Any
do?
changes to the club at all as of late?
We haven't changed structurally.
Okay.
We actually expanded because we have the whole sidewalk, which is now 3,000 square feet that we can utilize.
It's insane.
And then we extended in the back because of COVID.
Yeah.
We could go another 3,000 square feet. So now we're at like 38,000 square feet.
Oh my God!
So
occupancy.
what is your adjusted capacity at any given time?
By the fire marshal?
Yeah. By the law,
with the
Scott.
street. Yeah.
Our occupancy is 1,800.
1,800 people.
But now you expand it now with the outside. Now we're probably at about 2,300.
It's amazing. I tell you what, but it's we've had professional athletes come out, Eagles players who play at the link, and they come out and they will be there and be, oh my God.
Well, because it's 7 a.m.
Yeah. Or even 5 a.m. when people are lined up down the street to get in for the event. All right, so here's what we're going to do. It's called the Countdown to Keenan's event. We are going to have your shot to win some cut the line passes because, like I said, there's a line that forms before the sun even comes up. And also a VIP table with a bucket of Coors Light and a case of Coors Light. I assume that'll be to go. And here's what you do. You can enter online. You go to the Keenan's event page at WMMR.com, which is set up now, and upload a photo of one of your favorite moments from one of our previous Keenan's events. So, of course, that's Eggs with Peg, or maybe the wheel of bad haircuts, or what's in your pants, or a photo of you hanging with your friends or with us, or something like that. Anything, and you can find these online.
What's in your
pants? I know.
We've done it.
It was a lobster. There was a lobster. It was an eel. I mean,
yeah, we did do eels.
We've gone to do chum.
At one point, we were almost this close to a tank full of piranha. We weren't able to pull it off.
No, we put poop in the tank instead. But I mean, honestly, we had a bucket of chum that we were going to put in somebody's pants. We ended up not using it, and it just rotted outside.
Sorry about that, Scott.
Yeah, but listen, it's the magic that everyone loves. So there we go.
So you enter this, and all photo entries will be displayed in the gallery on the webpage. We'll pick a winner on May 20th. And you can win on air as well. So listen to win each Friday leading up to the event starting next week. So like I said, we will give away Cut the Line passes, a VIP table with a bucket of Coors Light to get you started, and we have a case of Coors Light as well. So you'll be good to go. And I think the special tables we're working on you'll have some room because you know how crowded it gets there, and these will be right down front. We're still working on how that's going to happen.
It's a little bit of like a buffer. So, but you should still be cool.
An exclusive little area. So we're getting the wheels turning on some of the things that we want to do and stuff to give away, and we'll have more details coming a little bit later on about that.
But just the fact that we're doing it is amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. No, we just hope for some good weather, and then we'll be ready to rock, which is cool. But anything else to report? How's Sean doing? How's your brother doing?
Sean's doing well. Sean actually just moved to, he changed the name to Mullica Hill. It's called America Hill now.
America Hill? America Hill?
He lives in America Hill now, he tells everybody.
Yeah.
He's doing well. His boys are doing great.
Okay.
He's living life.
He'll be there?
Absolutely.
All right.
He don't have no choice. I mean,
you'll beat his ass.
You should see how the staff at Keenan's operates on that day, man. It's crazy. The barbacks, oh my God.
Amazing.
They're hustling the whole day.
Yeah, they do a great job. A lot of guys, I've been here 23 years, that's 23rd season. We still have 11 originals. That's
Really?
No.
Well, you know what? Again, we talk about the large numbers of people in attendance, but everyone gets taken care of. Everyone is safe. It's and again, as Preston's saying, kudos to your staff that just manages to pull off this military operation, and it's great.
Yeah, you guys hiring, by the way, for the summer?
We are.
Okay.
We had over 125 applicants so far this year, and we're still looking. We try to have about 100 employees throughout. You know, some kids leave early now because of college. They're leaving mid-August. So we're still always looking.
All right.
You know?
Nice. Excellent.
And we'll do the baptism of beer, of course, which we have borrowed from Pierre Robert.
Let's do the colonoscopy of beer. Maybe that'll be
Dr. Mike
Colonoscopy of Coors Light.
Yeah, we can do that. So Coors Light is the sponsor, of course. So we thank them for continuing to be a part of this whole thing. Made to chill down the shore. Please enjoy Coors Light responsibly. But it's underway. Again, Friday, May 27th, broadcasting live at Keenan's North Wildwood, the official opening of the Jersey Shore. Thank you, Scott Keenan.
Yay!
Great to see you, my man.
Always a pleasure. Can't wait to see you guys Friday morning.
On the 27th, all right. And with that, we're going to take a break because we got a number of other guests to join us this morning. Stay with us. We'll return shortly. Which he described as being wonderfully perfumed, savory, potpourri, floral, and substantial.
Did he mention RoboCop?
No. Not
Zalbo, what about RoboCop? What are you talking about? What?
I know you guys think I'm crazy sometimes with my taste palette, but if I look at a menu, a wine menu, I will know, like, I don't typically like, and it's a wide range, but like any wines from California. Like, I don't think I've, and it can be anything. It doesn't have to be one specific wine.
You
but
don't like them?
Typically, like anything that I've tasted, if it's from California, and I don't know, maybe it has something to do with the soil that the grapes grow in.
You said you're not fond of Mexicans.
Stop it. I never said that.
Oh,
I'm part Mexican.
Oh, okay. Well, then why would you say that? That's crazy. No. There's some people.
You might have a palate for it.
That could absolutely be it.
But I'm just wondering, maybe it does have something to do with where it's, where the grapes are grown.
Yeah. I don't. There's a documentary a friend of mine recommended. I haven't seen it yet. It's about sommeliers, like master wine tasters. And and I haven't seen it yet, but he said
it's about Somalians?
No, in the scene
pay attention.
In a scene, some friends are talking to the guy. He's like, "Come on, do the thing, come on." And he's like, "I don't want to blah 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 this and that." So he ends up giving in, and they pour him a bottle of wine. He does not know where it comes from, anything like that. He is able to sample it. It has such a refined palate that he can not only tell you the type, he can narrow it down to the exact vineyard that it came from.
Gosh, what?
Some people have these incredibly sharp palates.
They're basically the Michael Jordan of the wine world. I mean, it's this rare genetic ability to do something that you can be trained as a sommelier and make it to a level where you can work in a nice restaurant and know a lot about wine. But unless you have this innate ability, you're never going to be like this guy.
It's like people with perfect pitch.
Exactly.
And there are people that can smell things as well and know exactly the origin of it, what it is.
RoboCop has a gun in his mouth.
Well, there's to reference a movie.
Drink your wine and move along.
There's a scene in one of the Hannibal Lecter films that he leaves a scent of a hand cream on a letter, and they bring in all these perfume people, and they're able to smell and find out exactly where it came from. And there are legitimately people that can do that. Same thing with wine.
People who work in the perfume industry are paid many millions of dollars because of that ability.
Yeah.
Not that I'm an expert, but I drink Sauvignon Blanc and from New Zealand. There are different wines from New Zealand that I really really love. But to some people, it's going to taste very similar. It's going to taste the same. So we did a taste test, and it was 4 different Sauvignon Blancs from New Zealand, and I picked out each one and which was which.
Okay.
Wow, you're like the RoboCop.
Well, no, but it was like
you're like the RoboCop of New Zealand.
I'm from New Zealand. Lead me to your wine.
No, you have a great nose and a really refined palate.
And awesome boobs.
And a pointy nose.
I would not say a great nose, man. I can't take scents. Like, it gives me a headache.
Your nose has abilities.
Yes, it does.
Is Psalm the name of that documentary?
This is the one that I know about, unless there's another one. Maybe there was one that you saw that I didn't, but I've heard of this one before. SOMM.
Well, there is a documentary on Netflix that was, we put it up on PrestonandSteve.com, like documentaries that you have to see. And it is about, I don't know if it's about sommeliers or wine, but it is about wine.
So it was my birthday yesterday, and I have like 6 great bottles of bourbon at home.
You got?
Yeah, some of them I got, some of them I bought, and they're of the upper level of bourbon. So, So I was sampling a few, and the best way to get a feel for them is to taste them side by side, because then you can really taste the differences between them.
No palate cleansers or anything?
No. Okay. Ice. Call that a palate cleanser? And don't give me crap because I put ice in my bourbon. But anyway, I wish I could articulate what I'm tasting. I'm like, yes, this tastes different than that, but I can't go. It has hints of caramel and an aroma of star anise, or I don't know.
Don't use words, just use sounds and grunts.
Yeah, like RoboCop. What about Bob Clip? All right, let's see if we can get the answer to this question. The poinsettia plant is indigenous to what country? 215-263 WMMR. I'm going to go to Mark for the answer. Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Good morning. If I win, will this be enough to spray Kathy's bush?
Yes.
Yes.
It very well might be.
Yeah,
Please,
that's
Mark,
fine.
give us the right answer.
Is it Mexico?
Mexico.
You can spray her poinsettia.
You are correct, Mark.
On your fact sheet, does it say where the name came from?
No.
It derives its common English name from Joel Roberts Poinsett, who was the first United States minister to Mexico, and he introduced the plant to the United States in 1825.
There you go.
Okay. That. And I was just curious how it became associated with Christmas and why. Maybe just because it's red and Santa Claus, and I don't know.
It was Jesus' favorite plant.
Oh.
Yeah.
I had no idea. He visited Mexico.
He did a little travel in his earlier years when he was still in college.
Okay.
Hey, is it true though about that it is not healthy for cats?
Yes, that's
what I've heard.
That it's not healthy for cats. Now, they supposedly created a hybrid version of the poinsettia. So if you want to take a crack at it and see if your cat will survive, go for it.
Wait a minute. In the United States and perhaps elsewhere, there is a common misconception that the poinsettia is highly toxic. The misconception was spread by a 1919 urban legend of a 2-year-old child dying after consuming a poinsettia leaf.
Man, that's a human child. What about cats?
Let's see. Toxicity is relatively mild. Its latex can cause an allergic reaction in sensitive individuals.
So for 15 years, I didn't have a poinsettia in my house. Really, I could have.
You know what? I don't know. It doesn't mention anything about animals.
Oh, it says there, sea cat's deadly scourge of the feline world.
May sometimes cause diarrhea and vomiting. So
nothing about kitties.
Nothing about kitties in the in this particular post.
Why don't you Nick, type in the Google search bar "pussy" and see what comes up? It's probably some sort of
toxic
pussy.
All right,
see what we get.
All right,
only $19.95 a minute.
I will move along. Get back to me if you find anything, Nick. Paula Patton. Oh,
yes.
Dude.
What? I'm doing what Steve said.
Take it off of images.
May I just be?
So he typed in toxic pussy, but he had it on images.
No, you don't want to see that.
It's standard stuff.
Go to videos. Maybe there's cats in that.
Now we know it's bad for your cat.
Go to videos.
Put up the videos.
What about
Toxic Pussy is a band.
Oh, that's a good band name.
Yeah, it is.
All right.
Okay.
What's your next story?
Dan Rather. announced a new social media page in the midst of January's flying fake news and alternative facts.
It's called Shart.com. Shart.com.
Okay.
Now join me over on Snapchat where I show you a sexy new way to work out.
I love your dad, rather. He said, I got into news in the first place to be part of something noble and bigger than myself. For those reasons, I am starting a second Facebook page called News and Guts, a digital news feed of sorts. He said the goal is to inform, innovate, and inspire. He said this Facebook page will be under the stewardship of a very talented group of reporters who work at my company. These are men and women who know real news.
Check it out at toxicpussy.com. It was the only domain name available.
Yeah, unfortunately, Shart.com is taken.
Ah, son of a bitch.
I know. They make T-shirts.
It actually should have been ours, right?
Yeah.
They've reported.
We always have great ideas years after other people have had them.
He said they've reported with me.
Again, that's toxicpussy.com.
About cats.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
And they're the reaction to poinsettias.
Yeah,
which can be toxic and lethal. Hence, toxic pussy.
I don't know why I didn't bring this up earlier when I was talking about accidentally drinking last night.
Yeah.
But the tourism, and you guys know I'm a bourbon and whiskey fan. The tourism is way up in Kentucky.
Because of this?
The Kentucky Bourbon Trail.
Wow. What is the Kentucky Bourbon Trail?
Well, they've got loads of distilleries. So it used to be, and it isn't as much anymore, when...
I assume it's not a straight line.
No, to call a spirit bourbon.
Yes.
Part of the requirement is it had to be distilled in Kentucky.
All right.
There's another requirement. It has to be 51% corn, I believe. But now there are other. Now people are labeling bourbon, even though if it's not made in Kentucky. So they're actually there's a local bourbon. It's called Kinsey. And it's out of Philadelphia, I believe. Philadelphia, or at least Pennsylvania, and it's called bourbon. I had it's good. But anyhow, so Kentucky has a bourbon trail. So all of these distilleries. My dad and I went and visited the Maker's Mark distillery a few years back, which was really, really cool. And there's Jim Beam and Wild Turkey and Woodford Reserve and just all of these different ones. Four Roses, Evan Williams. And you can go from distillery to distillery to distillery.
How hammered are you by the end of that?
Totally, because you get free samples while you're at them, and they can they do bus tours, so you don't have to drive. And
it's okay, I got it.
My buddies and I, Rochelle and I, and another couple, were going to go do this about 2 years ago, and something came up, and we weren't able to do it because my dad and stepmom live in Lexington, and we could start right there and then work our way through the Bourbon Trail. But we didn't get to do it. It is still on my list of things to go do, but I have been there for part of it.
Yeah, so like Napa and Sonoma are similar. I mean, it is a it's a destination to go. Oh, first of all, it's beautiful up there, and you can go to San Francisco first. But you can do bus tours. But I mean, wine is a lot less potent than bourbon is, and you can really only do like 3 vineyards, and then you're good.
You're going to be wrecked.
Yeah, and at these, obviously you're taking just the small little samples,
half bottles
of the bourbon, just a half bottle. But anyhow, there have been more than in 2016. There were more than 1 million visitors who made stops at distilleries along the Kentucky Bourbon Trail. And the Kentucky Bourbon Trail Craft Tour. What is this music?
Welcome to the Kentucky Bourbon Trail.
I love this.
Oh, what fun we're going to have this afternoon.
Happy trails to you.
It's not really like a line. It's like you just wander to the left and to the right, and eventually you'll hit a bourbon place. I'll be your tour guide.
Kentucky Distillers Association President Eric.
But first, I got to take a piss.
Eric Gregory says that it shows that people don't just want what's in the bottle, not the Bible.
They don't want what's in the Bible.
So they have a thirst for Kentucky's bourbon culture.
Now, here's where I can connect to this. I do not drink. Mm-hmm. Everyone knows that. Mm-hmm. I, however, am fascinated with the culture surrounding it.
Yeah,
when Mila Kunis talks about the way, what does she do for bourbon? Is it bourbon or what booze does she push?
Oh, Jim Beam.
You know what I don't know? Jim Beam.
Yeah. Jim Beam? That's
talks
bourbon.
about the process and all that stuff. I'm like, I am fascinated by that.
It's pretty cool because you go into where they make, where they create it and distill it and and refine it, and it's really cool to see the process. And then they age it in all these barrels.
Right, and then the wood apparently can have like a residue in the wood that can also be part of
the water that they get right from that particular area or county. The minerals in that water have to do exactly with the flavor that comes out. So anyhow, so they said that it's way up right now. The Kentucky Bourbon Trail showcases 9 distilleries, and it was up 17% from 2015. So it's really cool. I'm going to go do that. I'm absolutely going to go be a part of that whole thing. So I should have brought that up earlier when we were talking about booze. I'm bringing it up now. So there.
It's your show. You can do what you want.
Yeah. Damn it. Antonio Banderas appears to be bouncing back. I did not know this, but he's doing well after being briefly hospitalized for chest pains.
I felt very bad in my chest.
In an interview with the Sun on Monday, Banderas, I believe it's his first stop in Philadelphia, so we are happy to welcome Mr. Steve Trevino to the show. Good morning, man.
You guys are all so friendly. Like, I drove here, not very friendly.
Oh, yeah.
I get here, you guys are all cool, man.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. So, am I right? Your first time in Philly?
I had come for like a quick 1 day type of tour thing where we came through on a Wednesday.
Okay.
But this is my first full weekend, and we're doing great, man. Saturday first show's already sold out.
Dude, and good weather. You going to take in a little bit of the city?
Well, the whole family's here.
Okay.
Oh, my
that's
wife,
awesome.
my in-laws, and by the way, I always tell young married men, like, when you get married, you need to realize that you marry your wife's family.
Oh, yeah.
And your family no longer exists.
That is sage advice.
Bro,
Yes.
my in-laws come over unannounced. They just show up, and my wife couldn't be happier. My parents! Confetti out of her purse. You know? My parents show up, and she's like, oh. And I'm like, did we run out of confetti? Well, I'm happy that they're here. Well, maybe you should tell your face. Your face just kicked them out.
I've seen that dynamic. You're right, and that happens. And we were having the conversation yesterday about the classic dynamic of the husband and mother-in-law.
And the wife and mother.
And the wife and mother-in-law is a real dynamic. I never had to deal with it, and our families are sort of split geographically, and some are deceased, so it made it easier. But you got a large family, right?
Oh yeah, we have a huge family, and I mean, I did this joke during COVID. You know, my son during COVID was only 3 or 4, so he was low risk.
Right.
You know, so I would take him to the grocery stores, let him lick the shopping cart. That way, when my mother-in-law came over, I could be like, "Hey, go hug Grandma."
You needed a spreader.
Horrible thing to say. But you know, we hang out with my in-laws and we go to eat dinner. You know, and my wife never lets her dad pay. You know, oh, Daddy, no, your money's no good. And I'm like, well, maybe it is.
Yeah, let's try it out.
Let's give it a whirl.
Yeah.
You're from Portland, Texas?
I grew up in Portland, Texas.
Right.
Me and my wife, which is weird. Town of 10,000 people.
Yeah.
I moved to L.A. to pursue my comedy career. She gets a full scholarship to NYU. And her dad, one day at the post office, I see him back home, and he gives me her number. And he goes, here, my daughter's going to be in L.A. Take care of her.
Right.
And I was like, oh, my God, I knew I was going to sleep with her. I didn't know you were going to I didn't know you were going to hook it up.
Yeah, toss her one.
Oh, my
But
God.
that's how old I am, by the way. He wrote it down on a piece of paper.
Right.
You know, but we've been together ever since, man.
It's great.
I am madly in love with my wife, and I spend my time on stage making fun of her.
And you're now the nickname you call she's the evil
Mr. Evil or Miss Evil. What is it?
Captain Evil.
Captain Evil.
Yeah.
We've always said that to get a real legitimate nickname, you can't be the creator of it. So were you the initial applier of that?
I created it because my
Okay.
wife is definitely the captain of the team.
Yes.
But she's also evil.
Okay.
You know, if I'm ever having too much fun, she will show up.
Right.
You know, are you smiling? Well, it's time to go. Are you happy? It's time to go. Because
Right.
I'm sick. I'm tired. I don't feel good. I hate him. I hate her. I hate this outfit. Let's go.
What about your friends? Is she okay with most of your friends or none of your friends?
Well, no. I always tell people when you get married, if your wife likes his wife, you get to hang out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Right. It does. Yeah.
But if your wife hates his wife
Yeah.
and you love him, you're never seeing him again.
Right.
That's just how it works.
It can happen.
You know, she is in charge of our lives. Everything I do is wrong. I always tell young men, like, I speak wife. It is a language that you learn over years of abuse. And wife is always a suggestion.
Yeah.
She's going to make a suggestion that she already knows the answer to.
Right, yeah.
If I find myself on my sofa happy and comfortable, I know to prepare myself.
You do learn that there is a legitimate difference in the way we perceive statements and how guys will perceive something and how your wife might perceive something. Once you appreciate that and learn how to communicate, it's a big thing. It's getting to that point that can be
That's the hard part,
Yeah.
right? Is understanding what she's really trying to say.
Right.
Yeah,
You
and
know.
it's not just the words; it's the inflection.
It's the inflection. It's a look. It's, we got in a big fight because I go, just be direct.
Yeah.
Right? Just tell me what you want. So I had taken the TV from our bedroom. I took it outside. Why? First of all, I'm an adult.
I can do that at home.
I'm a grown up, and
Yeah.
I wanted to watch 2 games at the same time. Right?
Okay.
Later that night, it's time to go to bed. We're in the bedroom where the TV is not.
Right.
And all she has to say is, Steve, bring the TV that you took outside back inside.
Right.
But instead, she decides to speak wife. Okay. She goes, is the TV still outside? I'm like, oh my God, you have eyes.
Yeah.
Is it in here? I go, say go get it. Say go get it. And then she goes, well, I just want to know if it's going to stay out there. Oh my God, say go get it. Say go get it.
Yes.
She goes, it's going to get ruined. I hate you. Say go get it. And then what she does that really makes me mad is now she's going to pretend like she's going to go get it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, how heavy is it? Stop. Like you're going to get it in your nightgown with everything hanging out. Stop. Let me get my Crocs. By the way, she hates my Crocs. And that is exactly why I wear it. Oh, dude, socks, Crocs at the grocery store, just going strong.
Yeah.
And I grew up thinking, my dad is so embarrassing.
Oh, yeah.
He's wearing flip-flops and socks. And now as a man, I'm just proud of him.
You learned. Like this winter, I became winter shorts guy.
Oh,
I'm gonna wear shorts, and I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna commit to it because I remember years ago, and I think of how a saint my mom was because my dad would wear a long coat with shorts on and boots, like work boots. He looked like a flasher, like a hardcore perv.
All you see is legs and
All you
boots.
see is legs and boots.
And she probably hated it. That's why
She hated it.
Steve, obviously in love with your wife, in love with your family, but traveling with them is a lot, and bringing them with you on the road is a lot. So, and 2 young kids, right? So, like, what's that like? Bringing them to Philly, bringing them on the road.
It's impossible. Like right now, I went to bed last night at like 1 a.m. after my show. I'm amped up. I did a show. I get home. They're sound asleep. And then, of course, I got to be here doing radio. And then my wife's a planner. She's got a list. We got things to do. We're doing the tour. We're going to the Liberty Bell. So there's no stopping for me.
You can skip the Liberty.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna do 2 shows tonight. And then Saturday morning it's gonna be up again. We're going to the.
So what's the room arrangement? How old are your kids?
My kid, I have a 1.5-year-old and a 6-year-old.
Okay, so you can't.
So we're in one room.
Yeah.
And then my in-laws are in another room, which I had to pay.
Right.
Because they do so much for us. Yeah. They do so much for us. There's no list of the stuff that they do, but they do so much for us.
Yeah. All right, so wait, what's on tap for tomorrow? So Liberty Bell today. Tomorrow is.
Tomorrow we're doing the Sesame Street.
Sesame Place.
Sesame Place.
Yeah.
Yes.
My daughter is in love with Elmo.
You guys will love it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Get your father-in-law to pay for that one, though.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's not happening. It's not. Believe me. We go to dinner with my parents. And all of a sudden, it's separate checks.
It will cover every meal you've paid for if he just pays for this one because it's a little pricey.
Apparently, there's a lunch with Elmo.
Yeah.
And my wife was upset that we couldn't get in. Like I guess it's a thing.
Yeah.
You have to like
just
book
said
it in
You might get
advance.
in now.
Yeah. Hopefully, Sesame Place calls and goes, "Well, Mr. Trevino." Which, by the way, I don't know about you guys, but my kids live such a privileged life.
Yeah.
You know, and actually, my son, like, we're walking on the plane, and he goes, "Why are we going to the back?" And I'm like, "Because we have your grandparents. That's why." Right. If it was just us, we'd be in the front, but we have your grandparents, right?
I'm not paying for first class.
We walked into Disney 2 years ago. And all of a sudden, the staff comes up to me and they're like, "Oh my God, Mr. Trevino, we're so happy to have you, and unlimited fast passes." And we go to the show at the end of the night for Fantasia. They hand my son a magic wand, and they go up to him, they time it perfectly, and they go, "Wave the wand and then hit this light and point it at the stage."
Right.
Well, as soon as he does that, the show starts.
Wow.
And I thought to myself, this kid is ruined. My kid's going to be that kid.
Yeah.
My kid's the one at school like, oh, you go to Disney? Well, I start the show. And I write Peter Pan as much as I want.
You know, we talked about that whole thing about going to those parks, and they're great, and they're expensive. Like Universal, I just did it,
awesome.
a couple years ago. And it's awesome, but I mean, it is expensive. So we've said if you can pay for the fast pass or the VIP, whatever you're going to do, save up and do it because there's too much to see and too much line waiting. You'll never see everything.
You get no experience.
No
if you don't,
experience.
and it's a bummer because you want people to enjoy it. But at the same time, I have money. I would like to enjoy it better than you. I know it's a horrible thing to say, but can we up the prices?
I saw a lot of people when we did it because we brought the whole a large part of the family and it was you just see in Preston was everyone was just kind of who was recommending that experience would say if you could do that, it does make a difference, especially if you want to maximize your time. I have to ask you, so when you were starting out in comedy, and we talked about, was it in Portland that you started? Did you move
I moved to Dallas, Texas.
Dallas, yeah, okay.
They had an improv comedy club, and I started working the door there. So that's where I started.
And were you driving the comics to do morning radio?
Oh, all the time.
Really?
And what's crazy is, as you move on, and you guys know, you build relationships over the years.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
The guy that I used to take we had a Mikey in the Morning was a rock show in Dallas, and I would take all the comedians, and get to know them and hang out with them. Well, then Mike and Eddie moved to San Diego.
Right.
And then all of a sudden I walk in as a headliner. And they were like, oh my God, you were the dude that would bring the guys to our
that's
show.
Cool.
That's cool.
Who did you end up driving during
Oh my gosh, man. I mean, Mitch Hedberg, God rest his soul.
Oh, wow.
Chris Rock. I remember thinking, like, oh my God, I'm going to pick up Chris Rock. I'm going to take him to the radio. I'm going to have a conversation with Chris Rock. He gets in my 1986 and a half Nissan pickup truck with the shifter, standard.
Yeah.
And he just puts his hat over his head, doesn't say a word to me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I got to take this guy to radio. He's not even awake. We walk into radio, says no words to anybody, gets on the air, murders it.
Right.
We leave, hat back on the face.
Yeah.
I didn't say one word to him.
Wow. It's weird. We have a great relationship with the comedians that come in here, and it's just part of the deal. And it's because it's a free conversation. We're not, hit these points and all that sort of deal. But there are times when you have some guys. I remember, I think Emo Phillips from years ago came in, that sort of thing. Shut down. Mic goes on. Okay, I'm performing. Mic goes off. Out. I mean, literally walked out while we were still on there.
I did what I was supposed to do later.
Yeah.
Well, Gilbert. I mean, when we'd have Gilbert on, he was such
too soon, buddy. Too soon.
No, he was one of our favorites, and we love him dearly and miss him. But when he was off air, very mild mannered, soft spoken, and then turn the microphone on, turn into the character.
I mean, I always look at it like you guys are giving me a platform and an opportunity, and I without you guys, there's no us. So
we appreciate it. Likewise.
I feel so appreciative when you guys give me a platform. So my attitude is, when I show up at the station, that I'm going to have a smile on my face. I'm going to be as friendly as possible and great and gracious because, man, I came from nothing, man. I lived in my car for 4 months in a Walmart parking lot. So.
Wow. If you're going to live in a parking lot, Walmart's a pretty good place, though, right?
Well, they let you. I don't know if you know this about Walmart, but Sam Walton said that for travelers, he will always welcome his parking lot, and he will keep it lit up and with cameras.
Did not know that. Wow.
And so my question for you is this then. Where did you shower when you were doing that?
I got a gym membership.
Gym membership. Okay, that's what I... Okay.
24-hour fitness. And after a while, they're like, this guy's fat. I don't think he's working out. I think he's just using the shower.
The gym thing is actually, we know people who they have an Instagram account called Van Life. They've given a regular locked residency, and they travel around in the van. And the gym membership is the way to go if you want to
I would walk into an LA Fitness and I'd shower up and do my thing. But I am so appreciative to. I'm in awe every day of my life right now.
Yeah,
I mean,
awesome.
It is unbelievable. We live in a house that is truly a dream come true. And I just want my son and my kids to understand the sacrifice and the hard work, because my dream home is normal to my kid.
Yeah. Right.
That scares me.
Yeah.
This is the kid who runs Disney, right?
Yeah, he pretty much he starts the show.
You live in L.A. right now?
No, I live back in Texas.
Okay, all right. So where in Texas are you at now?
I live south of Austin, Texas, which is called New Braunfels, north of San Antonio. Every time I land in Austin, I go, man, I'm almost in Texas. It's
a cool little town, though.
If I can get out of Austin.
My dad lives in Dallas, and there are people who don't even consider Dallas,
Dallas is pretty bougie, man.
Yeah.
But I grew up rural Texas.
Where's Portland in relation to Dallas?
Gregory, Portland is very near Corpus Christi, Texas.
Which is beautiful. I love Corpus
Great
Christi.
town.
Yeah.
I grew up on the bay fishing, and I grew up driving combines and farming.
Wow, man.
Cotton, corn. People don't like. I honestly, I remember moving to L.A. and all the men at night were not wearing boots, and I was like, I thought all men wore boots,
right?
Like I didn't even know.
Yeah.
Because I grew up cowboy country. I mean, we rode horses. I mean, I
The
can't
real
get
deal.
any more country than I grew up.
So you moved out to LA. Did you start writing for? Was it Mind Mencia?
I started writing for Mind Mencia and all of his jokes. But we got hired to do this show on Comedy Central, and I was like, all right, I'm going to move to LA, and I'm going to love it, and it's going to be everything I ever wanted, and it was nothing that I wanted.
Oh, man. Well, right when you walked in, by the way, if you're just tuning in, to Steve Trevino, who's going to be at Punchline tonight and tomorrow. There's 2 shows each night, and you go to punchlinephilly.com. When you came in, you started throwing the Texas thing around right away because you were talking about I needed to get a Yeti, and you said, is Yeti based out of Texas, I guess?
Yeah, Yeti's based out of Texas.
What is it, Texas people, and that ownership of
Now it's 4th grade, but when I was coming up, 7th grade, the whole year was focused on Texas history alone.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So you learn all this great history about Texas, and it just gives you a sense of pride. And I'll be honest with you, I wish the country had the same sense of pride that we have for Texas, because you come to Philadelphia and you realize, oh my gosh, Philadelphia was the beginning of this country, the beginning of democracy. That's something to be proud of.
The cradle of liberty.
It's wild when you walk around and you take a tour and you realize everything the first. First is first. We just had Ken Burns on talking about the Ben Franklin series that he's done. And when you realize all that stuff, and so the last thing you want to ever do is get blasé about all the amazing history you're surrounded by here.
And I get so frustrated when people, crap on our country, and it's like, do we want to be better? Yes.
Yeah.
But we live in a pretty awesome place. I've seen the world.
Yeah.
I've been all over the world, and we live in an amazing place. And you got a guy like me who came from absolutely nothing, who now is living
the dream.
Yeah.
And taking your family all over the place.
But Texas is way better than the rest of the country, right?
Absolutely.
Except for Delco.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Sam Houston said it the best. America cannot survive without Texas. Texas can survive without America.
It was a mind blow. We talked about it. So I got to visit my dad a number of times, and then finally got to take in the Alamo. And it's funny, like when you get here and you're walking around, you'll start to see all these things. Right. But the Alamo is like, you're like, oh, there's the Alamo.
In downtown.
Yeah. Right.
In the middle of the city.
I thought, oh my God, it'll be out and isolated. And
it'll be huge.
Yeah. Yes.
Listen,
Yeah.
I was in Texas one time, and
You're welcome.
And I had to go to the Alamo. I was in Austin, and I was like, all right, where's San Antonio? I'm like, I don't care. I want to drive through Texas. I just want to see what it's like driving through. But I had to go to the Alamo because of Pee-wee's Big Adventure, and that's the only reason I had to
There's
go.
no basement. There's no basement. You're aging yourself, but yes, there's no basement. But it's so crazy how many people, like in my neighborhood alone, every neighbor that has moved in is from California.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And it's insane the amount of people that are coming to Texas right now. And I'm like, guys, it's closed. We're closed.
No more.
We had to fake a snowstorm to keep you people out.
Was that all? That was fake?
It was all fake. It was like the moon landing.
So the wind turbines were actually working fine.
My sister-in-law moved there, and she lives in a legit tiny house. Like they bought land.
Like on the TV series Tiny House?
Yes, and they had it delivered. It was like on the back of a truck. They plopped it on this land she bought, and she lives in. I mean, you can throw a ball and hit every wall in her house.
So I live on 12 acres.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we have plenty of land, and I have a ranch, 700 acres. And
wow,
I need it, man, because I come into I call it the circus.
Yeah.
I come into the circus, and it's crazy, and it's wild, and all this stuff, and then I go home, and it's peaceful and chill, and I sit on my lawnmower and cut the yard.
Do you live near the Gaineses at all? From
Waco. Yeah, they're in Waco.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Nick. Do you do anything with the land other than just enjoy it, or do you grow anything? Do you raise anything?
We just moved in. I just built a chicken coop.
Okay,
we're going to do chickens. I'm going to put some longhorn cow in the back so that when people from LA come visit, they can be like, Trevino literally has longhorns in his backyard.
They're amazing creatures. They're pretty wild.
Steve, you grew up not too far from South Padre Island. What did you think when the spring breakers would come in? Was it just something that was like foreign, or
it was awesome when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Now I'm an old man. These people, I'm trying to go to the grocery store, and they're out of cups.
I almost didn't make it back from South Padre. Like that was like a scary spring break trip for me.
It's pretty gangster. Yeah. And for a Philly person to be like, I was scared.
right. That's saying a lot.
Yeah. So here's a little bit of history. My father-in-law, his brother invented the genre Tejano music.
Oh, wow.
So Selena used to open for him.
Wow.
So
Dude, that's amazing.
I have this amazing picture of my father-in-law and Selena and my wife and Selena.
Whoa.
And it's on my Instagram. If you scroll down, you will see Selena with my wife. And my father-in-law looks like an 80s drug dealer, which he was. So,
that's
not
pretty
the profile.
No, that's pretty damn cool, man.
And so we grew up near Corpus Christi, which is where Selena was from.
Right.
I'm just hoping to have a statue of me behind her.
Yeah,
it's okay to be the statue behind Selena.
Yeah. Someday, keep it up, Steve, and you'll get there. Well, listen, we want to thank you for coming by, and we're going to remind people that there are 2 shows both nights, tonight and tomorrow night at Punchline, where you can check out Steve Trevino. 7:30 and 9:45. Get the tickets at punchlinephilly.com. Dude, have a great time while you're in town.
Man, thanks for having me. I love this town. We went to Rivers Casino, watched people try to pay their bills on the craps table. I don't know how you spend $2,000 on the craps table and have no teeth.
Welcome to Philly.
Welcome to Philly. Steve Trevino, guys. Thank you. All right, real quick, before we wrap completely, I need to go to this call. I have Sandy. Hi, Sandy. Good morning.
Good morning, Preston and Steve.
Sandy, you have an announcement for everyone, right?
I do.
What is it?
I won $500.
She did it! And not only that, some tickets to the MMR BBQ. And Sandy,
I can't wait.
What were you going to say?
I said I can't wait because actually my daughter and I were talking about it, and she asked me to get a concert T-shirt for every band playing because my husband and I have been saying we want to go.
Ah.
I was like, well, Samantha, that's going to cost like $500. I can't do that.
Perfect.
I got $500.
You get the shirt and the tickets, the $500 shirt. Congratulations. That's awesome,
oh my
Sandy.
God, I love you guys. I listen to every single one of you. My MMR does not leave my station. I listen to you guys. I listen to Pierre. I listen to Jackson. I listen to Jackie. I listen to Brent. The station is absolutely amazing.
Sandy,
and
yeah.
Wait a second. And Kathy gets points. Bucksco.
You want points for Bucksco? All right, we'll have to see if we can do that. Well, listen, we're all going to be hanging out at the MMR BBQ, Sandy, so we will see you there, all right?
Oh, my God. I can't wait to see you guys. You guys have a wonderful Friday.
You too. Congratulations on tip for Sandy.
She's awesome.
Next time to win is coming up at 10. We're roughly an hour away from that. All right, friends, we're going to take a quick break. It's brought to you by AAA Distributor. Mind you, we're going to take a break. We'll be back in a second. When we return, we are going to have in our studio Cindy Williams, and then we're going to talk to Gary Sinise as well. So stay put. We'll be back in a moment. And he was working from home in Surrey, England.
Yes. Like a warm Barcelona evening. I miss my home. Of Barcelona.
Wait, so you just do that, Casey, again.
Like the streets of Barcelona.
Did you have to waft that up to your face?
It's what you call a Barcelona oven.
So...
You can see the streets now. And the little children playing in the street.
And you know what? I wonder if people have to... I'll bet you people talk to us. Via their radio.
They're probably screaming, "No, you're wrong."
Oh, most of the
that has to be the most common thing uttered at the radio when we're on. That information's incorrect.
Yeah. In fact, I had jotted down a note not that long ago I think I have it right here. Yeah, why have you yelled at us?
Oh, really?
Yeah, see it right here?
Oh, I love that.
Why have you actually yelled out loud, audibly in your car at us? I don't know if I want to hear this or not.
I do.
Okay.
Do you think who ranks higher in the yelling department, lawyers or doctors?
Probably. Well, let's put it this way: anybody with a degree or even a basic level of intelligence is going to be absolutely irate listening to us.
It's funny because you get bits and pieces of information, and then you kind of put the rest. You make up the other puzzle pieces together, and it must be like A plus B must equal C. I think
every state has a Springfield.
Right.
And it sounds theoretically.
Well, I heard that somewhere.
But every now and then we venture into territory where we have absolutely no expertise in it at all, and obviously we have a wide range of people that listen to this show, and some people are experts. Yeah. And then when we start to tread into their waters, it's got to be infuriating.
But the truth of the matter is, part of the mechanics of the show is we enjoy having you set us straight.
Here, I have some examples. I yell when you pronounce towns in Massachusetts wrong.
Okay.
Mechanics, you're almost 100% wrong when you're talking about anything car related.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Yeah.
My boyfriend and I pretty much only yell at Kathy.
Let me go to Kyle. Hey, Kyle, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, Gadzooks?
Gadzooks.
I thought you were going to sing Hey Paula for a second.
When do you yell at us?
What's that?
When do you yell at us? When do you yell at us, Kyle?
All right, yeah. So, no. Earlier in the show, a couple weeks ago, you guys.
There might be a gas leak in your house, Carl.
People are yelling right now. Right now.
At you, Kyle.
My cat's sleeping.
No. A couple weeks ago, you guys were talking about like bank robberies.
Yes.
You guys were talking about like, it's funny. People are calling in about like super crazy. Like, they were calling about bank robberies. You guys want to know all the secrets about banking?
Yes, we did want to know all the secrets about banking.
All right, look, you know what? And I was listening at that, and like all like the tellers, everything, and I was hearing like TD tellers calling in about all.
Yes.
Yeah.
Honestly, they could lose their jobs over that. As nuts what they were telling you.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Now, what show were you listening to?
No, he's right. We were talking about, for example, if a robbery takes place, what are the tellers supposed to do? I think that's the conversation Kyle is referencing.
Yeah. So, Kyle, what's your background? Do you have an expertise in that? Are you a bank robber or what?
No, I'm not a bank robber. No, I'm not a bank robber.
There is definitely a gas leak in your apartment.
There are people yelling at Kyle right now.
Open up a window now.
Seriously, Steve.
Okay.
Steve,
We're losing
darn it.
We're not losing him. He's passing out.
The gas finally got him.
Breathe deep, Kyle.
Do you find him an attractive man, Robert Downey Jr.?
Yeah, he's okay. Yeah.
Okay.
He's attractive. I don't know if he would be on my list.
Do you like the attitude?
Do I like his
Do you
attitude?
like his sort of freestyle, loose cannon, happy-go-lucky?
I mean, I like him.
Snarky.
Yeah, no, I do. I like him, but I just don't know if I created this list, if I would have put him on it.
Okay.
He is a guy that has matured well because he was kind of goofy looking.
He was.
In his teen days and early 20s when he started in the films, and he definitely had chops. He had acting chops. You could tell early on.
Early on, yeah.
But he had a goofy look about him, but he's stayed in good shape, and he got the big gap between his teeth taken care of, and he's a good-looking fella. He did.
Yeah.
If you go back to old,
Weird Science.
Weird Science.
My name is Tony Stark.
Totally. He had a huge gap between his teeth.
I've just invented a repulsor ray. Holy cow! It worked. Tornation, it works.
Good Lord.
I'm going to be an Iron Man. A man what's made of iron.
Number 3 is Denzel Washington.
I want to hear more Dumb Iron Man.
I know.
I'm going to fly. It's cold up here. Gotta remember not to fly too high.
God.
Because my parts all got all froze up.
Denzel Washington. We are getting ready for the festivities, so let us now go live to a small area of the WMMR parking lot known as Knob Gobbler, Pennsylvania, where our own Nick McWayne and Catherine Romano anxiously await the appearance of the ground slob, Gary Lauer, our slobnosticator.
We're here to observe a ritual as old as late yesterday afternoon when we first thought about it, and I'm so excited that we're here to observe that ritual.
The arrival of the ground slob, Gary Lauer, and his prediction for a longer or shorter winter. That's what we're here for today, Nick.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys can tell or see from the video feed, but it does appear that there's a little bit of rustling going on inside this POS.
Is there a way that we can kind of listen in and see?
Let me put the microphone up to the door.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys can hear anything.
I'll turn it up a little bit.
Okay, all right.
Can't get it open.
Who the hell's out there? For Christ's sake. Can't a man take a piss? This morning boner's so freaking hard to piss in the morning. Give me a thumb of beer, for Christ's sake.
Can you guys hear that? Can you hear the rustling?
Amazing.
He's just starting to stir.
Give me that damn beer.
Saying something.
Tell everybody, I think we're going to be in for another 6 more months of winter.
Oh, you should smell it from down here, guys.
Can you see him in there?
No, I can't.
Really?
All I can hear is some rustling going on. I can't see anything yet, Steve. It's not very well lit inside.
Who's he talking to?
I don't think anybody, Casey. I think he's talking to himself.
I heard something about a hooker.
Yeah, he's attempting to. It seems like he's almost attempting to read lines I wrote for him, but not being able to do it. He's almost missing every single line.
That is shocking.
What was her name? I knew it. That damn hooker left her glass eye here again. Darn it. Preston, you got to help me out here, man. Personal best, I had 16 freaking skid marks in my underwear.
Okay, all right. This is exciting. This is magical.
It's just beautiful.
Okay,
magical. Yeah. So, Kathy's gonna knock 3 times on the door. Knock 3 times on the door. Wait.
Hello.
Okay. And now the moment we've all been waiting for a good 5 or 6 minutes. Hear ye, on this, the 2nd of February, in the year our Lord 2017, our ground slob, Gary Lauer, working his way out of the RV, drinking a beer, terrified of the sun. Beer cans and bottles aplenty.
I need help. We need help.
There's a bottle of Admiral Nelson's rum. We could not afford Captain Morgan's, but we do have
another groundhog here I could share my time with. You know?
Yeah, sure, whatever that was.
All right.
He's got toilet paper draped out of his robe.
He's wearing a robe.
Is there a hose out of his bed?
Is his jam?
I think there's going to be 6 more weeks of winter, children. Boys and girls of all ages.
Well, we haven't asked you if you saw your shadow.
Well, you heard it here. 6 more weeks.
Oh my God! He's walking around. He's absolutely aimless. He's going to the back of the RV. Hey, look in there and see if there's a meth lab.
Gary, come on over here.
There's a lot in there. Here, Gary.
All right, do the official thing, Nick, just to make sure.
Hello, boys and girls, kid of all ages.
Kid of all ages. Kid of all ages.
Good morning, everyone.
Is that one of the lines you wrote, Steve? Kid of all ages.
I don't even recognize it, but yeah.
Gary,
Gary,
I have to actually ask you a question before you announce it, okay? That's how this works. Because this is tradition and a ritual going back to yesterday.
Absolutely.
Do you,
Absolutely,
or do you not, Gary Lauer, our ground slob, do you see your shadow?
Oh, I definitely see my shadow.
He sees the shadow. I mean,
it's in there.
How not at all anticlimactic.
Well, does that not mean 6 weeks more of winter?
Yeah.
Yes,
Sadly.
and that's what he said.
Oh.
You could understand that?
Not really.
I
think it was written down.
I speak Gary, and I understood that. And yes, he said 6 more weeks. And Gary
looks like an Amber Alert in the making.
He sure does, Steve.
Unbelievable.
We have some more invites to our Painfully Single Mixer. It's coming up on Thursday, and we are headed to Maggie's Waterfront Cafe in Northeast Philly.
I think that's everyone is very excited that it's going to be there, by the way. It's a great location for this. And this, of course, the most important mixer of the year.
The view is supposed to be beautiful and romantic, which is perfect for what we're doing. So let's take another 8 callers, 215-263. WMMR. Bill hates it when I do 10, so I'm going to do 8.
10's a weird number.
215.
It looks like a skinny guy standing next to a fat guy.
215-263.
815-263 WMMR. If you're at least 21 and you can join us, it starts at 6 o'clock, so it's kind of a little bit early. You go straight from work and head on over. And first Butter Bud Light is complimentary, and we'll do the free happy hour buffet, and then hopefully we will hook you up with someone.
We're going to try, but as you said, and you've been saying many times, Preston, work with us.
10 callers now. All right.
No, 8.
Not 10.
No, we're doing 10.
We're doing 10?
Oh, no, we're doing 8.
We're
Yeah.
doing 8?
Come on. I'm sorry. 8
Which one is it?
It's 8 because Bill thinks 10 is a bad number. Finally, just one more story. Papa Roach has released an official performance video for the song Crooked Teeth. The track is taken from the band's upcoming 9th studio album. Hey, we got crooked teeth. Which is tentatively due out later in the year.
It's like the John Wick theme.
Papa Roach released Crooked Teeth as a single in late 2016, also incorporating the song into their live set. Okay, do you still have your Billy Bob teeth?
Oh, yes, I do.
As a matter of fact.
Yes, I do.
Because you could sing a little bit of the We Got Crooked Teeth song. Was it got lint in it?
No, but how, I'm so hillbilly that I just broke my crooked teeth.
All right, go ahead.
We got crooked teeth.
Look at the camera.
We got crooked teeth. I got a guitar.
It looks good,
Oh,
yeah. Sing it.
All right, write it.
All right, how it goes right here. We got crooked teeth. We've got crooked teeth. We've got crooked teeth. That's it.
I love it.
Do crooked teeth again.
So we have a couple of guests in our studio, and we might be adding a third in a little while here. I hope you have had a chance to see the teaser for the show Crashing, which is going to debut on HBO on February 19th. It's the world of stand-up comedians, and we'll get into the more details of that. But there's a show tonight. These guys are going to be at the Trocadero, and we want to welcome to our studio two gentlemen. First of all, welcome Pete Holmes to the program.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Star of Crashing. And we'd like to welcome our great benefactor of the Camp Out for Hunger for years, the one and only Judd Apatow.
You guys have cost me so much money.
There is a show that is opening at the Bucks County Playhouse tomorrow, and it is called Me, Myself, and Shirley, a one-woman show. And we have two people that we're going to welcome. First, the star of that show. Please give some love to a friend of ours, Cindy Williams. Is here this morning. We got to play a little bit of the theme song, of course, to set the stage. And we also want to welcome the producing director of Bucks County Playhouse, Alex Frazier.
Thank you.
How you doing, Alex?
I'm great.
Nice
Good
to
be
see
here.
you. All right, so Shirley, welcome back to Philadelphia.
It's great to be here.
Cindy.
I answered anything at this time of the morning.
I'm sorry. I was thinking
don't
it.
be sorry. Don't be silly.
How often do you get that people will call you Shirley?
Just last night when I was checking into the hotel.
Oh, really?
I said, fine. Whoever just wears my room.
You were that character, Shirley Feeney.
Yeah,
and I was just
legendary character.
I was telling Steve before you came in here.
Steve.
I was telling Steve before you came in here. There's so many funny moments surrounding Laverne and Shirley, but your debut on Happy Days, the scene where you punch Ron Howard in the face, is just hilarious. It is just a scream.
You know, I just saw Ron recently, and he always brings that up because
Really?
he's so proud of that for some reason. And we just did it once. I've got that little clip in the show. You'll be happy to know,
excellent.
Preston. Yes.
Excellent.
The show is we're thrilled by this concept because you were just absolutely one of our favorite guests the last time you were in, and recounting your pop culture history, which is voluminous. So has this? Yes,
I like it. Steve, thank you.
Has this been in the works for a while? Have you performed this before, or will this be the debut of the show?
No, I've been performing it for about a year now, on and off. You know, right after COVID, and the audience, masked, unmasked audiences, but. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Well, it's and as we review your history, and I mean, you were part of what is called the second golden age of Hollywood in the 70s. You were in American Graffiti, and you were The Conversation, a Francis Ford Coppola movie, and you were in that group with Harrison Ford and George and all those people. And then you had a second television, massive successful career. And I was looking at ratings numbers and how many eyes were on Laverne and Shirley on any given week in the multi millions. You have a lot to talk about.
I'm so impressed by me. Thank you for that, Steve.
You are impressive.
Well, you know what I have in the show that I really love that I had forgotten to mention to people? I have my screen test for Star Wars for Princess Leia.
Okay, so I wanted to bring that up.
They all just sat up.
Wow.
No, because I wanted to bring that up because Nick had mentioned that the chair you're sitting in right now, he had lifted Kenny Baker into that chair, and I was
played R2-D2.
He played R2-D2, and I immediately thought of watching your screen test for Princess Leia. And
you saw
I
it,
have
Casey.
seen it. As a matter of fact, I have, and I wanted to bring that up, and I wanted to ask you about. That and actually not getting that part because it's it would be sort of synonymous of thinking of Carrie Fisher as Shirley. Do you know what I mean? Like
Which
it just doesn't
really, but not getting that part. I talk about that in the show because no one they brought everybody in to screen test and nobody knew what the words meant. What's an R2-D2? I'm sorry. But, George really, he tried to explain it to us, and nobody got it. What's a C-3PO? So we didn't know who we were talking to. This is one hideous screen test.
Right.
But I'm happy to send it up.
So people can see that at the show.
Yes. Yes. Oh, yes. Please come on down to Bucks County Playhouse and see my screen test for Princess Leia.
So it's a multimedia presentation?
Indeed.
Okay.
Indeed. Yes. Sort
All
of.
right, so
no puppets, though.
No puppets. Well, there's so much to talk, so I'm going to take this Star Wars tact here a little bit as you were explaining. The word was that people even like Alec Guinness they were in Tunisia filming, and they'd be like, what is this piece of crap no one had any anticipation. So when it releases and becomes this big hit, you were doing well, but do you have a classic actor moment where you're like, damn it?
That I didn't get Star Wars.
Yeah.
Actually, I had a dream after the screen test. Well, first of all, let me back up.
Yeah.
During American Graffiti, which George Lucas, that was his first studio film.
Right.
He was telling us on the last day of shooting about this little movie he was going to do next. He was telling Ron Howard, Paul Lamont, myself, and who else was standing around?
Harrison?
Maybe it was Harrison. But he was talking about this movie he had written that he hoped to direct next. And he said, it's about teenagers in outer space saving the galaxy. And then he looked at all of us and he said, you could all be, it was Charlie Martin Smith.
Oh, okay.
And he said, you could all be in it. And I thought, teenagers in outer space saving the galaxy? That'll never happen. And so then when I was doing Laverne and Shirley, when I did they called me in for the screen test for Princess Leia, and then I really wanted the part for some reason because I wanted to work with George again and everybody, and even though I understood none of it, but I had this dream, and the dream was, and I knew Carrie had tested for that. Carrie was up for it. But I dreamed that there was George and I were standing watching this little girl this younger girl play with dolls.
Right.
She had all these dolls she was playing with. And when I woke up from the dream, I realized he's going to go with a younger actress. And lo and behold, Carrie.
But how much younger is she than you?
Oh, she's I don't know.
Okay.
But at least 10 years. And let's see, she was 18 or 19
Okay,
when
so
she
you're in
did
your
it, and
20s.
I was 20-some. I don't know. We can do the math later.
Well, no, so it's
she was
interesting.
younger.
Yeah, it's interesting that the premise was that these teenagers are going to go save the galaxy because I watched it as a child and I didn't see them as teenagers. I saw them as adults.
Yeah.
So that's pretty wild.
Right. Well, his whole idea that he always wanted them to be like 14, 15.
Oh,
That's
even
how
young?
he
Okay.
explained it to us. He also explained American Graffiti to Ron Howard and myself before we did it as a musical. He saw it as a musical.
It sort of is.
It is.
Wolfman Jack provides the music, and the music is running throughout it. It is. We've just talked about American Graffiti recently. It is such an amazing masterpiece that still speaks. All your performances just resonate as so true. What was it shot in Petaluma?
Yes.
Right. So
Sam Raffel till they kicked us out because of the noise.
The
at night.
noise.
Yeah, because we shot it all at night.
I mean, there were people, and I remember when that movie came out and I saw it in the theater, there were people crying from a sheer sense of nostalgia, and just because it connected to it addresses all that pivotal point in your life. What do I do next? I'm graduating. What's next? And it's multiple stories. Any memories of that movie? Because as the legend goes, you do these long scenes throughout the night because it takes place primarily at night, and George Lucas would constantly fall asleep while directing.
Right.
Yeah.
Because he would go from, pardon me, we shot from 6 at night to 6 in the morning because it all takes place in one night. And he would go from the set into San Francisco to the editing bay and edit all day.
Wow.
And then come back and
shoot.
direct at night because it was shot in 28 nights and one morning.
Wow.
And,
That's a crazy schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the word was that the people of the town sort of got into it as well, and had brought out their own classic cars, and because it takes place in the 50s.
That's right.
Yeah.
No, it takes place in 1962. Where were you in 62?
Right, that's it, right,
yes, in 62, and it was a time of innocence.
Yeah.
And, before the president had been assassinated, President Kennedy, and just that wonderful time of innocence. And it was a coming-of-age movie, essentially, and that followed three different storylines.
Do you like the way that More American Graffiti turned out, the sequel? Because you are married to Ron Howard in that movie, and it's some people are split on it. I thought they tried something interesting.
It was again, three storylines, and all took place on New Year's Eve, but different years.
Right.
Which was a great concept, but it was a lot of fun, and just a different era, a different feeling on the set, certainly.
It's during Vietnam at that point, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
If you're just tuning in, Cindy Williams is going to be performing at the Bucks County Playhouse, and the show is called Me, Myself, and Shirley, a one-woman show, and you're going to cover your history in the acting. Did I read correctly that you started in high school with Sally Fields?
Yes.
Okay. Did you guys go to the same school?
We were in we were Birmingham High School together, and we were both in the theater arts department. I touched this a tiny bit in the show, and we did plays together.
Wow.
Yeah. She was such a fabulous actress at the age of 14, 15, however old we were. I remember one day she turned to me and she goes, you're funny. And but I can't cry like you on stage. I wish I could.
Her dad was a famous stuntman, was he not?
No, he was an actor, wasn't he, Tom? Somebody Google that.
Okay, yeah.
We don't want to get it wrong. But she was fabulous actress, always.
The show has, obviously, you have the career points, but you are also a spectator to pop culture yourself, and you have, because you had the book Surely I Jest, which is sort of a recounting of that. Just some of that stuff worked its way into the show as well, because you encountered a lot of, giants in the industry.
A couple of stories, like what all of you would like. Like, I worked as a cocktail waitress at the Whiskey A Go-Go on Sunset Boulevard during the 60s, and Jim Morrison was my first customer.
What?
God.
But they had set me up. It was a joke. They had given, on my first night waiting tables, they said, that's your section. I go, the VIP section? Are you kidding me? Mick Jagger sat in that booth. So they said, there's your first customers. And this guy had his back to me, and there were two girls with him, very pretty girls. And I went up and I said, what will you have to one of the girls? And she said, I'll have a Tom Collins. And the other girl said, I'll have a Tom Collins. And I hadn't seen this guy yet. And I turned to him and I said, and you, sir? And there in this angelic light, this beam from heaven was Jim Morrison. And I was just like, and he ordered a bottle of Jack at the table. That's what he wanted. And I thought in the back of my head, wait, didn't they tell me during the rules,
Yeah.
reading the rules to me that you're not supposed to bring a bottle to the table. But this is Jim Morrison.
Yeah.
So I run over and I put my ticket in, and I'm about to leave, and the bartender, Tony, says, wait, you, new girl, what is this? 2 Tom Collins and a bottle of Jack? And I go, yeah. And he goes, wait, is Morrison in the club? And I said, yes, Jim Morrison is in the club. And he goes, you go back and you tell that so-and-so. He knows perfectly well that I cannot serve him, nor can you, a bottle of Jack at the table. He can have a single or a double, but no bottle of Jack. And I'm thinking, I can't tell Jim Morrison. And so I go back. And I say, I'm very sorry, Mr. Morrison, but I can serve you a double or a single at the table, but no bottle of Jack. And he says to me, is Tony pending bar? And I said, yes. And he said, well, you go back and you tell that so-and-so that I have had a bottle of Jack on the table before, and I demand a bottle of Jack on the table tonight. And I'm thinking, oh, my God. I can't tell. So I go back and forth. This goes back and forth until I'm in tears. And I finally say to him, to Jim Morrison, I say, I'm so sorry. I'll buy you a double. And he asked me my name. He takes my hand and asks me my name, and I say, Cindy. And I'm crying.
Yeah.
And he says, well, Miss Cindy, just bring me a double. We're just playing with you. And I look around.
Oh, my God.
And this had gone on for 10 minutes. In the meantime, these men had ordered zombies, and later on they asked me to light them because it's triple liquor. And if they... Anyway, my...
what a memory, man.
It was fabulous.
Cindy,
that's awesome.
You're a big music fan. Bob Dylan is your number one. Is he your number one fascination musically?
Actually, yes.
Yeah.
That would be true.
And you got to meet him at was it at a Springsteen?
You did read the book, didn't you, Steve?
So and that's a cool story. But I love people that because we look up to and idolize and enjoy your work. We like to hear what people that we are fans of, how their fandom manifests. So we like to see people, were you was that a moment in time that you're backstage and there he is? Recount that story if you would.
Oh, gee. Well, I'd been invited to a Bruce Springsteen concert, and the whole crew had come down to watch a rehearsal of Laverne and Shirley. And so they invited Penny and me to go and see the Bruce Springsteen, the show. And so
and he was called the next Bob Dylan when he came on the scene. Springsteen.
I guess so. Yeah. I was always fascinated by his boots.
Right.
For some reason, and how he moved in his boots. But anyway, so after the show, they took us back to the inner sanctum, and it was me and Penny and Carrie were there, and and I saw them backstage, and they said, we're looking for Dylan. Dylan's around. We're looking for, and they ran off. So anyway, I get this tap on the shoulder. They take me really backstage, and they put me in a room, and I'm all alone. Well, I have my friend Kathleen there, and I'm all alone in the room except for Kathleen and Bob Dylan.
Wow.
And I see Bob Dylan, and I'm thinking, what am I gonna? And he's smiling at me, and he nods and says hello, and again a shaft of light over him, and I'm just thinking, oh, the Bard.
Did he lean in and say, "I love Boo Boo Kitty"?
No, that was Stevie Nicks came in next and said that exactly.
Oh my
Did you read the book?
No, I did not. I'm
So
sorry.
anyway, here's what I came up with. Did you have good seats? And
yes, Bob Dylan.
Holy crud! What did I just say? Meanwhile, Kathleen had fainted.
Yeah.
She went. She fainted.
She fainted.
No kidding.
Into this clothes rack thing, and then Bob Dylan was taken in to meet Bruce Springsteen, and then that's when Stevie Nicks came in, and she said, "Oh," and she looked at me. She goes, "Oh, Boo Boo Kitty, I love it."
That's so good.
Wow.
And
I mean, these are great moments.
These are, I wish I could take everyone in the world with me.
Yeah.
It's just, I wish I could take everyone with me on those adventures, because just like you would imagine they they're that and so much more. And I just
well, you're taking people along with this show as well.
Yeah.
and these
We're getting a
encounters,
chance.
You know?
Am I?
Yeah. Well, we'll find out.
It's not as good as actually being in the room with Bob Dylan.
All right.
But I love to this day, you're still embarrassed about the question you asked Bob Dylan. I once asked Dave Matthews if he'd been to all 50 states. And I'm like,
Why that question?
that was all I could come up with. I thought it was something that was like, hey, I'll start a conversation with Dave Matthews.
Right.
You know?
Exactly.
And so you're asking Bob Dylan about the great seats that he had, and it's just you're frozen. And so here you are, however many years later, still thinking about that very question.
It's such a thing to connect to because we all have those moments, and we're all in those moments, and that someone you idolize. Gee, I wonder if he has access to good seats.
Yeah. It's so human, though.
Yeah.
And what is Bob Dylan?
Yeah.
He's human.
Yeah. Right.
You know. So anyway, it was a thrill.
I wanted to ask Cindy on Laverne and Shirley, and some people may not remember what great physical comedy you guys did on that show, and there was a lot of big gags that were physically you guys jumping around and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. Anybody ever get hurt on the set from stuff like that?
I have a Q&A after the show, and that's always the second question.
Yeah,
no kidding.
Because it's hard to believe you did with all the stuff you're doing.
Well, we got bruised,
Yeah.
the occasional bruise here and there, but one time Penny was up on cables, and I wasn't doing this particular episode, and the cable broke, and you know, on the sound stage it's made of cement, and then if they want to build a stage on top of that, then they'll build a wooden floor.
Right.
But on this particular episode it was cement, and so she fell and hurt herself and had to be carted off to the hospital.
Jeez.
And I never heard the end of that story. It was like my operation, let me tell you about it.
Oh, that's funny.
So,
Also in the studio with us, like I said, Alex Frazier, producing director of Bucks County Playhouse, and Cindy just patted him on the knee saying, they'll get to you in a moment. Sorry, we just have all these questions.
It's so much fun to be here with you.
I listen to her talk forever.
You need
It's
to
great.
travel with someone we love less, and then you'd be fine.
Exactly. No way. No way.
And so, are you? How is this working the show with her at Bucks County
Well,
Playhouse?
I can't wait to see it. I haven't seen it yet, and we've spent the last 2 years, because we haven't been able to produce, bringing shows in, and it's been a thrill because we had Wynton Marsalis, and we had Mary Lou Henner, and Candace Bushnell, and now Cindy Williams, and it's been great to have people, of course, that we've idolized our whole lives. It's been a real thrill.
In this forum, to have and it will be allowed a Q&A and so on and so forth. If you're talking about, you're going to nostalgically hear things that are going to, like these stories we're hearing now, and then the chance to interact. That means a lot to so many people. The theater's great. We love it. The location's great. The whole thing is a solid. And these, do you think we're going to start to see more and more of these type of shows where celebrities come in and recount, one person shows, because people seem to respond very well to them?
I hope so. We're actually going to start producing. We're producing right now for the first time in 3 years. We've got 5 shows that we're working on right now. The first one opens at the end of May, and we run till the end of the year. So it'll be a big deal for us coming out of 3 years of hiding.
Yes.
and the theater's so fantastic there, and it's such a fun town, such a fun place to go, so beautiful and just lots of fun.
Yeah, and the shows are only going to be this weekend, correct?
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Saturday matinee and evening performance and Sunday matinee. But we're up against what is it, Alex? The Shad?
Shad Fest.
Oh, Shad Fest is this weekend?
Yeah, we're up against the fishing contest.
Oh, man. That's us for you guys.
Yeah, and I love Shad. I don't know. I might not show up for that Sunday afternoon performance.
We
I
could
might
probably
be
do
down by
both,
the
right?
river.
No, I'm sorry. Shad loses to Cindy Williams. I'm sorry.
I agree.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
Well, listen,
you, gentlemen.
It is such a delight to see you again, and we love the fact that I'd heard that you wanted to come by our show
Yes,
when you're
I
in town,
did.
and you're welcome
I asked to come
anytime.
here.
We've only scratched the surface, and we can do some more. We do have another guest that we have to get to right now. Do you know Gary Sinise?
Yes.
Yeah, he's going to be joining us here in just a second as well.
Oh, I love Gary
He's on via Zoom, so we're going to get him on in just a moment. I'm sure he loves Cindy Williams.
Ask him if he has a one-man show.
everybody.
We'll ask him if he's got a one-man show. But it's great to see you again, Cindy.
Great to see you all
Have a great
again.
time here in our area. So once again, it's at the Bucks County Playhouse. Me, myself, and Shirley, a one-woman show this weekend.
See
and you
it.
can get tickets at, is it buckscountyplayhouse.org?
.org.
Thank you very much. Get those tickets. Thank you, Cindy Williams, for being
Thank
here this
you,
morning.
Preston, Steve,
Great to see you.
Nick, and Casey. And Alex.
And Alex, absolutely. All right. With all that, we have another great guest who is set to go. Who's going to be joining us, like I said, via Zoom. Is he ready to go now? No, he's not ready to go now. I was told he was ready to go now. And I've just been waved off. So Marissa is 1 minute or something like that. I don't know. I have no idea.
Wait, you never worked with him, did you, Cindy? You worked with Gary Sinise?
No, I met him once. He's just a great
he's amazing.
guy.
Yeah, yep, absolutely.
Just fantastic. And a wonderful actor.
He is. And he recently did a donation to a local fire company. And that's part of the reason why we're going to have him on here in just a second, because we had heard about that. But he's like, as you said, Steve, he walks the walk.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, and that's important. It's easy to post something on social media, but he is so much of his year is involved with helping people, and he does it all the time. It's great. So we're waiting for him.
I guess so. I don't know.
Yeah, it looks like Marissa is actually conversing with him over Zoom. Just
So that's
he's
gonna
in the
happen
waiting room. Yeah,
in this segment.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, I'll mention something to kill some time here while we're waiting for Gary, because we made this announcement just a little while ago. We are returning to the Jersey Shore for the official opening of the Jersey Shore. The live broadcast.
Can you believe it?
Keenan's in North Wildwood will be taking place Friday, May 27th. We will be broadcasting live once again. It's presented by Coors Light. And we're going to be doing something called the Countdown to Keenan's. And we have your shot to win cut the line passes and a VIP table with a bucket of Coors Light and a case of Coors Light for you to take with you as well. And you can go to WMMR.com and get the details. Part of it is uploading a photo from previous times at Eggs with Peg, or maybe you can listen on air and have a chance to win that way too. So it is all good. So like I said, WMMR.com to get all of the details and to find out how you can do it. But it's on, man. I've had a lot of people emailing over the past few weeks. Is it happening? Is Keenan's going to go on?
It's full blown and then some, because it's now expanded at a whole new level. So it should be pretty cool.
All right, and then the other thing that I want to make mention of is we now have some details on how you can be a part of the newly announced Preston and Steve side stage at the MMR BBQ, and you could end up being a lead singer for a song on stage at the MMR BBQ.
With a live band, not just some sort of boombox.
Yep, so it's Sidearm is the name of the band. They pretty much play everything. And we're going to have 10 slots for singers to actually perform on stage with us. So we are psyched about that. And you go to WMMR.com. And what you're going to have to do is get the information. There's a list of songs, and you need to perform a song, post it on social media, tag it, hashtag it with MMR BBQ, and we're going to choose 10 people to perform. And, of course, Froggy's going to be playing live as well. All right, we good to go?
Yes, sir.
We're good to go. Our next guest, he's got a band, too.
Yes.
We've talked to him about it on a few occasions, the Lieutenant Dan Band.
Which is awesome.
But the reason that he came on our radar most recently was I had seen a donation that he did to a New Jersey fire company. And it was a really cool thing, and it's part of what the Gary Sinise Foundation does. So we would like to welcome Mr. Gary Sinise this morning. Good morning, Gary.
Hey, good morning. Thank you for having me.
Our pleasure. By the way, we just had in our studio, she just had to leave, Cindy Williams from Laverne and Shirley loves you. She said to tell you hello. She was just here a moment ago, and she was going on and on about what a great person and actor you are.
Oh, my goodness. What a sweet person.
She is. She's a doll. We are so excited to talk to you, Gary. And the phrase that we've been using all morning is that you walk the walk, and you become so passionate about first responders and the military. And I don't think people realize that you're working on stuff that is involved with your own charity and other charities like this year round. And when did you first get consumed with this? This commitment to all these causes, because you're so passionate about it?
Oh, thank you. Thanks for having me. Hello, everybody. Well, I mean, the seeds were planted many years ago. I have a lot of veterans in my family, so it starts there. World War II veterans. I've got my grandfather served in the Army in World War I. My dad was in the Navy during Korea.
Wow.
Vietnam veterans on my wife's side, so a lot of veterans there, and then got very involved with veterans in the 80s in the Chicago area. I had a theater company, and I got involved with supporting Vietnam veterans. Then I played the Vietnam veteran in Forrest Gump, and he was a wounded veteran, of course. So I really got involved with the DAV, Disabled American Veterans, back in the 90s. And then after September 11th, I was just teed up to do something and didn't want to just sit back and do nothing. My heart was breaking over that terrible, terrible event. And we were starting to deploy to Afghanistan and Iraq shortly after that. And I just wanted to be a part of helping the men and women who were serving our country. So I started volunteering, and then it all turned into the Gary Sinise Foundation.
So, and it's also spread out beyond, like Steve had said, beyond military, but also first responders. And so you were a gentleman, Vincent Fire Chief Scott Mitchell had reached out to you, wrote a letter, and it was very practical in nature in that they just needed some equipment, some very specific equipment. And how does that, I could imagine these requests are coming in left and right from all over the place, and it's got to be tough to manage. But you got right back to him personally, correct?
Well, I'll tell you, speaking of September 11th, that's where all the first responder support started for me. I got involved with the FDNY after that terrible event and supporting them. They lost 343 firefighters there, 417 first responders in total, and I started volunteering to support them. I actually I was on my first trip to Iraq in 2003, and I sat down next to a gentleman who was wearing a button on his shirt, and it had a picture of a firefighter and a police officer on it. And I said, "What's that?" And he said, "Those are my sons. They were both killed on September 11th.
Right.
And his name is John Vigiano. He was a legendary firefighter in New York, served with the Marine Corps, and we became fast friends. And he introduced me to the FDNY, and I started supporting them in different ways and helping to. There's a memorial on Coney Island at the ballpark there on the side of the wall. It's called the Brooklyn Wall of Remembrance, and I helped to raise the money to build that back in 2007. And just all of the first responder work I was doing to support prior to my foundation just sort of manifested itself into the creation of our first responder outreach at the Gary Sinise Foundation. And so now we're supporting departments all over the country. I mean, when you think about it, most of the departments in this country are volunteers.
Yeah.
The guy works at the shoe store, and at night he goes and sits in the firehouse. And these departments do not have a lot of resources. They do not have a lot of equipment. The local town administration doesn't have a huge budget to support the firefighters. So they reach out to us all over the country and ask us for different pieces of equipment, grants, whatever. We're supplying equipment and grants all over the country to support these local fire departments. They're out there trying to save lives. We want to help them do that.
It's so I have law enforcement in the family, and my father, he just recorded hours of his life prior to us being aware of our lives as we were being raised by him. And he was over in Italy during World War II. And it just occurs to me, whether they be first responders or military, there is something special in these people who will do it all for you. It makes me get choked up, because it is such a unique quality that these are the people, when all hell is breaking loose and people are running away, these are the ones running towards. And there's something special that always has to be cherished and celebrated. So the work you're doing is doing that, and we commend you for that.
Thank you. Well, I've been inspired by so many people over the years that I've met that are exactly that. They don't have to serve, yet they do. They don't have to run into those buildings, yet they do, for people they don't know. We have our military out there on the front lines. They go where they're told, and sometimes they get hurt. Sometimes their families lose them. And I feel like the freedom that they provide and the security that our first responders provide, that there is some way that I can be of service to backing them up in a way. And I've been privileged. I've had a great career, blessed in so many ways. And I just wanted to do something to support in as many ways as possible. And now we have the support of thousands and thousands of donors who go to GarySiniseFoundation.org. They donate so that we can do good things like helping that department there in Pennsylvania.
Gary, we live in such politically divisive times, and there are so many things that don't unite us. But if you can't honor the veterans and first responders and people who have served for this country, I don't know what would unite us. That's such a unifying and good feeling. I'm wondering if you've spent any time or have worked with Jon Stewart at all. He's been doing a lot of work with victims of burn pits and veterans returning from Afghanistan and Iraq, and trying to help them get the medical care that they need.
I've done a few events with John over the years. We met. First time we met, I went on his TV show when he had his TV show years ago, and he interviewed me about something I was doing, some movie or something. But we've run into each other at a couple of events. We did something at West Point together years ago. He's supported the USO, and I've been involved with them for many, many years. He's fighting the good fight there for when he needs to get in front of Congress to get their attention, and I admire him for that.
Well, we would be remiss if we didn't talk about your career. You just mentioned it, and I happened to watch Of Mice and Men, your version, which I think is just a sensational, fantastic film. It just kills me every time. It's brilliant. And you also did Grapes of Wrath on stage, and John Steinbeck seems to speak to you, in a way that speaks to a lot of people, because I think Steinbeck captures a lot of what the American spirit is. Is that how you connect to those works and to his work in general?
Steinbeck was, Of Mice and Men was almost my introduction to literature. I was not somebody. I was academically challenged as a youngster, and didn't pay much attention until I got into the theater department at my high school, and then I wanted to kind of learn more. And our teacher there took us to see a production of Mice and Men when I was about 16 years old. And I didn't know anything about it, didn't know the book, didn't know anything. And it really introduced me to literature. I went and read the book after that, then The Grapes of Wrath. And Steinbeck really was kind of the author that I was paying attention to as a youngster. So when the opportunities came along at my theater company, Steppenwolf Theater, to do Of Mice and Men, we did it in 1980. We did a production of The Grapes of Wrath. We adapted that for the stage. It won the Tony Award in 1990. And then when I was standing on the stage on Broadway, we were shooting it for PBS. Mm-hmm. We closed it after 6 months, and now we brought the cameras in. We were shooting it. I was standing there with Elaine Steinbeck, wow. John Steinbeck's widow, and she was a big fan of the play. And I was standing there with her, and I said, would you give me the rights to make Of Mice and Men into a movie? And she said, well, honey, it's already been a film like 3 times. I said, well, I think I could do a good job with it. What do you say? And she gave me the rights actually for free for 1 year. And so my deal with her was if I could set the movie up, I would get the studio to pay her, which is exactly what we did. I went to MGM and they bought it, and they paid her for the rights to make a movie out of it. And 1 year later, we were making a movie of Mice and Men. So Steinbeck is a favorite, and I was privileged to work on a couple of great pieces of his.
Well, I have to tell you, it rocks my world every time I watch it. John Malkovich, everyone, and Ray Walston is great in it as well. There's so many scenes in that movie, and your directing is. I'm gonna. It's weird to fanboy on Of Mice and Men, but I am. It's just such a brilliant work, and you deserve all the credit for it.
Well, thank you. That was one of the favorite things I've worked on, because I produced it and directed it and got to be in it.
I'll fanboy on another film for a moment because yesterday we had a conversation, Gary, about the movie that you may have seen beginning to end more than any others. And the movie that I mentioned was Apollo 13 because anytime, and it runs quite a bit on various channels, anytime it comes on, I find myself sucked into it and I will sit down and I'll watch the whole thing. I'm fascinated by the engineering that took place behind the space program. So Tom Hanks's, From the Earth to the Moon was an incredible series that I fell in love with as well. But you as Ken Mattingly, I was curious about a practical question about that film. Since Ken didn't go to space, did you as an actor get to spend time in the vomit comet in preparation for that? Because I know none of the scenes you shot were in that, but did you get to ride in it?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
We all went up for one. It was a really fun movie to work on because we did some cool things. We went to space camp in Huntsville, Alabama, and we went down to Houston. I went to watch the shuttle go up in Florida. So we got to do some really cool things, and one of those was go up in the KC-135 training plane, which is the airplane. It'll go up to 42,000 feet, and then it'll drop. It just starts heading toward the Earth, and during the 25 seconds that you're crashing down toward the Earth, everything inside the plane just floats, and you get 25 seconds of zero gravity, and we got to do that. And then Ron Howard decided to put the set in there and shoot in there.
It's amazing.
And with people now taking these little space trips, does that hold any fascination to you at all?
You mean actor in space?
No. I mean like
Jeff Bezos,
Blue Horizon, and SpaceX and all that stuff, taking passengers up for rides.
I think Tom Hanks should be the actor.
There you go. Yeah. Okay.
Shoot him up there.
Gary, I have a fanboy question because I think the movie Ransom is underrated. Your performance in that and Mel Gibson, Rene Russo, it's a really great movie, and it sort of flies under the radar. Do you have any particular memories of doing the movie Ransom?
Yeah, well, I did so almost, I think it was nearly back-to-back movies I did Apollo 13 with Ron Howard, and then his next movie was Ransom. And so we had a great time on Apollo 13, and he offered me the part of Jimmy Shaker in Ransom, and I remember turning it down at first. I was just like, I had very young children. This is a movie about a kidnapper, and I had very young children at the time, and when I read the movie, I just absolutely hated the character Ron was asking me to play. I just hated the guy, and he was written a little older than I was at that time, so I just wasn't seeing myself doing it. And then I started to regret that I had turned the movie. I said no to Ron Howard. Mel Gibson's going to be in this movie. Well, how did I do that? So I was thinking about it, but I'd already said no. And then I bumped into the producer, Ron's partner, Brian Grazer. We were at a little Halloween parade with our children, and they were going to the same school or something. And I saw Brian, and he said hi, and I said, "Hey, Brian, how's it going? Whatever happened to casting that part in Ransom?" And he said, "Well, we haven't really done that yet. But we're about to offer it to somebody." And I said, he said, "Why?" I said, "Well, do you think I could talk to Ron again about it?" And within 15 minutes of me getting home that day, Ron Howard was on the phone calling. He said, "Brian told me to call you. Are you reconsidering?" And I said, "Well, Ron, yes, I am." And next thing I know, I had Ransom, and it ended up being playing a villain like that is actually, you get to dominate the movie so much, and you're tormenting the lead character throughout the whole film, and then of course you pay for all that at the end. And that's exactly what I did.
It's an atypical role, and it was wild to see you, have fun tearing at it because it's not the way we're used to seeing you. But a lot of your characters go through transitions. That one did not. He was a prick all the way to the end.
He was just psychotic, yeah.
Well, juxtaposed with the awesome things that you do with the Gary Sinise Foundation, you've covered all the bases, and we love any chance we get an opportunity to talk to you, Gary, and we want to thank you for helping not only some EMTs and first responders here locally, but what the Gary Sinise Foundation does nationwide. If people do want to support Gary Sinise Foundation, what is the easiest way to go about that?
The first thing I would do is go to GarySineseFoundation.org.
Okay.
Check out the website, look at the programs, go to the YouTube channel. There's dozens of videos that show us in action and show the people that we're trying to help. We have many, many great sponsors and partners, thousands of donors. Sunbelt Rentals is one of our great supporters. They do a ton of great work with us. Very, very supportive. We have a lot of great corporate sponsors, and we can always use more because we're always trying to do more.
I love it.
We'll continue to do that.
Excellent. Keep up the great work. Gary, have a great weekend. Thanks for joining us this morning.
My pleasure. Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
You too. Gary Sinise.
Wow. Damn.
I'm telling you, he's something else, man.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, he's so good. And we have
good
pages of stuff we could talk to him about. But I mean, we opened the door.
Yeah, and shout out to Sunbelt. That was really cool for him to bring them up. That's sort of where this connection began, and so they're going to help us out at Camp Out for Hunger this year too. So it's really cool to have that connection.
Oh, they're terrific.
From us to Sunbelt to Gary Sinise and back again.
Love it. All right, guys, to try and stay on time, we need to take a break because we got money and tickets to give away. MMR's Concert Cash is coming up when we return. Bizarre File 2. Stay right there.
And the great Artie Lang is
Artie
here.
Lang just arrived.
I haven't seen you in so long. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
They're doing their pleasantries.
Yes.
Artie's making his way over. We'll set him up on this.
Sorry, this is better television than radio. Artie just walked in.
He stole a cup from the hotel, it looks like.
Get everybody set in place here. That's very cool.
You got to put a chain on that like a pen at the bank.
Wow.
How you doing, Artie?
All right, how you doing?
The show, we were looking at the trailer. We love the concept, and this is actually sort of, Pete, this is your sort of a paraphrasing of your life experience.
I thought you were going to say this was your baby. I was like, I've always wanted a baby. Yeah, it's a fictionalization. It's what Jed is so good at is taking something that's true. You know, I was religious. I did get married very young. My wife did leave me for a very small man named Rocco.
He legitimately was named Rocco.
Yeah, she left me for a boxer named Rocky. That is
boxer,
real.
wait, that's a detail I never heard.
And here we are in Philly. It's so perfect. It's so perfect. But the show is much funnier. That's what Jed, we talked about what actually happened. The emotion we got correct, but then Jed is like, a real divorce isn't fun or funny or eventful.
But you know what?
There's a lot of sleeping and masturbating.
Of course, but that can be said of any lifestyle.
All right, so I gotta ask about this guy because
What's my excuse? I'm still doing that. It's been a decade.
There's a little detail that I saw in the trailer, and it's when you come in and you realize that your wife is sleeping with another man, and he has tattooed on his chest the L from Laverne and Shirley. Oh my God!
I know.
I had to pause it to make sure that was legitimately.
I wish we could take credit for that.
Oh.
That is the dude's real. That's George
Seriously?
Basil.
Are you
That's
kidding?
his real tattoo.
Jesus.
He's a friend of mine. He's hilarious. Because the character's name is Leaf. I thought he put the L on his chest to be
show.
funny in the audition.
Wow.
And he was like, "No, that's my daughter's name. Starts with an L." And I was like, "All right, well, everyone's going to be making fun of you on the radio."
Oh, well, it's funny because we like to go behind the curtain on stand-up comedy and all of that. And this, Judd, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is catching the process in the open mic stages, which is almost never explored. But it's when a comedian who's finding themselves is the most vulnerable.
Yeah.
And you're vulnerable in your own personal experience to begin with because of finding the Laverne and Shirley guy.
How dare you?
And then you're trying to, you're starting out in comedy. My question is, you're a practitioner, you're a hilarious comedian. How did you retrain yourself to appear that you're in your embryonic stages?
Comedy is so hard. It's so easy to revert right back to the beginning, I feel. But Jed, you would have us do the same material more than once for the same audience, which would manufacture.
Okay. We would just bore the people who were watching us tape. So I would just say, Pete, do your act. And he's like, well, how do I bomb? I'm like, just do it and then do it again. And by the third time, they're just going to naturally not like you.
They hate you. They're so mad. So I would do bits that I've written recently and bits. It was nice to do jokes that I wrote in my early stages as well. But I like origin stories. You know what I mean? Like when I want to see how Batman becomes Batman, because there's more risk that he's going to get beat up. There's more stakes. You're more worried for him. And Judd and I were excited that there hasn't really been a show about a comedian becoming good instead of just already being great.
And Artie, so you have, from what I see, you have him on your podcast.
Right.
Is that legitimately your podcast, or is this just made up for the show?
It's people I could never get in real life on the podcast. I've known Sarah Silverman for like 30 years. I can't get her on the phone. But so it was fun for me to get to have Pete and Sarah there, and then we have my real producer of my podcast came in, which was a great detail that I guess was not necessary, but
no, we like to do that. We wanted to get some of the real people.
Oh, I loved it.
Sure.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
I love telling him not to speak.
If you talk, we owe you $1,000. Please be quiet.
He's in Chicago. He's got a rare thing, an effeminate Chicago accent, which is rare. Like, it's usually Mike
It's almost
Ditka,
impossible.
but he's like, listen, guys, I've got to go to the Bears game, and I've got Bears tickets, and and he doesn't drink, but sometimes I think he likes to get out of doing me favors to tell me he drinks, and he goes, I'm hammered. And he lives with me, so he weaseled that, and it was like Felix. He told me he was going to leave in 2 months, and then so he just does everything for me now.
There you go.
And they put him on the show, which was really cool. I mean, he was very excited about that.
As you're coming up as a stand-up comic, I love stand-up comedy. I've always wanted to be a stand-up comedian, but I realize how hard it is, and I'm not brave enough to get up on a stage and do that. But as you're doing this and you're doing open mics, and you have this vision of who you are, but that's not necessarily who you really are. Like you are who you think you are, and how you're perceived by your audience. So where do those two meet? And where does the success come from?
Well, I think that's one of the interesting things we're exploring on the show is the role of failure and like a lot of pain and crappy experiences, kind of refining comedians into funny people. Because when you start, you're absolutely right. And the material you're doing is very bad and light and jokes that anybody could do. But the great thing about stand-up is it's so painful, you have to get better or you'll just keep getting hit in the nuts. Can you say nuts?
Yes, absolutely.
We have a nice relationship with Mike Birbiglia, and
what I should have said was nothing.
That was so good. And you were in Don't Think Twice, and Judd, you have a relationship with Mike as well, obviously.
He was a consultant on the show.
Okay, yeah. So that
you look like Mike Birbiglia.
I do
a little bit.
Wow, that's a compliment.
I just think whoever you're talking about, you look like that.
I'll take it as a compliment because he's talented. But I love Don't Think Twice, and I loved it because of what it seems to me is sort of mirrored in this show. There's the you pay attention to the art of the craft, and we're all fans of that. So how do you do that without getting too far away from actually being funny and entertaining?
That's a great question. I don't know. I think we might have failed.
Doesn't look that way.
Well, it's about suffering.
Yeah.
I mean, it's something about, it's a weird profession because you have to do it in front of people while you suck.
Right. Yes.
Like, that's a bizarre part of it. Yeah. And so if you're trying to make money and you desperately need to pay for your bills, and it's hard to get anyone to pay you when you're bad at it. So it's strange.
Hookers do that, too. It's really other professional. They learn on the job.
The hooker open mic scene is brutal. Don't do it. It sounds great. It's like a free haircut. You'll
I think that's what you said. Well, it's good to have Judd because you trust somebody. Like he knows how to get it right. So if you figure you just throw a bunch of stuff out there, and he'll know what he's doing in the editing room.
That's true.
If not, it's like I'm clearly the bad luck charm in his career.
Well, don't you have to be
on Howard? If the ratings book came out and he was number 7, I'd be like, he'd look around the room and go, "What's different?" What's the reason we suck now?
Well, that's actually true. One of the great scenes in the pilot, and a big reason why I think we got picked up, was this amazing scene that Artie did, that Judd directed in the pizza place, where the film we shot on film, so you only have 15 minutes per reel, and Judd just yelled out like, Artie, talk about what you would warn a new comedian about. And Mr. Lang here, I'm a mess and I can't. It kills it. Consummate professional, destroys the reel. Everyone applauds, like Nick Nolte doing an amazing monologue. People are wiping tears. Someone got pregnant. It was amazing. But that's Judd's genius, knowing this is we cast a real guy with real stories, and we just let him talk to a real version of me.
I got to say, Artie, I read your book, Crash and Burn, and man, oh man, that is a powerful ass book. Your ability also to be as candid and entertaining at the same time, I think, is the skill set that makes you just such a great comedian. Because, there's a lot of soul bearing in that. And it's the Game of Thrones with heroin. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's an amazing thing.
And fewer breasts.
Only mine.
I'll say this though, I think you have a real solid dramatic capability. I know you're a Godfather savant. Why haven't you been? Does that entice you at all? The idea of perhaps dramatic acting, because I think you possess that ability.
I've done it before, where people cast me and stuff, where they just say, I know you can do this. Like a director will say, I know you can do this. Don't worry about it. This guy cast me in a movie called The Fourth Floor.
Yeah.
In like 1998. And I told my agent, the guy had seen me on Man TV, and he said, no, I know Artie can do this. I was playing the murderer in this movie, and opposite Juliette Lewis and William Hurt.
Right.
And I said, listen, I can't go to the Yankee-Padre World Series if I take this part. And it was being shot in Nova Scotia. And I said, so I'm going to have like 30 grand on something I'm not watching on television. And it's my team, so...
You're Robin Williams in Good Will Hunting if he didn't meet his wife. I don't have to go see About a Girl. That's the riff of the year, I think.
I'm more like Goodwill Forte. I'm trying to think of a will.
Goodwill Forte.
So he agreed to let me do it. I agreed to do it.
Oh, you did do it.
I did do it. It's called The Fourth Floor, and the director was wrong. Yeah. I think it was. I did a good job, but it's so funny. Juliette Lewis and me have scenes together the whole time, and I was used to acting with people like Norm Macdonald, comedians who were trying to act. And in the first scene, I'm supposed to yell at her, and I yell, and she goes, ugh! And then I thought I really scared her, so I went, whoa, I'm sorry. And the director said, no, she's acting. And I genuinely thought, but she was so sweet and got me through it, and I think I did all right, but I don't know. I would love to try that.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that, and
it depends on the material.
Yeah,
I don't think Marlon Brando would have been any better than the guy who played the skipper in
Alan Hale.
It's just crappy material.
Alan Hale in The Godfather would have been fantastic.
That would have been bad. That's the thing.
Well, you could call Luca Brasi little buddy. That's
I remember I was talking to Norm Macdonald. I was trying to get him to act in this thing, and
that's always easy.
And at some point we said, Norm, you know what? We're not going to have you do it. He's like, oh, good, because I don't know how to act. He goes, you know how I act is I'll think of like a guy from a show, and I'll just do like a impression of him. Like this. I was thinking about doing Inspector Luger from Barney Miller.
Wow. I opened up for him doing stand-up once, and they would yell out stuff from SNL. I go, do Burt Reynolds. And he would go, I need the mustache. I never saw a comic just say no to something like that.
He's a method actor. Excellent. Yeah. Well, good luck to you guys, and enjoy the evening in Philadelphia. So, Judd Apatow, Pete Holmes, Artie Lang, thank you guys. Crashing.
I love it.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a second. Stay with us.
Police are searching for a suspect who allegedly opened fire outside a nightclub in the Philadelphia section of Port Richmond. It happened at 11:15 last night at the Penthouse Club in the 3000 block of Castor Ave. Witnesses told police a gunman got out of the vehicle and opened fire into the crowd. The patrons then ran for cover, but they say it appeared two of the three men were the intended targets. Those men, after getting shot out, ran back into the club and eventually got into a vehicle without contacting the police.
So there were 15 shots. They were shooting at three guys, and no one was hit.
They don't believe anybody was
Were
hit.
they stormtroopers?
Many of the witnesses
Guys can't hit anything.
Yeah.
say they hid for 30 minutes, fearing they would be hurt. Police found no blood or evidence that anyone was hurt at the scene. They've checked area hospitals, but so far no one has come forward. Investigators found strike marks from the bullets and at least 15 shell casings. One of the bullets hit a nearby car and a neighboring building.
They walked single file to hide their numbers.
Hide the numbers, yes. And those shots, you can see in the marks that were too accurate.
Yeah.
To be sand people.
Police say the suspect was last seen running down Castor Ave. So far, there's no word on a motive for the
We
shooting.
go down to Obi-Wan Kenobi at the Penthouse Club.
As you can see, these marks are too accurate for sand people. They always march single file to hide their numbers. Back to you.
He's a field reporter.
Yes, we're outside of the Penthouse Club right now. I'm surveying the damage. This is clearly not the work of sand people. As you can see.
Now, here's your concert cash keyword.
All right, the word we're giving to you today is safe. S-A-F-E. And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that. There are 3 ways to do it. Text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. Or if you'd like to be entered for the $10,000 grand prize, enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. And one random entry wins $500 in our company-wide contest, and all MMR winners receive 2 free tickets to the MMR BBQ. Winners will get a call from our company, Beasley. Make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules are available at WMMR.com, and it's sponsored by AAA Distributor. So the word again is SAFE, S-A-F-E. Good luck.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Mulch Works of Aston. They offer the highest quality mulch and topsoil that's manufactured on-site, delivery or pickup for residential and commercial markets. You can visit mulchthis.com. 2 men fatally struck by a train on an elevated subway tracks in Brooklyn early Wednesday are believed to be graffiti taggers from France.
Wow. Came all this way to get hit by a train.
A train operator on the East New York bound number 3 train saw the mangled bodies as he pulled into the Sutter Avenue Rutland Road station. The men were already dead, apparently struck by an earlier train. They had spray paint cans on them when they were struck. Police were working to identify the 2 men who had French passports on them and determine how they came to be struck.
So are there tags like curse words written in French?
I don't know.
Like merde?
Nailed. Hundreds of. That's the only curse word I know in French. Nick, do you know any others?
Va te
Say it again.
Va te fuer.
And what would that roughly?
Go F yourself.
Okay. So hundreds of riders were stuck on a number 3 train that struck the men. MTA crews sent another train that hitched to the stuck train. The passengers walked onto the rescue train and were brought to the station. And the station is one stop away from the Utica Avenue station, which draws taggers because the MTA sometimes moves idle subway trains there during the night, particularly during bad weather. So they're an easy target. Yeah, for taggers. I didn't know that.
Merde.
In Minnesota, police say the 420th Street sign has been stolen so much that it is now being placed 20 feet in the air on a pole.
Does it really serve a purpose up at 20 feet?
Police shared a picture of the sign on Wednesday, or April 20th, 420, and they said, if you decide to partake in 420 activities today, just know that you will never be as high as our 420th Street sign. Police said this is not a challenge, but a way to deter thieves. They said, please do not try and steal our sign. We have a trap at the bottom. It may include munchies as a distraction technique. The theft of signs with 420 on them is well documented and have inspired some unique responses by authorities in Idaho. A 420 mile marker sign was replaced with 419.9.
That's great. I wonder if they had the same issue, because in Delco, off of 95, there's a 420 that basically goes from the Delaware River all the way up to 320.
A route?
A Route 420.
Oh, wow.
And I wonder if they have that same issue.
That's a good question. I'll bet you they probably do. This is tragic. 2 men fell to their deaths over 2 days at separate canyons in Utah on what local authorities called a tragic weekend. On Saturday, 41-year-old Arlo Lott Jr. of Steamboat Springs died after falling 70 feet when his rappel anchor broke in Farnsworth Canyon. Search and rescue staff hiked into the area and rappelled down to Lott, who was taken out of the canyon by a helicopter. Officials said his condition quickly deteriorated. They administered life-saving measures, but he didn't make it by the time they got to the hospital. And on Friday, in Upper Black Box, 50-year-old Craig Barlow was watching his friends. Listen to this. He was watching his friends rappel when the ledge of a cliff that he was sitting on broke loose.
Oh, my God.
And he
Oh, my
fell.
God.
So,
and he died from that.
Bad luck.
A rescue helicopter was able to land on a shelf in a tight area farther up the canyon. Paramedics made their way down, and he was carried up the canyon to an area where they were able to climb up a 40-foot sandy embankment and make their way to the helicopter. He was transported to the hospital, and he died from his injuries. So that's...
He was run over by a train being engineered by a bear. President.
That's terrible, terrible. And let's see. Oh, yeah, here's a follow-up story. On November 21st, Trevor Jacobs' single-engine airplane fell out of the sky, a harrowing experience that the YouTuber just so happened to catch on film and upload to social media. In January, aviation experts began investigating the incident, as they are wont to do in the event of most every aviation crash. And on Thursday, the FAA formally accused Jacob of staging the entire incident and intentionally crashing his 1940 Taylorcraft for online clout. At the time, Jacob, a former Olympic snowboarder, claimed that his plane had malfunctioned, forcing him to bail out and parachute to safety when the aircraft crashed into the Los Padres National Forest in Southern California.
You remember we were watching the video of this?
Yep. However, in a letter dated April 11th, the FAA informed him that he had operated his plane in a careless or reckless manner so as to endanger the life or property of another, a violation of aviation regulations. The FAA also revoked his pilot's license effective immediately. When reached by the New York Times this week, Jacob claimed to not be aware of the letter, but declined to comment on advice from his attorney. Although the FAA can't actually prosecute anybody for violating regulations, should Jacob fail to surrender his pilot's license, he can be held liable for further legal enforcement action and be fined up to about $1,600 a day until he does. So essentially, he's just not going to be able to fly anymore. He's not going to be able to pilot anymore. But yeah, that's pretty damn reckless.
Well,
even though it's a remote area,
you don't know.
You never know.
Some guy go, I'm going to go on a walkabout today.
Right. A man was driving on a highway in England when he spotted a snake. It just so happened to be slithering on the side view mirror of his vehicle. His son took video of the snake, which
Why didn't you slow down?
They correctly identified as a grass snake. The two determined that there was nowhere to stop safely to let the snake leave the vehicle without harm. In the video, the snake can be seen dropping onto the road. It was posted to TikTok and has been viewed over 30,000 times.
You guys use the metric system.
All right, and then we'll do one more story and we'll wrap with this one. People are understandably a little bit freaked out by this. A mysterious pale man has been spotted cycling naked through a village in England.
What kind of pail is he using?
No, P-A-L-E.
Oh.
He's very, very
white.
White, yes.
Yeah.
Locals say they spotted the man Easter Sunday morning, and he was caught on camera taking his ride again on Tuesday.
Come on.
Derbyshire police got a call from one member of the public about the naked cyclist on Tuesday.
Hey guys, that man is naked.
But an officer in the
very
area
pale.
failed to track him down. If he is caught, he could be charged with indecent exposure. So for whatever reason, they got a naked biker.
I can see his bum and his tallywhacker.
In the area. And there you go. That is your bizarre file for now. All right, so you have just a few minutes left to get your keyword into us. We're going to give you about 4 minutes. Safe is the word you have to enter. And do that now because you have $500 and a pair of tickets to the MMR BBQ awaiting for you. Now, when you're done with that, should I give this away?
Yeah, do it.
I've got the last copy of the Batman on digital to give away. And we'll take caller number 9 at 215-263 WMMR. The Batman is caught in a deadly game of cat and mouse with the Riddler and this gritty thriller. I'm
so guilty for watching this.
I just went to the eye doctor yesterday. New glasses are coming soon.
Oh, nice.
As starring Robert Pattinson and Zoe Kravitz. You can own it on 4K Ultra HD on May 24th or on digital now, 215-263 WMMR. We're going to take a break. Come back in a second. Lesson, question, trash, music, news. Those things are on the way when we return. Hanging out.
I wish I got the humor. You guys look like you're having so much fun.
I know. I was singing that.
I was singing that too, Kenny.
4 people in the room are really enjoying themselves.
No idea what we're talking about.
5th one,
God.
slightly removed.
Do they not have great aim or what's happening?
I saw them. They came in from that direction.
He's a witness on the scene. C-3PO.
Thank you, hero.
All right, nerds. Let's do sports this morning.
Should we do the letter?
Yeah. Okay. I was going to give you another fact about Steamboat Willie.
No, tell me.
I believe that the technique that they used to make that, when they would show that in the movie theaters, it had a certain frequency that it vibrated, that the sound would make, and it actually would make people sick.
Wow.
Sick.
I just saw Steamboat Willie.
That it would make them physically ill in the theater. And it's like it's almost as if you have like a whoop, 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 whoop type of sound in your ears.
In the projector?
Oh my God, I'm doing Randy Newman cars.
Yeah. Do it again.
You said Randy Newman.
Survivor. Bum, bum, bum. It's the eye of the tiger. Eye of the tiger. It's a survivor. It's Rocky. Looking stocky. Don't mock him. Just rock him.
Wow. Here in my car.
God almighty. That was some of the best verse spitting I've ever heard, Pierre. Rocky looks stocky.
Rocky, looking stocky. Don't get too cocky.
Now we can do the letter of the day.
Fantastic.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
I'd actually like that to be on the Daily Rush. It was the very end of the show, but...
Well, you started to do the sound, and I heard Gary Newman.
That was fun. All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter...
U as in utility.
All right, and we have a trip for you to L.A. for the premiere of Warner Brothers Pictures' Kong Skull Island. On March 18th, Kong Skull Island hits theaters nationwide on March 10th, mind you. So we'll give that away tomorrow. It's a very cool thing. How about the show today, Pierre?
So we got more Philly Home and Garden Show tickets at the Expo Center Friday through Sunday, which will be fun. And we've got a block of Avenged Sevenfold. Yesterday we did Volbeat, one of the opening bands for Metallica. Avenged Sevenfold, another of the opening bands. And...
right?
Wow.
Oh, yeah, Kathy has her lipstick on. Oh, my God.
Hello.
Wow.
Do you know,
that's horrible.
What it looks like is it looks like you've been huffing paint.
It does.
Yeah.
It really does.
Yeah.
You know what though? I'm thinking. So it's one of these little samples that comes in. You can where you get like a little bag of samples. It's something you can subscribe to, and I did it for years, and that's what this is from. But I'm thinking it might not even be lipstick.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like a liquid.
Car paint?
No, like a liquid eyeshadow or something. Because the way it's sitting on my lips, it's not.
It doesn't feel like lipstick.
No.
Well,
it
what does the
feel like
bottle say?
It doesn't. It's just a little tiny sample, so it doesn't say.
What color is it labeled as?
No idea.
Fragrant pink?
Oh, it's like a gold.
Metallic gold.
There's a character that Dave Chappelle does where he's a crackhead.
Yeah.
And, that's what
he looks like, yeah. What's his name again?
Oh, I wish I could remember.
Rose gold, Pierre.
Rose gold. Okay, so it's got a little pink or red in it. Kathy, give us a big toothy Kathy smile with those.
Wow.
Hold on, I'm looking up.
Thank you for doing that.
No, that's beautiful.
Time for the news.
That was the thing that first attracted me to her.
Here's the theme for her news.
It could be like
Eye of the tiger. Eye of the tiger. What rhymes with tiger? Liger. Have a lager because it's beer week.
Okay.
Don't be a freak.
Honestly, if we don't sell those as albums, two separate albums,
I think that's album worthy.
All right, we shall see if we can get an answer to this question. What kind of a tower do we want named after us in Bristol? 215-263 WMMR. I will go to Dan. Let's see if Dan knows the answer. Hey, Dan, how you doing, bud?
Yo, what's up?
Yo, Dan, what kind of what kind of tower do we want in Bristol? What kind of tower?
Milkshake.
Yeah, he said it. Milkshake. Hang on a second. He's using that vagina lipstick.
Yeah, he's trying it out.
Dan, hang on. We're going to get your information, and we are going to set you up with a 4-pack of tickets for the Progressive Atlantic City Boat Show. March 1st through the 5th at the Atlantic City Convention Center. And you can visit them at acboatshow.com, by the way. Boat show.
Going to the boat show. Lots of boats. What's that over there? It's a boat. What's that over there? It's a boat.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
At the boat show.
See you at the boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
See you at the boat show.
Atlantic City.
Boat show.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
You're a real crumb bum.
How to do that again? And we'll only get one more. We'll only get one more day of that, folks. And you know what? We had a story the other day about a home coloring procedure that you can do for hair.
Yeah.
And we're going to try it out today. We're going to give this a shot. Should I reveal what
by all
it is?
means.
Apparently, you can color your hair with Nutella. You know, the dip, the chocolatey hazelnut dip.
I love it. It's one of my absolute favorite things to eat. And so you've always had an issue with...
I used to dye my beard because I have a gray beard and I have darker brown hair, little tufts of gray.
Yes,
but
distinguished.
But anyhow, and so it's a stark contrast between the two. And I used to dye it, and then I found out that I'm allergic to the hair dye.
Yeah.
And I mean, like
burning.
burns on my face. I should have shaved today. Damn it, I didn't do it. I have a little bit of...
Well, what do you...
No, that's
if
okay.
you
I feel
shave,
like you need it. I want it longer.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Anyway.
I'm the stylist in this, by the way.
Okay, yeah, Kathy is going to be a stylist. So we're going to try dyeing my beard with Nutella today.
So Kathy's going to nut all over your face.
She's going to nut on my face.
Well, there's this. It looks like in the video anyway, if this even works, is that there's some condensed milk. So yeah, I might
lick your face, dude. I might be licking your face.
You want to start with that? It'll look like you.
I know.
Kathy's nutting all
totally glazed me. Anyhow, so we're going to try this out today, and we'll see if it works or not. Ooh, Kathy is putting on rubber gloves.
Oh.
What are we doing here?
I think we're getting a rectal search.
Call Dr. Mike.
Hello, sir. What are we going to do here today?
Oh, okay. We're doing
the
role
full
play.
treatment. Yeah.
Role play.
All right, you're a border guard.
I wanted to darken up my beard a little bit. You know, it's kind of salt and pepper, but I'm allergic to chemicals, so I need something a little more natural.
Oh, I know what we can do. I have Nutella and something that looks like man juice.
I love that stuff. Man juice and Nutella. Let's give it a try. All right, hang on.
And Kathy came with all the professional equipment, a garbage bag, which has a hole punctured in it that she's putting over Preston's head.
We don't want you to get dirty.
It's a nice little smock. It barely covers your shoulders.
So I'm going to have to leave my headphones off, right? Yeah, because you're going to get up here.
Yeah, come on, man. What are you, a professional? What?
Do you have a brush?
So we're just going to have you tilt your head back a little bit.
Ooh.
All right, now lean in a little more to the microphone, Kathy. You're going to have to rub your breasts on Preston's face.
No, it's as far as...
All right, so we have a mixture. Is it a mixture of Nutella and half and half?
Well, no. So it's Nutella, and then you just take the condensed milk and you kind of sprinkle it on his face afterwards. That's what the video does. So that's
this
what
is like a bad gay porn movie.
All right, I got it a little closer now.
This is really bad.
Can I get a scalp massage too while you're back there?
Listen, we don't do that here.
No, that's
shocking.
That's the hair equivalent of a handy.
Okay.
I thought you were going to be.
It's just a hand.
Using like a brush, like a.
I got a brush.
She's using a spoon.
Yeah, we got to put it on.
All right, so she's now ladling the Nutella, which is thick, man.
Yeah, how do you not just want to
Oh my God!
eat it right
this
away?
looks like a sequel to Two Girls in a Cup.
Awesome.
All right, so she's spreading it on his beard. He's eating the Nutella. It's disgusting. Oh my God,
Casey.
All right, so the Nutella is being.
Preston, you got a little.
It looks like someone crapped on your chin.
Now listen.
Oh
right.
my
video,
God,
he does,
Chuck
like-
Berry would be all over this.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
does patches, so I'm gonna do.
Save that to the hard drive.
And then I'm gonna rub it in.
All right, so he's got dollops of what appear to be crap on his beard. It's Nutella though. Are you putting that in his nose?
Oh my God.
Don't you want your mustache done?
It's
God, what a soothing
the size
voice.
Of a dog turd.
She's got a can of condensed milk. How are you going to pour that on his beard?
They did in the video.
You got to pour it lightly because it's a full, wide open can.
Oh my God.
Oh my
What are you
God.
doing?
She's.
What are you doing?
What?
It's hot.
Dude.
Oh my God.
You're dying
Oh
of
my God. She poured like an 8-9 ounces. It's going down his neck.
Rub it in together.
That is a filthy mess.
Okay, now she's rubbing it in. Okay.
This
Because he had a giant glob.
What do they call this? This swirl, this frothy swirl that occurs after backdoor stuff?
I don't know.
They don't call it.
Is that felching? No, that's with the straw.
Schmegma.
No.
Oh my God, this looks disgusting.
The condensed milk is making the Nutella like
yummy,
gross looking. And
No, this is not yummy. This is weird.
Oh, well, there we go.
Yeah, it's coming in together nicely.
Get up on the sideburns there, Kathy.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do sideburns.
All right.
I mean, yeah, I mean, because it's right now, it really does look like someone took a full-blown dump on your face. It really does. But this is, okay, so when you're done nutting on his face, let us know when you need to. How long does it need to sit for?
That's the mystery. I don't know, Kathy.
Like 2 hours.
That's it.
Is this just a practical joke from the Nutella world?
Seriously, I think it might be because this condensed milk is really making the consistency of the Nutella disgusting.
Well, I always wanted a pearl necklace, and now I have one. I'm breaking out my camera. I'm going to put it in.
This is part of the one DJ in a dump suit.
No, you know who I look like? Oh. Yukon Cornelius, man.
Yes.
Nothing.
If this turns out to be an elaborate practical joke, it's a good one.
It is a good one.
Because we fell for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like there's a bad ending to this.
Right.
You look like this looks like the last scene in the most horrific gay porn ever made.
Yeah, I'm a mess.
It's called Taco Tuesday.
You've got.
Did I get some on my headphones?
You did.
Damn it!
I know. It's
I tried. Oh, yeah.
no, Preston did it. It wasn't. It's not you, Kathy.
He's licking them all.
I'm just trying to see. He said, when they asked why, he said he didn't have the edge anymore. He said it was something that normally came naturally to him, but that he was kind of having to like pump himself up, and so that natural, that drive. And he said he was asking his players to give 100%, and he said I can't walk in there and give 70%. And so he said he just knew it was the right time. He kept referring to his wife Patty, and he said that they, just knew that this was the right time. He made the decision at the end of the regular season, and I think Nick was watching too, and heard him say that it had leaked, so it wasn't supposed to come out now, but it did. And he said, some of the other people that he worked with there was a little bit of time where they tried to convince him not to, and he just said, I knew that this was the right time. And he did apologize, Nick. I don't know if you saw this. Okay, he apologized to everybody that had texted him that he said, I didn't get back to anybody. He said, but I will. He said, I just wanted to get through this, and then I'm going to text everybody back.
I told Kathy yesterday that I tried to I did reach out to him, trying to get him on the show yesterday, and I figured that he wouldn't, but I'm sure he'll text back at some point. But yeah, he said that the report leaked that this was going to happen, but that the decision itself was inevitable, and one way or the other, this was going to be his last season.
Well, I'm happy to hear that because he hadn't come forward and said anything yet, and you never know if somebody might have been sick.
Yeah,
or,
that's
or
what
if
we
there
were
was
hoping wasn't
some
the
kind
case.
of underlying thing that might not have been positive, and so I'm happy to hear it was time for him to wrap it up.
No, that's and that is very true to his style, that he felt he wasn't able to give what he was asking his players to give, and so he walks away rather than what I'm sure he believes is undermining the team, which is not, because he's so good at what he does, but to him it's important.
Did he mention the Papa Shot at all during his press conference?
Well, it's still going on.
It's still going on. He didn't, but he
did enjoy Talk Like Bill Weston Day. He said so.
He did say that it wasn't like completely out of the blue. Like he said, for the past maybe 3 years, he had been, it's always on your mind. You're thinking about it, but that when this year came, he just knew that this was the last year.
Okay. All right. Well, hopefully we'll get to talk to him in the near future and get a little bit more of that from him. In the meantime, we're going to do today's lesson question. Now we will do that. We're going to give away, let's see, a pair of tickets to see Steve Trevino, who was here this morning, and you'll go to the show tonight at 9:45. And the question that I have for you is Cynthia Albritton, which I'm going to talk about in a moment. She's the plaster caster. Stopped casting penises after working with which artist? 215-263-WMMR. And let's see if you were listening and heard that. It was a quick little throwaway line.
Yes, it was.
And we'll see if you know it. Cynthia Albritton, the plaster caster.
stopped casting penises after working with which artist? 215-263 WMMR. Call now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's see where we're going today. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, Michael Feinstein, a longtime friend of the legendary Liza Minnelli, is claiming she was sabotaged at the 2022 Oscars telecast. Feinstein, who was with her, says the show's executive producer convinced her that it would be funny if she pretended to be immobile and incoherent.
Hey!
Mike Tyson repeatedly punched another passenger on a flight from San Francisco to Florida after the man insisted on bothering him as he attempted to nap. Once the man left the flight, he reportedly spent the afternoon attempting to slap raw meat out of the mouths of alligators.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Johnny Depp was grilled on the stand yesterday as Amber Heard's lawyer produced text messages in which the actor discussed having sex with her body after he murdered her to make sure she was dead. Depp defended himself, saying he has never been good at pillow talk. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we are going to attempt to get a winner. Somebody who knows the answer to this question. It was Cynthia Albritton, also known as Cynthia Plastercaster, stopped casting penises after working with which artist? And we will go to a caller. It will be Nick that we're going to try. Hi, Nick. Good morning.
Hey.
All right. Hey. Nick. Which artist did she stop casting penises of when she got
Michael Bublé.
Michael Bublé. You got it, buddy. Hang on, Nick. A pair of tickets to join and see comedian Steve Trevino tonight at 9:45 Punchline in Philly. Tickets are on sale now, punchlinephilly.com. And each of Steve's shows this weekend, you can get those there. Let's do music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Music news is sponsored by Montage Mountain. Today and tomorrow, you can sample over 150 craft beers, ciders, and seltzers from 50 of the best breweries nationwide. MontageMountain.com/Brewfest. Let's begin with Kirk Hammett. He will serve as the moderator at the famed horror festival Midsummer Scream, July 30th at Southern California's Long Beach Convention Center.
Cool.
Hammett will head up the panel that features relatives of the horror genre's original stars. So the 90-minute original Monster Kids panel will feature Sarah Karloff, daughter of Boris Karloff, Ron Chaney, grandson and great-grandson of Lon Chaney Jr. and Sr., Lynn Lugosi Sparks, granddaughter of Bella Lugosi, and Victoria Price, daughter of Vincent Price.
That's pretty amazing.
It is, right?
Yeah.
As they share personal family stories, photos, and perhaps a home movie or two, giving fans a very personal look into the private lives of the actors who brought some of the most famous characters to life.
Is Buffy Kruger going to be there?
I don't know if Buffy Kruger can make it or not. Blink-182's Mark Hoppus says he's feeling great and ready to make new music. In an interview published this week, he said that he plans to get back into the studio and back to playing music. He did not mention a date, but he hopes to release new music very soon. He said, life's great. I'm glad to be here. And he didn't specify if he would be recording with the band or doing something solo. Hoppus is 7 months cancer-free. When he first went public with his diagnosis, he shared that he was undergoing treatment for 4A diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. So things are still looking good for him. Korn shared a music video for the song Worst is on its Way. Well, the video was directed by Craig Bernard and Cully Bunker, and the single... Cully Bunker.
What is it?
It's just a name.
Cully Bunker.
Cully Bunker.
Okay.
The single... That's really the name. Do you think I
thought maybe you fudged it up. Okay.
Nothing but a Cully Bunker.
Yeah.
Edith
Waitress,
Bunker's
get a
sister.
couple of Cully Bunkers over here.
Right away, Archie!
The single is from the group's latest album, Requiem, which was released back in February. Jonathan Davis said, right now, everything's going good, but always in the back of my head, I'm just waiting for that next bad thing to happen. I thought it was an amazing way to end the record because it's all about me battling the darkness and coming out on top. But life is a never-ending loop, and there's always more bull S ahead.
Beautiful.
I mentioned this in the lesson question. Cynthia Albritton, a.k.a. Cynthia Plastercaster, the legendary artist and, quote, recovering groupie, renowned for plaster casts she took of many top musicians' penises and other body parts,
has passed away after a long illness. She was 74 years old. Her collection included a lot of names, including super big like Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah.
He was on board for that whole thing. And she did more recent musicians as well, like Karen O of the Yeah Yeah Yeahs and many others. So there were women that were involved, too, that had their breasts casted.
Did she ever make a site, the biggest, that she had
I don't
secured
know.
from a rock musician?
I got to guess. Yeah.
I feel like
Hendrix?
I
Yeah.
feel like I've heard that before.
So have I. Yeah,
Okay.
I thought I did, and I wondered if I was just misremembering.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Emphasis on member.
So she and Frank Zappa had worked together for a while, although he never was a part of her art. He did not participate, but he founded the concept both humorous and creative, and so he kind of helped support her.
Well, you know, Nick Murphy takes a Polaroid, I guess, when we have them come in here. Should we do plaster cast of their genitals?
Well, you know that there was a song, and I played this earlier this morning, that Kiss wrote called Plaster Caster, and it was about her. I'll play it. Gene was a fan.
Each purchase of the VIP ticket comes with chickens.
Whoa. Really? How many?
6.
6 chickens?
6 chickens.
Wow, that's sick.
Sick. Great deal from Gene Simmons.
So she had written a book, so I'm sure that there's information in there about maybe who was the biggest. There was a documentary called Plaster Caster and a BBC documentary that she participated in called My Penis and I.
Was it Pamela DeBar who wrote, she was the ultimate groupie and had slept with a whole collection of rock stars? Do you remember that book? It was around the same time that this was a big thing.
Yeah, I do remember. I don't remember the name of it.
I'm with the band?
I'm with the band. That
That's
was
it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, and this ties directly in with the things we've been talking about, corn and plaster penises and stuff like that. This Sunday, April 24th, is New Kids on the Block Day.
Yeah. I wonder if they did their junk.
It's a real holiday that was declared on April 24th, 1989, and to celebrate, Donnie, Danny, Jonathan, Jordan, and Joey are selling tickets to this summer's Mixtape Festival for $19.89 just for one day this Sunday.
You know, we announced the return of the Kildares, and not Kildares, of the Keenans, and us doing that show. They're connected to one of our favorite memories. Yeah.
Yep, that is correct. We had Jonathan. No, wait, who did we have there? We had Knight, Jordan.
Jordan Knight, yeah.
Jordan Knight, and I think it was Jonathan was the other. Or no, Danny. It was Danny that was there. And they loved it.
Had a great time.
Yep.
So, Press, you're just a couple of years older than me. So when NKOTB hit the radio airwaves, what were your thoughts? Because I was so young, and all the girls that I liked them, so I liked them as a result. So I don't recall ever having a negative review of New Kids on the Block.
Oh, they were extremely cheesy to me.
Yeah.
Especially Donnie, or
yeah, Donnie,
Donnie, who was pretending to be the bad boy and all that
bad
stuff.
boy.
I thought it was ridiculous, but I will tell you this: a couple of their songs, musically, I didn't hate them. I thought they were fun. I thought they were good melodically and vocally.
It's manufactured, right? And it's manufactured by some of the best producers and writers out there. So. But I just think generally, when I got a little bit older, when the 98 degrees is and stuff like that, I
think New
looked
Kids
down
on the
my
Block.
nose.
Well, they were a little. At least it appeared that they were doing their own singing, right? I think,
Yeah, they were doing all their own singing. but-
Jordan Knight was a really good singer.
Yeah.
So, by the way, we have tickets to this to give away. Yes, I do. I got a pair of tickets to see New Kids on the Block, June 29th at the Wells Fargo Center. And we'll take caller number 7 at 215-263-WMMR. And we will set you up. One of the most fun moments of the we did New Kids on the Block karaoke at Keenan's, and this guy got up and he did. I think he did. Did he do what was their biggest
Hangin'
hit?
Tough?
Hangin' Tough. I think he did Hangin' Tough. Did like the whole song. And then at the very end of it, he dedicated it to the late, great Ronnie James Dio, who had just died.
He had, yeah.
And we were dying laughing. And he won, I believe.
He did.
Because he did it spot on. He was excellent.
We're watching the video of him do his performance.
Yep, it was great. It was a very special moment. All right, and then speaking of Keenan's, I'll mention a couple of announcements real quick. The fact that we are headed back on Friday, May 27th. We are broadcasting live. It is brought to you by Coors. Coors Light is the official opening of the Jersey Shore. What? Why did you gasp?
It's Jose's birthday.
Okay.
Yeah, I just forgot. And
Okay.
remember when you said May 27th, I just...
Oh, May 27th.
So, okay, go to WMMR.com and get the details. All right, and then the other thing is we have the Preston and Steve side stage, and we have the live band karaoke taking place with the band Sidearm, and you could be the lead singer for this band on stage at the MMR BBQ. We're going to choose 10 singers to perform on stage at the show. Each singer will get a 4-pack of tickets. Now, all you have to do is go to WMMR.com, click on the link. We have a list of songs that Sidearm, they probably know hundreds of songs. And we put 50 songs up that you can choose from to do your own audition video. Just you singing the song. Doesn't have to be the whole song, a good portion of it.
Just a taste.
Get an idea that you can sing. And then you hit hashtag MMRBQ on the link or on the post, and we will find it, and we're going to judge them, and we'll pick 10, and you'll be able to go to the show. You perform on the side stage. You get 4 tickets, and we'll have a great time.
Yeah, it's the makings of something really cool, especially since you will be up on stage with a band behind you and getting that sort of rock star feel.
Yep. All right. So do that now. That's it in music news. We are going to take a break. We'll come back in a second, and we will wrap up the show, so stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
So this is a beauty hack. If this works, you might have something here, Preston. I would do it. I would not do it this way. So we're going to do a post Nutella reveal.
I'm wearing a Michael Jackson mask.
And by the way,
he brought me into the bathroom when I was wiping off the Nutella from my beard, which we were trying to use as hair dye in case you were just tuning in.
This looks all right. So if you didn't hear that, he's wearing a Michael Jackson mask currently because we're going to get a reveal on air. He had Nutella in his beard as a dyeing agent, and we're going to find out if it works. I will tell you what. You look better with that Michael Jackson mask than Michael Jackson ever looked.
It's white Michael Jackson, by the way.
Okay, so you guys ready?
Yeah.
All right,
So before we before we reveal, you took a peek. Any feelings before you reveal to us?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to let you guys take a look. I don't want to tip the hand.
All right. So we can get a drum roll, case.
Yeah, here we go.
All right, Michael. Reveal.
And here we go.
So the exact same.
Not a damn thing.
Well, your skin is a little dyed on the cheeks.
It's nothing.
Nothing.
It's nothing. It didn't do
Literally
anything.
Nothing. It is a complete lie.
Damn it.
Jack Nicholson has been enjoying a much quieter life since his last significant acting role in 2010, which was How Do You Know?
Which he shot here.
That's correct. But now his longtime friend and Easy Rider co-star Peter Fonda says that the legendary actor is retired.
Like retired?
At the age of...
I beg your pardon?
He's retired at the age of 79. Fonda said, I think he is basically retired. I don't want to speak for him, but he has done a lot of work, and he's done very well as a person financially.
What kind of project do you think would get him out of retirement and acting again? And I have something in mind. Monster Trucks 2.
Oh, really?
Wait a second. There's an actual monster in the... Oh, that's perfect.
No, I think Connery's up for that role, Steve.
Yeah, this thing just puked in the glove compartment. It's all right. It's just a monster. It's very benign and benevolent. Kind of reminds you of like a whale or something. But it's got tentacles. I don't know what the hell it is. It's a disgrace.
So it's a buddy movie.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, Connery...
I can't even put my drink in the cup holder because the monster's tentacle is blocking it. Calm down, you old idiot.
But Connery, he retired a few years back as well. And I think it's just Jack's time to do the same thing. You know,
God,
they both have a huge body of work, and
you can't say Jack Nicholson hasn't lived.
So there is controversy in the offices of WMMR. I've heard. I've heard. Chuck's cereal bowl has gone missing.
What?
The second one.
Again. Yes. Chuck's
first cereal bowl went missing a few months ago. Now, the thing about this bowl, there was nothing special about it.
It wasn't handed down from grandparents.
Well, no. I mean, in its appearance, it was just a plastic, yellowish,
faded yellow
bowl.
Well, you might even walk past it on a shelf.
But when I say nothing special in appearance, does not mean that it was not special to him. Because Chuck, this was a cereal bowl from your childhood.
I didn't know we were doing this today.
Sorry, but
are you emotionally prepared for this?
The first one that went missing, I've probably been eating cereal out of that bowl since I was 6.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Why would you bring that to work, though?
Because I love that bowl.
All right.
And it's when I eat my cereal.
So you had the first bowl goes missing. How does that happen? Take us through that.
It wasn't there.
Yeah. How do you know? Where did you leave it? Where was it?
Probably in the kitchen.
It was probably on top of the microwave.
I probably do that once a week for the past 150 years.
What you've done what once a week?
Left it in the kitchen, or I grab it the next day.
I've seen it on top of the microwave.
Yeah,
Chuck, son, it's not your fault.
It's not. I know it's not my fault.
It's not your fault.
I know, and I'm going to burn this place down.
I don't blame it, Kat. I totally do not subscribe to this, Kathy.
Do not leave it out there. If it's your things and you want to keep an eye on it, you don't want somebody to take it, don't leave it out in a community area.
Listen, I'm
here at MMR where we're all family, I mean, come on.
We're all family.
No.
Somebody's using it. Someone else is using it.
Kathy.
Someone else is using the family bowl.
Kathy.
Yeah.
I agree. You see a sweet bowl like that,
you want to get your hands
you're
on
going
it.
to take it.
It's gotta be mine.
I don't care who owns it.
All right.
I don't care if it's the CEO of Beasley. I'm grabbing a sweet bowl like that.
Well, here's the deal.
Somebody did, right?
Here's the deal. I don't think anybody took the bowl.
You don't.
Oh, Casey has a theory on this, by the way.
I think somebody...
And it begins in Mesopotamia.
Well, and the word was, the way Casey set it up to me, he's like, I know what happened, and it's BS.
It is BS.
Well, and I think I know, too.
Yeah,
okay.
I think I know who it is.
Yeah, no, I know who it is. So here's the deal. Chuck, before, I thought somebody took your bowl. But today, I think your first bowl was thrown away. I think your second bowl was thrown away as well.
Because it was left.
Because it was left in the sink. Now, here's where I have the problem, right? Because I understand you're going to leave stuff in the common area. And for some reason, that irks people, right? And their irkitude supersedes your need to have this bowl, so they throw it away. So here's what happened on Monday, on Martin Luther King Day, when nobody was in the office except for us.
A day of service,
traditionally. A day of service.
Yeah.
Nobody was in the office except for us, the morning show, and Bill Weston.
And one other person.
Oh, get out of here.
Bill Weston.
I'm with you,
Bill?
Casey. Yep.
Now,
Bill Westin, known as the man about town, the silver pony, quick with a comment and a quip, always a smile on his face, cigar smoker, a family man. And there's a deep secret.
Despiser of clutter.
Well, and here's the thing. I've had conversations with him specifically about the kitchen, the sink, and the items that are left in the sink.
Wow, I'd love to hang out for your conversation.
That's why I was going to say I think it's Bill. I think Bill takes whatever's left in the sink, if it's left there for more than one day, and he throws it out.
So
that ain't cool.
Here is the BS part of it, okay?
All right.
On Monday morning, Bill was in a Bill mood and decided that he did not like the clutter that was left in the sink, Steve.
A Bill mood is easily identifiable. He's usually singing Katrina and the Waves.
Right. Let me see if I have that, by the way.
He's walking on sunshine.
Whoa! I don't have it.
And whose bowl is this?
Yeah, it stops right there.
God damn this!
He's whistling his little tune in.
Here I am walking on sunshine, and I see this clutter. I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around Bill.
All right, well, here's
throwing away what is...
Because if it's left there and it's dirty, we're not going to go in there and clean it.
No, it wasn't dirty.
It wasn't in the sink. It wasn't dirty in the sink.
And Chuck...
Okay, because that's usually what...
Don't just put dirty dishes in the sink.
But that's usually what Bill has a problem with, are the things that are left in the sink.
Now, if I had left it on the counter or on the microwave, somebody may have put it back in the sink, and water got in it, made it look dirty. But I don't just put my dirty dishes in the sink.
Here is the BS nature of what happened on Monday. So Bill was in his Bill Weston mood. He was walking on sunshine. He's not walking on sunshine anymore because there are 3 dishes in the sink.
3 dishes in the sink.
What I discovered is actually... One of those dishes was mine. I didn't realize that there was a measuring cup left in the sink after the crock pot cook-off.
Well, Mr. Foster, you said there were 3 dishes in the sink, and now all of a sudden there's a measuring cup.
Yeah.
Which
one is it?
But hold on. I just want to point out it was the Wednesday prior. This is now Monday.
It's now Monday.
So Bill has probably been looking in that sink, and it's been annoying him.
Right. And so I didn't realize my measuring cup was in there because I didn't actually wash the dishes after crock pot cook-off. So I didn't. So I grabbed my measuring cup, and now there are 2 dishes left in the sink. It is a plate and a bowl.
Okay.
Was it your bowl?
Here is the BS nature of it. Bill Westin then
walking on sunshine.
He was walking on sunshine, not anymore, Steve.
He did not feel good.
No. Bill Westin leaves a sign, hangs up a sign after he got done walking on sunshine.
We need like a record scratch.
He puts up a sign, an ultimatum. Take these dishes out of the sink.
Death to America.
By 10 a.m. or I'm going to throw them away.
Whoa.
Now,
Well, you actually saw the sign.
Oh, yeah.
On Monday when no one was here?
So very, very good stuff. Speaking of good stuff, we've had a chock full show. Of good stuff. And it started with an announcement that we are headed back to Keenan's in North Wildwood for the Keenan's live broadcast of the official opening of the Jersey Shore. It's brought to you by Coors Light, and that will be May 27th. We'll be broadcasting live. We got all kinds of information available at WMMR.com, so go ahead and get that. So thank you to Scott Keenan, who was here this morning. He's excited. We're excited. It's a beautiful thing. I also want to thank comedian Steve Trevino, who was here.
Yeah, really good
First
guy.
time meeting Steve. He was very funny, very nice.
Terrific.
And he's at Punchline, so get tickets for a show. And then we had Cindy Williams from Laverne and Shirley. She was the best. She had the greatest story about Jim
Morrison.
Jim Morrison, thank you, from The Doors, when she was just a cocktail server her first day at the Whiskey A Go-Go, and her customer was Jim Morrison, and he was playing a prank on her.
It was hilarious.
It was excellent. She has her one-woman show at the Bucks County Playhouse this weekend, and man, does she have stories. It's called Me, Myself, and Shirley, a one-woman show, and there is a 2 o'clock show tomorrow and an 8 o'clock show. And then on Sunday, there is a 2 o'clock matinee as well. It's a Bucks County Playhouse in New Hope, and you can go to memyselfandshirley.com, or you can go to buckscountyplayhouse.org.
As she was leaving, and we were prepping to get Gary Sinise on, she's leaving, and we're all trying to say goodbye in a nice, way, and so I had one of those awkward, are we shaking hands or hugging? And I basically ended up doing like a half Nelson on her.
And then thank you, to Gary Sinise.
Hey!
Gary's awesome. We talked about his movies, but of course also the Gary Sinise Foundation does such wonderful charitable donations for military and first responders. And there's a fire company in New Jersey that received a nice grant from those guys from equipment, from equipment they needed. So Gary's just easy to talk to and willing to tell us all kinds of great behind-the-scenes stuff from his movie career, but just a super, super nice guy. So today was a great day as far as the guests go. Pierre is here. How you doing, man?
Loved hearing Shirley talk.
Yeah.
I mean, it was so cool. She really has got the stories.
Cindy.
does, yeah.
Cindy,
But that's what I call it. I introduced her. I said, please welcome Cindy Williams, blah, blah, blah. And we just around. I go, so listen, tell me something, Shirley. And Steve goes, Cindy. I'm like, oh, of course.
That's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. I get it. Both of those conversations. Gary Sinise. I mean, you guys connected really nicely.
Well, you're a big Lucille Ball fan. That she cited Laverne and Shirley as one of the few shows that she thought was, up to the level of like the physical comedy that she was famous for, and so she was. In fact, I think when they did a best of Laverne and Shirley, I think it might have been Lucille Ball herself who hosted that.
Right.
Three Amigos, not Three Amigos, Three's Company. She did that.
Oh, that's right.
Lucille Ball hosted that, and I don't remember the Laverne and Shirley one. But
Wow. No, but that was cool. She was sweet. She had so many great stories.
Amazing stuff.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
All right, letter, shall we?
Yes.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter. All right, the President and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
T is in Tom tomorrow.
All right, and we are going to take caller number 7 at 215-263 WMMR. We got a prize that's awaiting for you. Hopefully you have kept track of those letters, and hopefully we have a legitimate word. We'll see about that. Call now.
We had one little confusion a couple of weeks ago.
It was great.
I had one that I had to morph into. Remember that case? MSNBC.
MSNBC. Yep.
It happens.
It does happen. It does happen. So I've got a little clip to play for you.
Okay.
Tonight, and normally I would never plug another station. However, we did and Pancake and I were pretty proud of the work we did on Wednesday when we did a tribute to Sid Mark. We did an hour of Sinatra and Sid and interview pieces. And tonight, his home station, WPHT 1210 AM, will be the general manager of the station called Judy Mark, Sid's widow now, and said, is there anything we could do? And she said, yes, do a Friday with Frank. Friday, it used to be Friday with Frank, Saturdays and Sundays with Sinatra. And then eventually they just kind of let's just do Sunday with Sinatra, their station did. And so Fridays with Frank has not been on for a long time. And to honor Sid, his son Brian will be doing the show tonight from 6 to 8 with clips of his dad and a lot of Sinatra music on 1210. And I thought it deserved a plug. And this is a clip, and I thought, Nick, you would get a kick out of this particularly because we know what it's like to get a shout out from somebody incredible, one of the current idols of our time when Eddie Vedder said hello to us. Imagine one of the most famous people in all of show business ever eclipsing anyone I can think of. And imagine you're at the Spectrum and between songs, effing Frank Sinatra shouts you out and proposes a toast to you. And this is a little clip of that. This is how heavy Sid was and how heavy Frank was.
I should like to take a moment to introduce to you a friend who's been a friend for as long as I've been in this business, and it's been a long time. This guy is some kind of a man. You all know him so well because he lives among you here. And I should like to have him stand and take a bow. And I speak of the wonderful Sid Mark and his family are here this evening. There he is right there. I drink to you, Sidney. It's wonderful to have a friend like Sidney, and I've had, maybe 4 or 5 in my career, people who have stayed with me when things were dark and didn't change at all whenever anything else changed. And that's the kind of man he is. And I love him, and I say that publicly. I love him. He's one of the best friends I ever had in my life. I had a lot of friends, but about 3 days later, they were all gone. I ran out of money. But Sidney is a great man, and he's wonderful, absolutely wonderful.
Very cool.
Isn't that amazing? Wow. I mean, I drink to you, Sidney, and he had a glass of Jack in his hand and proposed a toast to Sid. And Sid stands up in the Vegas style of, Sid is in the audience tonight, take a bow. And pretty damn cool. So I wanted to give a shout out to that because there's not going to be, Sid did not want a funeral or any kind of a service. So in a way, what we did on Wednesday was our service, if you will, to Sid. And what WPHT will do tonight, bringing back a one-time Friday with Frank from 6 to 8, will be doing that. And I thought it deserved a good plug.
Absolutely. Yeah. Awesome. All right. Thanks, Pierre. We'll go to the phones, try to get ourselves a winner, and it is Jeff that we have. Hi, Jeff. Good morning.
Hey, good morning to you.
All right, Jeff, do me a favor. Give us the secret text word, or no, not the secret text word, the word of the week, please.
All right, word of the week, I believe, would be toast.
Let's have a ring-ding day.
Love ring dings.
That is correct, Jeff. And
Sinatra talk.
For your trouble, we are going to give you a Samsung 55-inch Class 7 Series LED 4K UHD Smart Tizen TV, 4 tickets to the Penn Museum to check out one of the largest Egyptian collections in the U.S., and a hieroglyphs mug from the museum shop, and it's all in conjunction with Marvel Studios' Moon Knight. All right, my man?
All right. Sounds great.
Congratulations. Hang on just a second. We'll get your information. We'll take care of all that. And don't forget, Moon Knight, 6-episode event, now streaming only on Disney+. Anything else you want to mention about today's program?
By the way, the ring ding. Shirley MacLaine came over to Sinatra's place in Malibu, and he said, "Let's go out on the road." And she had not done singing and dancing in some time. She said, "I don't know, Frank." He goes, "No, come on out. We'll have a ring-ding time."
Ring-a-ding-a-do. Yeah.
And on his private plane, he'd say to the pilot, "Where are we flying over?" "Cleveland. I know a good Italian restaurant. Land." And he would say stuff like that, and they would land the damn plane and go for some private dinner in Cleveland.
It's a hell of a life.
It's a hell of a life. Steve gave me this wickedly cool DVD of Sinatra in Palm Springs and people telling tales of hanging at the compound, which, by the way, included Bono.
Yeah.
Frank drank Bono under the table. Bono did not make it to sunrise. Frank did. He said, "You're a loser."
He passed out and spilled the drink on himself and thought he pissed his pants.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're a wuss.
Yep.
Anyway, on the program today, we will have the Brewfest tickets. I finally gave 2 of them away yesterday.
Yay.
And I'll have 2 more to give away today. We'll have concert cash possibilities at noon and 2. And it's Earth Day, so we want to celebrate that with a thematic block of songs celebrating Mother Earth. We'll get to Peter Frampton's birthday today, and that we will do on vinyl. And since we've got a big vinyl weekend and Record Store Day is tomorrow, we're going to play as many records after our Earth Day block as are possible between our 2 studios. We only have 2 turntables left in this complex, one in Studio R, and they put one in our main studio, 4F. And so we shall bounce back and forth and try to play a bunch of records. Depending on what we've got, it'll be just about as tight as our transition to the Pierre Robert studio the other day. But we'll see what we can come up with.
Excellent. All right, let me take a moment to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Acme Markets. You can get your free flu shot or COVID-19 booster at their pharmacy. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors. Also brought to you by Trinity Rehab. They can help you get rid of your pain. No prescription needed at trinity-rehab.com. Next week, a couple things to mention. We are going to have lead singer of Def Leppard, Joe Elliott, on the show.
Cool.
We'll also talk to our buddy Mitch Fatel, and wrestler Big Show will be joining us too. So it should be pretty awesome, and we'll fill in some more stuff between now and then, I'm sure. That's it. We're done. Rage on. No sad, bro. Have a great weekend, and we will see you later. Bye-bye.